Fantastic.
Yeah,
right.
I know.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us here on our stream. So we're here at our latest, iteration of ASUS PCDIY Day. So our kind of yearly celebration to be able to talk about all things PCDIY. So from building systems, upgrading them, modding, overclocking them. We're also adding in some new kind of topics which kind of fall into the ethos with things like, of course, custom keyboards and kind of desk setups and some other cool things that we're going to be all talking about today. Kicking off of course, the stream, I actually have the opportunity to be able to work with a great builder and modder, Stuart Tonks from GGF. Stuart, happy to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so we're going to actually be tackling a lot of hardware that we've got right here. Actually, I'm probably going to be going through, talking through most of it. Stuart's probably going to be tackling most of the build itself. But to kick off the stream, we're actually going to go, I think, into what a lot of people actually really love about PCDIY, which is actually putting together system.
That's right.
Our theme here is going to be a bit of that kind of white theme. White has definitely been the kind of on-trend color for the last couple of years. It's something that we've supported across a wide range of our components. And we decided to kind of go a little bit, I think, in the kind of the sweet spot. We didn't want to go super crazy. We do have a lot of really nice ROG components, which are in white. But we've also offered a number of our new tough gaming options in white. So we thought, hey, why not put together something in that kind of sweet spot? So we've got a ATX-based system that we're also going to liquid cool. Of course, that's going to be bringing in your expertise.
How long do we have?
Yeah, that's always going to be a challenge. But to liquid cool, this is also going to be something that's going to be interesting. I'd love to see people's feedback in the stream. Let us know what you're thinking about. Is normally, I think when you think about liquid cooling, you think about liquid cooling both the CPU and the GPU, right? But you don't need to always. And there is also an aesthetic element to kind of keeping your graphics card, of course, with a block, right? Because you're going to get...
It's going to match the theme already.
Exactly. So. You're going to match that theme maybe a little bit more. So I think that's one of the cool things is we're actually going to go with a split setup. We're going to liquid cool the CPU, which also gives us a little bit more time because we're not going to have as much tubing. You're not going to have to do as much work. And we're just going to go with keeping the graphics card air cooled. But all the way around, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting build. Of course, for those of you that are checking out the stream, if you got questions on any of the hardware, things in general, feel free to go ahead and drop them in there. We'll take a look at that. But I think we'll get ready to go ahead and kick off this.
I think
build.
so.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just looking at the kind of hardware, I think this is the first time for you on the GT.
It is actually. So I was thinking of going down the Hyperion route, but we decided to, as you said earlier, go with a more mid-range system because you could build a water cooling system for $10,000 or more. And we thought, well, there's probably no point in doing the latest, the greatest, and most expensive here. We wanted to bring in that mid-level build, and we can show you that water cooling can still be done on a budget without spending thousands and thousands. And as JJ just said, we can just do the CPU loop, keep this new tough white, that's the 4070 Ti, I believe.
Yep.
We can keep that as is. And if you guys were replicating this, it's very, very easy to water cool the GPU down the track. So you don't have to buy all the extra water cooling components, the radiator, the water block. You can then do that GPU later on.
Yeah, you're just pretty much just adding it into the loop, right? Yeah. So that's always one of the nice things about the water cooling. If you think a little bit kind of with that foresight in mind, right, you can essentially easily kind of add in other components, right? Which most of the time it's probably going to be the CPU and the GPU. You don't really have too many, even I think on the liquid cooling side, people liquid cooling their memory, but that's an option, of course. You can even go more extreme where you can do like a monoblock on the board and things along those lines. But before we get into it, let's just take a quick recap in terms of our core hardware that we're going to be utilizing here. So chassis-wise, we've got our GT502. This is going to be what's called a split chamber chassis. So compared to a traditional chassis, right, where everything's going to be on one side, you're actually going to have two sides, and all your cables are essentially going to go on the other side. So for those of you that are not masters at cable management, the great thing is with the split chamber chassis, it doesn't matter pretty much. For the most part, you can pretty much just pack it all in there. You don't have to worry about kind of seeing anything. So that is kind of one of the cool things. Some cool elements on the GT502. Actually, I really do like the handles. It might be kind of funny, but once you fully load up in a system, a lot of times you can be dealing with a system that might be 30, 40, 50 pounds plus. Definitely for a liquid cool system, you can get pretty heavy. So instead of having to lift from the bottom, actually having handles can make it a bit easier, right? This chassis will also support, for those of you guys that like vertical mounting, so that means having your graphics card in this position as opposed to the horizontal position, which will be looking like this. You can do both. Why don't you let us know in the chat what your preference is? One thing to always keep in mind, of course, if you do go with a vertical mount, you will limit, of course, access to things like your bottom M.2 slots and things like that. So there is always a little bit of that kind of your trade-off, maybe some functional access, but for some aesthetics.
You can still reach them. It just means you either need to install your SSDs before you do the build, or if you do wish to upgrade later, you will need to remove your GPU in order to access those slots. And if you do water cool your GPU, it means you're going to have to tear down half of your loop if you want to add more storage.
Yeah, so definitely some things to kind of keep in mind. For motherboard side, we are going to be going with our with our RG Strix Z790. This is going to be our refresh. So this is going to be the gaming Wi-Fi 2 version. So you got great power delivery. You can have 5 M.2 SSDs on there. It's got Wi-Fi 7, 2.5 GaN. It's got AI overclocking on there. A lot of really cool stuff. CPU-wise, we're going to be going with an Intel Core Socket 1700 series CPU. On the water cooling side, we're going to be using a lot of EK water cooling hardware, right?
Everything from EK. We have, of course, with this white build, EK have released a sort of, I wouldn't say signature, but a white line of water box. As you can see, the white aesthetic on the side here, their branding for the Vector 2 is white. They also have a matching GPU box as well, which looks really good. Of course, as JJ said earlier, we're going to keep the GPU air-cooled, so we don't need a GPU block. Another thing I really do like that EK has been doing recently is they have this pre-bent tubing. Now, when it comes to custom water cooling, one of people's fears is having to grab a heat gun. You need to put in a silicon inserts because normally the tubing is straight and you'll need to bend this tubing. So depending on how you go with your system, how many bends, you could do 1, 2, 3 bends, and having to get all those bends lined up, it can be a little bit complex. So EK now release, this is a full box, which I'll show you once we start going in a bit further, but I don't know if someone at EK is just sitting there all day pre-bending all of these tubes, or they have a machine to do it, but they all come ready to go. So all you need to do is cut them to length. But while we're here today, I will be showing you how to bend. I'm not going to bend them all. I'll just do 1 or 2 bends to show you how it's quite simple to do the bends, but it just costs a little bit because you need a heat gun, you need the silicon insert. It can take a bit longer. So I'm mainly doing the pre-bent ones because of the time. And then also to cut this tubing, there's a few different types of tubings you can go with. You can go with like acrylic, you can go with PETG, which is a softer material, and then you can go with brass tubing. And there's always different ways to cut those. So today, to speed things up, I've got this little miter saw, a little mini one, but for someone who's starting off into water cooling, you don't need to go straight in the deep end and go with something like this. Like a simple tool like EK has a kit where you can get this little hacksaw. So if you're doing one build, like we're only going to be doing the CPU, so that's 2 runs. So every component needs 2 runs. So it needs an in and an out. So your CPU, a radiator, that's going to be 4 runs all up. So we only need to do 4 cuts. So there's no point if we were doing a build to get this. If you're going to do one, timing, right? If you're doing one build in 4 years, you probably don't need this. You can get away with something like this. So, but yeah, the rest, we have EK radiator. I'll go into the fittings. And then we also have the fans we're using which ones are these?
These are our TF120 fans. So these are actually really nice fans. You can actually, right now, you can actually get these guys on sale. I think it's like 12 or 13 bucks for the one, and I think like 43 for the 3-pack, which comes with the controller. But really nice option. You get them in white and black. Of course, we're going to go with that white theme, so it's complementary in terms of that. And radiator, like I said, you noted. GPU, we talked about 4070 Ti. We're going to have there. For the power supply, oddly enough, we're using an SFX power supply just because the PSU from that perspective doesn't really matter. We can fit in whatever, but we do have tough gaming series PSUs that would work here actually both in white and in black. Cool thing is with our white models, they also do come actually with white cables. So you can save yourself some money. You don't necessarily have to go worrying about kind of custom white cables because they already come included and they're actually quite nice.
Might be hard to see, but these are actually sleeved. So they're nicely sleeved. There's no heat shrink. It's going to be impossible to see, but they are sleeved and they do look really nice.
And that's a great addition because a lot of times, you know, when you talk about kind of hidden costs, I'd say sometimes in a build, people don't necessarily account for kind of cable costs. And even if you're buying a nicer set of extensions, or definitely if you're buying custom cables, you can be looking at, you know, $40, $50, $100 plus, especially if you're getting full custom lengths or anything like that. And here on the AIO side, I'm just using this as a reference because, of course, we might get some questions in the community. I'm going to take a look right now in the questions in the chat that we have going. This is just an example, of course, of an AIO. Probably most of you are probably running some type of AIO cooling solution. Want to see it? Show of hands. And out there, for anybody's build, are you using an AIO? raise your right hand. If you're using a non-AI solution, raise your left hand. So AIOs, looks about 50, okay, 50%. Okay, non-AIO solution. Wow,
Okay.
that's a little bit more
But
than
they
I
could
wanted.
be using an air cooler.
Yeah, sure, but that's okay. It's still
that's
as a whole.
So obviously for us, we're going with the CPU loop, so we can drop the all-in-one cooler, and this will basically. What we're doing is we are making an all-in-one cooler, but it's not the all-in-one.
Exactly.
It's like
a custom
we've got the
all-in-one.
tubing, we have the pump, the reservoir, and then we pretty much join it all together, and it just makes it a really nice-looking complete unit.
Plus, you also get higher level of performance, right? I mean, this unit performs great, but this is even going to get a better thermal performance. So I think we can go ahead, get ready to start our build. I'm going to go ahead and quickly check to see if we've got any kind of questions that might have started coming in the chat. And I guess we can always talk about the perennial question that comes up is, what's the right way to start the build, right? What do you start with first? Do you put your CPU and your motherboard first? Do you mount your radiators? Do you put your fans? And I don't think there's necessarily always the right answer. I think sometimes it depends on the chassis. And I think it also depends on the type of your build, right?
Like there's certainly some ways you don't want to do it. Like you wouldn't install you could still do it that way. Like you wouldn't want to install your motherboard in the case, then install your CPU, then it's because you're going to be working down. I guess this case isn't too bad. You could work top down, but primarily you want to install your CPU, get everything in your main components as you can. So the storage, the memory, the CPU, we can get the water block on all outside the case. Then we can just drop it in. Also things like this EK radiator, this is their 360. It's a white, it matches nicely. I've already sort of cheated a bit. I put the fans on ready to go. I've also put the fans down on the bottom. So you might be wondering, this chassis, it doesn't come with the fans, right?
Fans, correct,
so I put the ones in the bottom just to save some time because we are focusing more on the water cooling. And if you build a PC before, you probably know how to install a fan. So I like to get fans on the radiator, fans in the case. We can do the motherboard separate. Then we can put all those together. And then last thing really is just connecting all of the ports together. And then we can fill it. And that's it.
Yeah, I would agree with Stuart. I think you're totally right. The first thing is try to get as much on your motherboard as you can. And then you kind of start to kind of individualize your components, get them in there and kind of go from there. So overall, first up, I can see that we've got a few of our kind of consistent community members joining us. So a little bit we've got Liquefied Mods, we've got Justin Chu joining us, Chris S joining us, PGPCs, and a few other folks. So fantastic to be able to have them joining the stream. So very, very cool in that respect. So we've got a board here, kind of general reference guidance. I do usually recommend that for people when they are going through their build, try to give yourself at least about probably 30 inches by 30 inches of working space is probably what I would recommend. Of course, the more, the better. Here, I've got a really, really big table. So that would be a recommendation. Also, subtle tip if you're not aware, for people that get concerned about static, for the most part, it's not something you really have to be super worried about. If you want to reduce static level, though, try to wear actually natural fibers. So wear something like a cotton tee. Normal denim would actually be pretty good if you're actually wearing like a polyester shirt, oddly enough. Stuff with nylon, it will actually carry more of a charge. You actually will increase the likelihood that you actually can get static discharge. So pro tip for you there, if you're wondering, your clothing can actually make a little bit of a difference. So we're mounting in the CPU. CPU has been installed. This board, you can readily support pretty much any one of the 1700 series CPUs. So 12th gen, 13th gen, 14th gen. I think the sweet spot, for a lot of people out there, I think if we're talking gaming, I really love the 600 series model. So 12600K, 13600K, 14600K, I think is a really great option. It's even going to have lower thermal demands.
For this type of build, it would be perfectly matched.
Of course,
with the,
water cooling wise, the 360 rad, we could easily put in a 13900, 1400K in there and still even have some nice room for overclocking. So got the CPU installed. What's the next step here?
Thermal paste. Good thing with these EK blocks, they all come with the thermal grizzly. So that is high performing thermal paste. We don't need to. We don't need to go too overboard. It's going to be hard to see that. I just put a little dot.
We can
in the middle.
We can show there. I mean, and there's a lot of kind of framework as far as what people will use. I personally, when I'm approaching my thermal compound, I actually like to use something called the finger cod. You can find them online, and I like to just manually spread across consistent. You can kind of go with the logic of sometimes doing like an X pattern. X pattern works pretty well. I'll give you guys a little pretty cool insight that'll be coming up. Probably about next month, ASUS will be launching our ROG thermal compound, which will include a stencil kit. So if you want to more easily be able to apply your thermal compound, there'll actually be a little stencil. You'll put the stencil on there, You'll fill that in, and it'll help you to have like an even.
That'll make it how it looks like on the all-in-one coolers.
Yeah.
It comes with that pattern on it.
Except they will actually have a little bit of a cool like ROG.
I was going to say, you're going to do a ROG pattern?
It will have a little bit of an ROGI kind of vibe to it. So you guys will see that coming out in the not too distant future. We'll have a thermal compound kit, which will come with the stencils, and then one which will just be the thermal compound by itself.
Awesome.
So we're putting that in there. This is also, I think, actually one of the really cool things that I do like about the EK hardware is that they do have this, what they call the exact mount. So one of the nice things compared to a lot of the more standard AIO cooling solutions is usually you're going to have like a plastic type of backplate. But with some of the nicer, of course, water cooling hardware, you usually get like a rigid backplate design. And it just feels more secure, more firm.
The reason why they've done this is, if you look at the block, if you're not familiar with or even the all-in-one, if you hold that one up, you can see that all the mounting is done from the front side, top down. So you will see all the screw heads when you look in your system. You can see this EK water block is completely flush on the front. So there's actually no screw holes at all. So when you turn it upside down, it's actually got little pillars that just nearly go through the holes on the motherboard. So what we do is we use this plate, and then we mount it. You don't need anything else. You don't need pads. You don't need anything. You just get it up the right way, and then you can just start screwing that down, and then that just locks it into place. So what I normally do is just put this.
Use your boxes, right?
Just put it on something, because if you put this down flat, the I/O cover is slightly higher. So if you do put this just on there, the CPU block is just going to fall off. So you need to have pressure on that CPU block like that.
And pretty much what he's just looking for here is to make sure that there's an even, essentially, plane, so that he can have all the four corners lined up so you can get those torqued in. And then usually your logic always like follows normal convention that usually want to go with opposing ends, right? Because if you go, of course, you go around the radii, right, of it, then you might have one of the corners pop out, right? Let me go ahead and see if we got anything there. So show of hands here, how many people have done a custom loop? I know a couple of people in here that for sure have done a custom loop, but how many do we have here that have actually done a custom loop? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so in the minority. Yeah, and that would kind of run the trend. Again, water cooling, there's always that debate is, do you need to water cool? I think definitively, somebody like Stuart, who's a lifelong water cooling enthusiast, me too, I think there probably hasn't been a year that one of my personal builds has not been a liquid cooled build. I would definitely say that I'm a huge fan of it, but you don't have to, of course, water cool your system. There's always that balancing act of what are you attempting to do resonant to the acoustics for your system, the thermals for your system, and then also the aesthetics. That's a big part of why you might choose the liquid cool system is the overall look, the presentation, right? But the cool part is, of course, you're also always going to get a higher level of thermal performance, and also even the acoustics. Generally, even though a liquid cool system can have more fans in there, because you generally have better thermal dissipation performance, I'd say a lot of times you can run those fans at lower fan curves or lower values. So you generally find that the system will actually also be pretty quiet, which a great example of that is Stuart's got a couple of really nice, awesome systems that he's brought over here. How many is in the Singularity chassis in the W790 box?
15.
15 fans, right? And so Adam over there, right, one of our friends helping us, of course, man the stream itself over from PC World. Adam, would you say that's a pretty quiet system, even though it's got 15 fans in there?
I can't hear.
You can't.
It's actually running a Xeon as well.
Yeah, and we've got, and that's not even a normal system. That's actually a W790 system with a high-end Xeon CPU in there, huge number of cores, and it's not only keeping it cool, but also quite quiet. So he's putting in the M.2 SSD. One of the cool things for them of you that might be kind of maybe on an older platform that might not be aware that ASUS kind of innovated is we implemented something called this Q-latch design, which was pretty cool, which is actually there's a little locking tab for the M.2 SSDs, because in the past, what you might have had to do is put like a little standoff and the little screw, find the right screwdriver, do all that. But now you can literally just angle in the drive, lock it into place, and you're good to go. One other thing, too, that you might not notice is, can you go ahead and remove one of the heat sinks from one of the lower slots? So with newer SSDs that are now on the market, higher performing drives can actually have what's called NAND, or memory that's on the front and on the back.
It doesn't have it.
And what we'll see right here is on our top slot, which is our highest kind of performing slot, there's actually a thermal pad and there's a heat sink on the bottom. And the reason why we do that is because with these higher performing drives, especially if they get to bigger densities like 4 terabyte, 8 terabyte drives, you could have NAND that's on the front and the back. So we actually want to cool the front and the back, where you can see down here, these slots, they might not have essentially, or these ones don't, they don't essentially have that dual contact design. So that's a little bit of a difference. All your normal heat sinks though that go on top, so this is a heat sink that would go on the drive, they have their own thermal pad. Now, it's not a requirement, you don't have to have this, but this is something like some people wonder like the difference of maybe a more entry motherboard to maybe sometimes a higher end board. What's one of those subtle differences? That's an example of a difference you might find. A higher end board will start to have things like those dual contact designs versus a single contact design. Let's see, we got there. Anime is letting us know, where do we put the RGB fluid? As of right now, nobody has yet done, I think, RGB fluid. I think the closest you can probably get to is what EK's got the Mystic Fog, right? Which has got a little bit of kind of like some color variance in there. But that's actually brings up maybe an interesting topic, right? There's a lot of debate in the community that exists for water cooling on fluid color, its stability, how it may affect your loop. Yes. I know for me, I generally will usually only run a clear coolant in my personal build because I want it to be as kind of bulletproof or as reliable as possible. I don't want to have to worry about my loop. Generally, if you go with more exotic fluids, if you go with really vibrant colors, there can be maybe what's called settlement. There could be particles inside that fluid that over time can sometimes kind of separate. And you may think about maybe having to what's called flush out. So maybe actually drain out that fluid after maybe 6 months, 8 months, a period of time, and then putting it back in. There also can be the factor of potential staining. So you can potentially sometimes cause the components to, if it's a very bright color like red, like I've done red builds in the past, sometimes you can get that red.
It's not so bad on hard tubing.
Yeah.
But the problem with this fancy coolant is just the time to test it.
Yeah.
Some companies may spend 5 years trying to develop and test. And then another company will bring out a different type of water block, a different material, so that 5 years of that company testing their coolant to work with certain metals, because we all know that blocks are made out of brass. They're normally nickel plated, and you can't mix certain metals with different metals with the same type of coolant. So it's kind of hard because the company might be working, say, 5 years.
Yeah, and testing one configuration.
On one really nice coolant, and then something could shift in the industry where they start using a different metal, and all of their last 5 years is just completely gone. So that's why we probably don't see development with these really fancy, because there used to be companies that did like the glittery coolant.
Yeah, pearlescent type of fluids. Yeah, you would see all kinds of stuff. But you know, here, at least when we're talking about EK does have quite a nice line. I'm actually a big fan on the EK of their actually mix option, which is actually usually adding a little bit of like a dye or to your color. That's my preferred option, but you can get lots of choice, right? So here you can go with white fluids, you can go with premixed, you know, reds. You can get things like the Mystic Fogs, and they have done a lot of work to validate a lot of their coolant as well. So generally, if you're going through, it's always a kind of safe rule of thumb. Hey, if I was going to put my EK cooling system together, go with some EK fluids to help to make sure that you kind of don't have to worry about that conversation.
So today I've just gone with some standard solid. So if you're wondering about coolants, you might be wondering why this says solid. Solid means it's more, basically looks like it's milk. So if you get a blue solid, it's going to be, looks like milk, but it'll be blue. So you can't see through it. And then companies will have things like transparent, where it's more distilled water, and they just use a dye. So it just comes down to what type of build. Personally, for me, I think RGB works better when it's got the more of the solid, especially if it's in a distro or reservoir. It gives you that glow, and you can't really see the individual LEDs. But if you go with the more transparent, the LEDs will sort of shoot straight through it, and then you don't really get that same effect. So today we're going with the white. I went with white. Like I could have done like a blue or red or something different, but I think when you go, if you keep your coolant the same aesthetic as the case, so we'll go with the white. That gives us a little bit more play with our RGB lighting. We could set the lighting with like RGB, or we could go with a blue, and this will pick up that RGB lighting as well. Whereas if we went with blue coolants, we're kind of restricting ourselves on what lighting. You're not really going to want RGB rainbow with blue coolants. Well, you could, but it wouldn't really look that pleasing.
But that's kind of one also the key benefits of white. White being that it can really reflect all of your RGB lighting, right? If you wanted to go with yellow, you want to go with blue, you want to go with rainbow, it's going to be really complementary. And because you fixing in that color is going to limit.
Once we light this block up, so if you just had clear in this block, it would pretty much look like this: clear, transparent cooling. You light this block up, it's not going to do anything. You're just going to see some sort of LED shooting. But once we fill this up, it's going to all turn into white, and then this coolant although they do have their Mystic Fog, which is designed better for RGB lights, but this will still pick it up nicely. And this whole block will get like a nice glow of whichever color we set the RGB lighting.
Yeah. And speaking of block, I think you noted it again, right? If you guys went to even our kind of more white themed board, we do have a Maximus Z790 formula board, which also actually integrates a VRM actually water block. That EK has now also released what they call a VRM bridge block.
Yep.
So essentially you can integrate into the block on the motherboard, and that's also white themed. So you can kind of really go to town.
Yeah, so that one's pretty cool. So how that works, the formula has normally the port for the VRM over here, a port over here for the VRM, which adds it into the loop. So what they've done with that bridge, it's actually not a block. You still use one of their standard 1700 blocks, and then you put the bridge over the top of it all. And this new one that's coming out has that same white aesthetic. So it just
keeps it really cohesive,
keeps it
really
all going,
clean, and kind of just allows you to fill out the overall look. So we've got now memory installed, we've got the CPU installed, we've got our M.2 SSD installed. So for the most part, pretty much all those core components have been good. So at this point, we could start to get ready to kind of consider probably mounting the board, right?
I like to do PSU first.
Okay.
Just get the PSU out of the way. You don't have to do that now. You can do that later, but I normally do the PSU. Then I'll go back to the motherboard.
Yeah, and it also depends a little bit on the chassis. Again, with the split chamber chassis, we have less kind of obstructions that we would have maybe in a more traditional chassis, where usually, like if we talked about our GT501 or something like that, or even like Hyperion, the PSU would traditionally mount down here in this kind of bottom cavity area. Usually you're going to have your power supply, where here you can still see it's going to be in the bottom, but it's on the back, right? And so we're going to mount the power supply. You can pass through the cables, and you can kind of start to line everything up that you're looking for. All right, let me quickly just pop over, see if we got anything here within the chat.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm actually going to plug in the right cables we need, just so I don't have to like go in. It's actually not too bad on this case. I guess as JJ said, this case, once this PSU gets mounted, we still have full access on all of the ports. But if it was one where it was mounted inside a basement, you would then have to try and reach in and then plug all the connectors in you need. But I do like to get this done.
Yeah, definitely I would agree there, is that's probably the trend, of course, with no power supplies, is what Stuart has here is these are fully modular, which means the cables are not affixed. So you add in the cables after the fact, right? So in that respect, it definitely makes sense to add in your cables externally, because you don't want to necessarily be cramped kind of trying to put your hands in there, trying to kind of stuff that in. You can be much more restricted. Now, if your power supply has the cables already fixed to it, it's a little bit easier because you can kind of just stuff it in there. You start to route your cables. So it does, again, depend a little bit kind of on the hardware that you're picking. So some feedback here from some of the people that are joining us on the stream. Carlos Gomez notes that he's got a Corsair AIO with a Dark Hero board running a 5950X, and he's running some nice temps, 50 to 60C. Not more than 70C when gaming. So I'd ask Carlos, you got that Dark Hero board. Are you running Dynamic OC Switcher? How are you running that? And maybe just show of hands here. So for people, we had about a 50-50 split between AIO and then between non-AIO cooling. How many people here are doing some form of performance tuning? So you call that overclocking, right? So raise your hands if you're overclocking. Okay, not overclocking. That would actually align. Yeah, generally the trend is the majority of people. So usually what we see in the community kind of survey, it's about a 60-40 split. It's actually gone up a little bit, but in the past it used to be closer to almost a 75 to 25 split in terms of people that would overclock versus people that didn't overclock. PGPC's notes, yeah, because I have one of those bridges on my Z690 formula board, and it makes doing the loop easier. Pretty cool. And then Hero Plays Z says, hi, man. Happy for joining us. Thanks for joining us here on the stream. All right, so we got our PSU in there. Now, one thing you might have noticed, that PSU looks quite a bit smaller than a traditional PSU. This is what's actually called our Loki right here. This is an SFX PSU, SFXL. So this is more kind of optimally designed for like a mini ITX or a micro ITX size build. But I just decided to kind of show it off because it's one of the newer ones that we have. It comes in white and it comes in black. And also the wattage, it's more than enough. This is a really big conversation that happens a lot of time when people are talking about picking a power supply. How many watts do they need? We tend to see that actually people buy much more wattage than they really need. So this is actually a pretty high-end system. If we consider all things together, the board, the GPU, CPU, everything that we're going to have running in there, you might think, oh, I need like 1,000 watts, 1,200 watts. But in reality, if you really measure your gaming wattage, when you're actually using your system, you're probably going to be using somewhere about 350 to 450 watts. So what that really means is that an 850 watt PSU is going to actually give you quite a bit of headroom in terms of the actual total wattage that you need. For the vast majority of builders, really, they don't need to go over the 850 watt marker. If I'd say you have a very high-end system and you're aggressively want to overclock your GPU and your CPU, I definitely would recommend 1,000 watt. But it's pretty rare that actually I find a user that legitimately needs like a 1,200 or even something like our 1,600 watt PSU. It's a pretty rare segmentation.
You're not going to hit your CPU. Like most people are building this for a gaming system. Your primary use is going to be gaming, so your CPU is going to be, your GPU is going to be hit the most. So for up to a 4090, you're looking at what, 200 watts in gaming.
Yep, that's correct.
Your
Yeah,
CPU is going to be doing less, and we're putting in an 850 watt or something. You got so much headroom.
And that's the big thing, is that sometimes what you'll see within kind of reviews or you'll see discussions is that there's always a balancing difference between what I would call kind of like synthetics or more extreme examples of power consumption versus kind of gaming, real world kind of power consumption. So when you see kind of these showcase of things showing you like, you know, Prime 95 or like Cinebench or
really
like OCCT,
realistic.
It's realistic from the perspective that it's a data point. It is an actual measurable data point. But if you were to compare that to like, I want to jump into playing, you know, Far Cry or Forza or In the Blind Forest or Cyberpunk or CSGO, you're going to find that your power consumption is so much lower because you're not using all those cores, right? So I don't remember the CPU, but as an example, right, if we had something like a 14600K, right, in most situations, games are generally using maybe about 8 to maybe about 10 threads in most scenarios. And some games can even be more lightly threaded than that and actually use kind of in the sweet spot of between like 2 to about 4. So you'll generally find that you're not really using those many cores and that much power. So how are we looking there, Stuart?
I just want to, one thing before I put this board in, I'm just going to start to mount this, but I'll have to turn it around. It's going to be impossible to mount this board. But with any cables you have normally hanging over, I normally just like to run it down the back, and then I can feed this through this hole. Otherwise, you normally need to feed it up into a grommet. So it's just a nice little tip. You can normally run it between 2 of the fan headers, get it nicely over the PCB, and then when I mount this, I can run this through this hole, and then I'll show you once it's done. But I'm going to have to return this around. Actually, I might lay it flat. It's just going to make it hard for you guys to see.
Okay.
But I guess installing the motherboard probably isn't the main thing here. So, or I can probably get 2 in just to
and that's
lock
again
it in.
one of the good reasons why I told you having at least a 30 by 30 inch kind of space gives you that flexibility that if you want to go from being vertical to horizontal, laying things down, having something on the side, it's just kind of giving you that flexibility to make sure that you've got enough room to be able to get through your build and not have it be too obstructive, too kind of limiting, where you've got to kind of move from one space to another space, and you can kind of have everything as you need it. So looks like we got it settled in there. So far going well. And if it was your first time building, one kind of quick insight here that I'll tell you generally for your screwdriver, I usually like to have 2 screwdrivers on hand, one a long shank screwdriver and then a shorter shank screwdriver. So longer shank screwdriver can be advantageous because depending on the depth of your chassis, your height, in certain situations, you might find that actually too short of a screwdriver, you might actually have the handle here causing an obstruction. And
the problem with this shaft is normally it's either too short, or even when I'm building with some motherboards, you might find this is just a little bit thick. For example, this motherboard has, well, that's one.
Yep, that's a perfect.
So if I stand this up. So to get this middle hole through for the motherboard, this screwdriver is actually failing, so I can't actually get it all the way down because of that head there to put this little bit in is failing. So I will then need to switch over to just a single shaft screwdriver, and it can go straight through like that. Also, areas like up in these corners are quite tight.
That's like those are the key ones.
Also, screwing in video cards, depending on the case, sometimes you have to go in on an angle, and these ones here, it's just
so my preferred option is always a long shank screwdriver. I find that's going to be most flexible. And as far as the tip, generally, usually having a PH2 tip is going to probably be your primary. And then if you can have a PH1, it's not bad to potentially have that for maybe something like M.2 or something.
M.2 covers normally.
That's usually going to be it. So really, you only need 2 screwdrivers if you're building a system. Probably, like I said, just a PH2 and a PH1 should get you covered, and you'll be good to go. And like I said, if you have a longer one, generally it'll be also a little bit more advantageous. Another little side pro tip is that if you don't have a magnetized screwdriver, you can actually always make it magnetic. You can buy yourself a cheap magnetizer. There's quite a number of companies that produce them. small little blockhead. You just put your screwdriver tip through it. You can magnetize it, and then you can actually also demagnetize it, because it might sound weird, but there's can actually be sometimes when you don't want your tip to be magnetized, and there's sometimes situations where you do want it to be magnetized. So that's personally like what I like to do, is I like having a magnetizer so I can do either or when the situation requires. So we're getting an ATX-based board. For reference, 9 screws that you're going to mount in there. It's going to be pretty straightforward. Let me go back in and see if we've got any questions that might have popped in there. So I'm running a 5800 X3D, and inside of also using a 360 millimeter AIO, and the temps went slightly up, but the noise is 10 times louder. Never water cooling again. That's interesting. I don't know what you went. So he said, okay, so you went from a Dark Rock 4, so a tower heatsink, to then a 360, and he's saying that it's 10 times louder. That's pretty weird. I would actually probably say the nose profile should be pretty comparable. Technically, maybe if the fans on the AIO are higher speed, then you could have the potential for louder nose. Now, one thing that does sometimes happen, if we use our Ryu cooler here as a reference, is that there's a pump that's inside this guy, and the pump can work at a varying speed. So they tend to be usually somewhere between their operation, probably about somewhere, I'd say about 800 RPM to probably about 2,500 RPM is their general kind of operating range. Sometimes the pumps can go upwards of 3,000 RPM. Now, you can adjust that. Some users, I will say, can be more sensitive to pump noise than others. I will tell you, for me, actually, I'm pretty acute. I can pick my pump up once it reaches about 1,600 RPM. I can hear just a very subtle kind of hum in it. Other people may not be able to pick that up. That's kind of, I'd say, a potential characteristic you can have in an AIO. Although the latest generation, especially with our new ones that are using the ASUS Tech-based 8th gen pumps, they're pretty quiet. I'd say they're hard to hear. But a tower heatsink has that advantage. There's no pump in there. So it's pretty much just the fans, right? So whatever those fans are dealing with, they can generally run, I would say, probably overall quieter and have a quieter kind of noise profile. So I'm also a fan of generally tower heatsinks too. There's less cables. They can look actually also quite cool, I think, in terms of their monolithic design. So nothing wrong with going with a tower heatsink or an AIO or a custom solution. But I would say the fact that you had 10 times louder probably makes me think that there was probably something wrong in the installation. Might want to go back and maybe check that, because overall, definitely going from that Dark Rock to that 360 millimeter AIO.
Could you use a different fan header or something that wasn't configured the same as the other one?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, there's a whole bunch of variables. Who knows what it could have been, but definitely it should have not been, I would say, overall notably louder. I would actually be surprised. I would actually think that it should probably be quieter because you've got so much thermal headwind that cooler is giving you. You should be able to run that cooler really, really low and be able to have nice temps. So this is one of the actually cool things I do like about the GT501, actually 502, is that top panel pops off and allows you to have access there to the top. So if you want to be able to go ahead and get in there. So this is the top of the chassis, just for reference here. You can see now you've got a lot of flexibility in terms of what you can do here with the 502. You can have the option for a top mounted radiator. You can do a radiator here in the bottom, and you can actually also do something that's pretty rare in a split chamber chassis. You can even put a radiator in the back of the chassis, which if you want to kind of go with a different look, almost like a stealth look, even with the AIO, which would be kind of interesting if I show you kind of an example of this. Normally, most people would kind of see this, right? Where it's like, I'd have that in there, and I have my kind of cooler, be something like that. But you could actually kind of be kind of like this. It's a little bit tricky to kind of show.
Around the back.
But you could literally kind of have the pump head, and you would run that through the back, and you'd have the radiator hidden here in the back, which would look very different.
See anything? So
It's a quite different look, but it's kind of just one of the cool things that it's a different approach. It's a different way. That's actually one of the cool things just with PCDIY, right? Is that there's always a lot of different ways that you can approach the build experience. So Jonathan's saying hi, man. Fantastic. Thanks for joining us to stream here. Snoopy's going, let me see. Oh, Snoopy's giving us a throwback. He's got a Rampage Extreme board, socket 2011. That's been a while right there. And he's got, let's see here, 2 GTX 650 Ti's that he's running in there. And then a CM510 chassis. Not exactly sure the config there, if you had a question there, Snoopy. So if you have a question on that build, feel free and go ahead and ask. But definitely cool to at least see a throwback to a Rampage. It's been a few years since we've done a new Rampage board. Most of the new chipsets, of course, it's all in that standard lineup. So like, our Tough Gaming, our RG Strix, or our Maximus series, or our Crosshair series. Rampage was pretty much reserved for our kind of the HEVT series of chipsets and motherboards. All right, so we're feeding in there. And like Stuart noted a little bit earlier, he kind of cheated a little bit in terms of he pre-attached the fans to the radiator. So normally you would want to go ahead and get your fans attached and mount them in there. Now, one thing that you might want to keep in mind also, if you're kind of speccing out a build, if you're maybe thinking about, hey, maybe I want to go with a water-cooled build, a liquid-cooled setup, I'm picking my radiators. What's your thoughts on radiator thickness? There's a lot of debate that sometimes people think I should just go with the biggest, fattest radiator I can buy. My kind of a feedback is I think people tend to kind of overthink about that process, and they end up adding more complexity. And it can make the build more challenging, because one thing that you can commonly run into is something called Z-height clearance. So if you go with a really, really thick radiator, you have a much easier opportunity that you can create what's called compaction or impaction. Essentially, one part is kind of running into another part, because you have to not only account for the thickness of the rad, you got to account for the thickness of the rad plus the thickness of your fans, right? So when you put those all together, all of a sudden you could be eating a huge amount of space.
So you can see with the so this is a S360 radiator. So EK has S, P, and X. X the largest, P the middle, S the thinnest. Didn't I have another one out here somewhere?
Another round?
Here we go.
Okay.
So these are about 30 millimeters thick. So if I even tried to get the P, you can see up the top here where these cables are, the two EPS, it probably wouldn't have fit in. And then they've even got the X, which is 60. So I think it goes
that would be much
goes like 30, 40, right on 40 millimeters thick. And then you have these 60. I think it's just under 60, 58. So you can see the X series would literally be double the thickness of this, and there's no way you would fit that.
Yeah, you would no way to fit that. And that's where you also have to account for your chassis, where some people ask when they see sometimes bigger chassis is what's the point of the bigger chassis? That's actually sometimes the whole point, is that chassis can accommodate a much, much thicker radiator. And that can also account for the fans as well. So most traditional fans on the market are generally going to probably be 25 millimeters, but you will have also even thicker fans that are on the market. So again, you have to account for not just the thickness of the radiator, but the thickness of the fan. So if this goes thicker, if your radiator goes thicker, then you're also going to have to account for, like I said, that Z height and how that can affect that. There's also I think a factor that the thicker the radiator you go, you do have to evaluate generally the performance of your fan. So a lot of the RGB fans that originally came to the market, you generally found actually that their performance was below that of a non-RGB fan in relation to not only their static pressure, but their airflow. And if you're going with a thicker radiator, you may also need to actually have a more performant fan, because you need to be able to actually push through the entirety of that radiator. So that is something that you also would want to keep in mind, is make sure that you want to match kind of your fans to your radiator's requirement. Because you could pick a really cool looking fan, but it might not have enough static pressure and enough airflow to really actually provide you the performance that you're looking for. So that's another kind of thing that you just want to keep in mind as you're evaluating your components there. All right. And I think then for, we got the memory in there, which for those who might be wondering, one thing I did want to talk a little bit about memory, because there's a lot of discussion as of late with DDR5, and sometimes people wondering about speeds of memory and how they can actually work with your system. So this is a Z790 system. This is a socket 1700 platform, and this is DDR5 memory. Now, one of the really cool things that happened when DDR5 got introduced was that it actually can offer much, much faster speeds than DDR4. So DDR4 kind of pretty much hit a wall officially at about 3600 megahertz, 3600 MT. Towards the end, we were able to see memory kits that came to the market that were in excess of 4,000. Actually, there was even a couple of kits that broke just about 5,000. Now, for DDR5, we have kits that you can actually buy that are upwards of 8,000 MT. So they're very, very, very fast. But one of the things that some people don't necessarily understand is you can have your motherboard be validated for a certain speed. Your memory can be validated for a certain speed. but your CPU has a part inside of it that is called the IMC, what's called the memory controller. And that part, you do not know the quality of that memory controller. It can vary actually from CPU to CPU to CPU. So if I literally had like 10 CPUs, one could have a memory controller that could be up here, another one could be right here, another one could be right here. They will actually vary. So to give you a little bit of rough kind of general logic that you can kind of use as a consumer, if you're buying your kits, you're trying to kind of figure out what can kind of make sense, what can I generally kind of reliably target. 12th gen series CPUs will generally be able to see an overclock range of up to about 6,000 MT. So that means if I buy a kit of memory up to about 6,000 MT, I've probably got about a 70% likelihood of success that I can hit that. Now, some CPUs might be even better than that, so they could run maybe 60, 62, 64, 66. But if I'm talking as a whole, for the majority, about 6,000. When we moved over to 13th gen series CPUs, you saw that number move up to about 7,000 MT. So that means now I can get quite a bit more of those CPUs can run up to 64, 66, 68, 7,000 for the majority. And for 14th gen, we're seeing roughly about a similar candidate. It's not necessarily any better. It does have a little bit of a higher percentage. They can get to very, very high speeds, but the CPUs that can reach speeds of like 78 or 8,000 or 82 are very, very small. So that might mean that literally you might actually have to buy multiple CPUs to find one that could actually run at that speed. So it's important to understand that because sometimes people will buy, like a 7800 memory kit, they'll put it on the board, they'll go to turn it on, and the board crashes, and they think that it's the board's fault. But it's actually a little bit more complex than that. You kind of have to have this trinity of things that are kind of working in combination to enable that experience. So what do we got going on here? We've got our board in now. We've got our CPU installed. We've got of course, the block in there, that beautiful Velocity block from EK. We've got our G-Skill modules, and those are the G-Skill in white, which I think also look quite nice. The TF120 fans that are in there. We've got our EK Slim Series Rad 360 in there, the Loki with the cables. And now we've got something that, they've existed for a long time, but I think definitely in the last probably 3 years, they've really exploded.
I think, it's completely revolutionized the way people do water cooling. And these we call distro plates. So what this does, it's a reservoir and a pump combo. But for some of those old school folks out there, back in the day, it used to be like a cylinder pump res combo, where it was just a cylinder res and the pump went underneath. Obviously, with the water cooling loop, the pump normally needs to be at the lowest point, normally under the reservoir. So it just sucks the coolant straight from the reservoir and then straight to the rest of the loop. Whereas if you had a pump somewhere else on its own, a lot of these pumps cannot run dry. Yep. So if you try to fill your system with turning the pump on, you need to try and get coolant directly straight to this pump before anything else.
Yep.
So that's why in here, the res fill will be up here. So you'll be filling your little chamber here, and the pump is directly behind it. So it'll go straight in, and then it will go straight out into one of these ports here, off to your components. So these things make it easier. And not just for that this is designed for this chassis, the GT502.
That's a critical part, is distribution plates. For the most part, you can get some that you can kind of have, let's say, have the flexibility that could kind of be mounted in certain spots. But as a whole, you're probably trying to buy a distro plate specific for a chassis.
So this one, because as JJ said before, you can put a radiator at the back on the side. This has two ports designed for that. Although they're on the front, the way this does is I'll install this soon. This will go in here at the back. These ports wrap around to the side radiator that's on the back. So you'll have like a big U-bend that go into the back. In cases like the Hyperion, EK have just launched a distro plate for that. It's specifically designed. Other cases, they have brands and distro plates for all those different types, mainly because the motherboard will be in a different spot. If you're doing the GPU runs, the radiators. So they mainly just do all the hard work for you to make it easier. So what we're going to do, we just need to run, this is your CPU, your in and your out, and this is your top radiator, the in and the out. So we just need to run 2 runs over to here. And this one has a blanking plate, which is nice because we're not doing a GPU loop. So we're going with the stock air-cooled GPU. So this plate will just bridge that connection, because if we didn't have that, we would have had to join these, because the coolant's going to come here. And it would have wanted to come out to the GPU, back in from the GPU, then up here, out to the CPU, back in from the CPU. So with this bridge plate, it'll just go out here, straight up, straight through, and then it'll go straight out to our CPU. So we can bypass. And that's also good if you wanted to upgrade your GPU or water block your GPU later on. You can just take this out, and then you can have access to the direct fitting holes that go straight to that GPU.
And it reduces also the overall kind of layout complexity and the routing paths. It can be really nice. And so it definitely, I agree with Stuart in terms that it did really kind of revolutionize, I think, the water cooling kind of industry in terms of just making things more streamlined, bringing in a different aesthetic, and just adding for more variation. Now, one thing that you also keep in mind is that we are doing a hardline build, but a distro plate equally can support soft tubing as well as also hardline tubing. Me personally, my personal builds, I use I've got one that's a hardline, but most of my builds tend to be soft tubing. I like soft tubing. One, I like a little bit more of the curves that I see within soft tubing, but also it's just easier for maintenance. It's less time. The performance is the same, as opposed to with the hardline. Hardline, it is going to require you more time and effort to be able to kind of bend everything, everything. It also usually will have a higher cost because even things like your fittings generally for hardline are going to be a bit more expensive than your standard
Hardline
fittings.
just takes a bit more maintenance, things like that. And if you want to upgrade, change components, you have no wriggle room to
everything's
components.
fixed,
Everything
right?
is fixed in one spot. Whereas if you have soft tubing, you can literally pull up your CPU block and you can just bend it out of the way.
If I can bend it out of my way, make my adjustment. If I want to bleed something, So for me, I do that because 6 months in, maybe I'm adding something, maybe I'm changing something out. Even if, like I said, I've done in the past where I'm maybe doing maintenance or I'm trying different fluids, I like the flexibility of what the soft tubing flexibility gives me, right? Where with a hard tubing, you're pretty much, it's like once you've set that, you want to pretty much leave it as is. You don't want to mess with it, right? Because it's going to be a bit more challenging to kind of work around it. Not that you can't. It's just going to require more time for you to kind of.
So what I had to do then, I had to remove these bottom fans because this distro plate pretty much runs from the bottom to the top. I wasn't able to install it with the rad at the top and the fans at the bottom. So being these fans are on a plate, I just undid 2 screws, removed that plate. I wanted to do it in that order because I didn't want to have the fans out and do the distro plate first. So normally you could install the distro plate first, but I wanted to do it in this order. So we were talking about the distro plate more towards the end of all the components.
So while Stuart's getting on that, I can quickly see here, Davina's also gone ahead and joined us, and Michael's also gone ahead and joined us. Fantastic. Thank you guys for joining us on this stream. We're going to go ahead and start to maybe peel this graphic card. Does somebody want to do a peel for me on the graphics card? Why don't you go ahead and let me know. And let me know. We just actually launched this. This is actually a brand new card. So why don't you go ahead and maybe do some peels for me there on our 4070 Ti. So this is actually a new introduction. Historically, we only offered our white series under our ROG Strix lineup with higher end models like our 4090 and our 4080. We've had also white variants in our dual models, which include models like the 4060, the 4070. But our Tough Gaming series is generally only offered black. But here we kind of wanted to show a mix of items where you can see we've got Tough Gaming chassis in white and black. We're using an RG Strix board, which the Dash A model always comes in white. We've got a range of black and white coolers, white being all under our RG Strix lineup. But now we've also got a new introduction here with Tough Gaming, where now we also have a white option with that 4070 Ti. And we also do, of course, manufacture AMD solutions. So we did have, although I don't know if it's still in production, our 7800 XT we also offered in a white variant. So how you think? Well, first and foremost, what do you think of the card's design? How's it look?
It's very sleek, certainly. Lots of white, and it's clean. Very clean.
All right, I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah, one of the cool things that I see is that I know Justin was joining us here in the chat. Justin's, of course, done some modding in the past where he's modded some of his cards. One of the things that a bit more difficult, definitely, to mod, that is a key benefit of what we can do at the production facility is the fans are also matched, right? So they're actually white. Sometimes also I've been seeing other products there where they might do part of the thing in white, but the fans might still be left in black. And especially if you're going to go with, I think, the vertical mounting, you would probably want to have those fans also be in white, right? But let me know in the stream, are you guys team vertical or are you team horizontal? Maybe some feedback. Adam, are you team vertical or are you team horizontal? Horizontal, right? All right. Team horizontal for the win. I personally, actually, I like the way that horizontal looks a little bit more than vertical. I think it just is a little bit more symmetrical for me. I think sometimes the GPU is too visually heavy for me at the bottom. But Stuart has done some fantastic builds and water-cooled builds where you can create kind of like this teardrop effect, which I think if you can get the GPU in a block and you can kind of have it really nice and close to the board and aligned in with the CPU, you can create this really cool cohesive look that you would only be able to achieve when you go with a vertical mount.
Yeah.
So I definitely think that there is a beautiful design element that you can have vertically. But as we also talked about earlier, do keep in mind that if you do go with vertical, there's a couple of, I don't want to say pain points, but things that you would have to keep in mind. One, you're going to have a riser cable. I think, Stuart, did you end up bringing a riser cable?
I did not bring a riser
Okay,
cable.
no worries. But you have to have a cable. So if you think about it, that kind of makes sense. Here is that there's a cable that you would plug into the PCI Express slot where you would normally just plug in the graphics card. And then there's going to be a secondary small board. And that board is where you're actually going to install your graphics card. So one, you have to add in the cost of the riser cable. Two, that riser cable can also actually have varying levels of quality. We've seen internally in testing and evaluation that sometimes it can cause signaling issues, signaling errors. There can be something that's called actually EMI, electromagnetic interference. It increases a likelihood of you having EMI-based issues. And you also have that possibility, well, not the possibility, but you can have more restriction here that when you have that vertical card, you might be more limited to accessing things like your M.2 slots or maybe certain headers on the board. So if you kind of maybe see a great deal on, Amazon or Newegg, or you stopped in your Micro Center and you're like, oh, hey, SSDs for $50, I pick one up and then I come in, now you're gonna have to take all of that out to be able to get to that slot. So just something to keep in mind, but they definitely can look fantastic. And this GT502 does support both. So you can go vertical, you can go horizontal, you can go whatever you like. There's no wrong way because both will equally offer you good performance. This chassis also does have enough space that when the GPU is installed, there's enough airflow circulation. And that is one thing you do want to keep in mind a little bit. Sometimes depending on the chassis, it can support a vertical mount, but depending on how close that GPU is to the side panel, right? There can be maybe unneeded bending that can happen to your cable, which wouldn't be ideal. Or there could also be actually reduced airflow, which means that your graphics card would be running hotter in that configuration than it would horizontally. So there are, I'd say, just overall some more factors that you have to evaluate, right? Just picking the right chassis, the right setup, if that's the kind of aesthetic that you want to go towards. So how are we doing on those peels? We're able to be successful?
Just about done. Yep.
Yeah. And why don't you guys let me know? I want the feedback, and I'd love to get Adam's feedback here. Is we have people, there's some people that absolutely love the virality of the peel. It's making their peel. But we get some people saying there's too many peels. Can you put less on there? And I can tell you from a vendor standpoint, one of the tricky things that we've had to account for is that we put a lot of those on there because a lot of people, when they buy, especially the nicer components, they want to make sure that they don't have any nicks, scuffs, or scratches or anything on there. So we could put less on there, but then there's always that potential that maybe it's just not as premiumly protected, right? So I don't know. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. What do you think, Adam? Would you want more peels or you want less peels?
It makes it feel new. Like I feel like if it doesn't have all the nice peels intact, then I'm like, wait, did somebody else touch this? Is it
a refurb?
Yeah,
is it reconditioned?
No. You get all the peels and you get the multiple peel offs, and it feels good. Good.
Okay, so pro tip. Our attendee here did a fantastic job, but did he actually miss the one? Did you get the ones on the fan? Okay, so yeah, those are always the ones that sometimes people forget about. Is usually you can get most of the stuff on the card, but don't forget about the ones that are actually on the fan hubs. They won't cause any degradation or any performance, but sometimes what you'll notice is actually over time is that dust will settle them on a little bit more. So after 4 or 5 or 6 months, you might notice that it seems like there's a little bit of dust particulate that's settled on the plastic.
All right, let's pop this in.
Yep. Let me go ahead and see if you got any questions that might have come up with there. So we got somebody that says horizontal. So PGPC specifically tells us team horizontal for air-cooled builds and team vertical for a water-cooled build. Okay. Crash Override is saying vert or horizontal. He's actually he didn't pick one. So maybe he likes both of them. Davina says, actually, I appreciate the peels. So I like that. Michael goes, peel is nice, but a cover or the packing like plastic used in the AIO would be nice. Oh, that's an interesting feedback. What he's actually telling you there is, I think we might have already removed it, but a cool thing that we did on our latest AIOs, and I would love to know if anybody's ever had this happen to them. And Stuart, you've been building long enough that I'm positive you've had it happen to you, and I've done it myself. And Adam, I don't know if you had it happen to you, but on our newest AIOs, we actually put a protective plastic insert on our AIOs. And you might think that it's silly to do that, but anybody that's used a radio for a long time has probably had the situation. that they laid down this radiator at some point in time and they accidentally had a screwdriver nick it, and they bent,
fitting or anything.
Yeah, they set a fitting down on it. You do something and you end up, of course, damaging some of the fin structure. Now, these things are pretty resilient. Just because you have a couple of dents in them, it's not going to really affect it too much. But there's that aesthetic thing of just like, oh, I got those dents in there. And sometimes if they are really kind of gnarly, you might need to spend a little bit of time, take a small flathead and just straighten them out a little bit, and bam, you're good to go. But it is something that we did do, is that we now ship them with this nice little plastic insert, and you can keep that in place until you're done.
Problem is, though, you got to be careful removing.
Yeah, you want to make sure
it's in there so tight that you almost want to get a screwdriver to pry it out. But then the whole point of it is not to,
to not damage, right?
It does work, so
to not damage it there. Michael ends up giving us some feedback that he goes horizontal, and it goes. Michael also notes that he actually would like to see longer tubing actually on ASUS, and that's actually a good one. Longer tubings, there's not necessarily anything negative about making them, but a challenge is just like anything. The longer you make it, the more potential space that you have that it can kind of eat around with. But if you really like a long tube, our new upcoming ProArt LC420 cooler has 450 millimeter tube length, which is pretty long. The main reason why you might want longer tubing, some people, and this is the tubing that we're talking about, is that it can affect essentially how you mount this and how you route this. So I potentially like to try to make sure that I'm routing my tubes, and if I can, have them swoop under the memory. Because I think aesthetically it looks a little bit cleaner, it looks a little bit nicer. But if your tube length is too short, you might not be able to do that, and it might kind of end up kind of crossing over the memory or kind of eating into another space. So usually, if you can, try to go for something 400. 400 is actually what we use on our AIOs. You might see some other options on the market, which might be sometimes 380, 350, and that can work pretty well too. It does depend on your chassis and kind of where you're positioning things, the memory layout and things along those lines. But the longer can be advantageous as well, depending on where you're going to be putting your AIO. Because again, in this type of chassis, we could have mounted the AIO and the rad back here. We could have mounted it at the top, right? And you also get some chassis where you could mount here in the front as well, right? Ooh, this is coming together pretty nicely, right? I mean, let's take a look there. You took my handles off, but we can see it's starting to come. I mean, that's looking pretty nice right there. So again, Z790-A Strix board. We've got our this was the socket 1700 series CPU, our velocity block from EK with, of course, the white variant. G-Skill white DIMMs in there, our Loki with, of course, those white individually received cables, 4070 Ti in white, and then our TF120 fans. It's coming together pretty nicely. So I think the next part, of course, we've got some fittings that are going to be coming in here. We've got a little bit of a tube cutting. I think you're also going to be doing a little bit of tube bending, right?
Yeah, I was going to bend a tube just to show you guys. What I might do is move this box. What is this thing falling down?
So let's see, commentary that we've got here is I prefer AIO tubes on the RAM side as well. Yeah. So again, what I was talking about here when we're talking about that tube length is, imagine if you had your radiator here and you might have it kind of swoop down, where you can see that if the tube's a bit longer, you can kind of have it come down right here in this little like nook, this little space right here. And sometimes if it's not long enough, you might end up having kind of like the tubes kind of cross over the memory. There we go.
All right, so I just cut that so I can get a nice length. I probably could have measured that to use it, but
so one question I got for you, Stuart, do you feel that you have to deburr any of the edges when you're making your cuts?
Once we're done, yes, because I have my tool here. I'll find it in a sec. So in these all standard water cooling fittings, we'll have O-rings inside, whether it's 1 O-rings, 2 O-rings, 3 O-rings. Once we cut this, I wouldn't say it's razor sharp, but it is sharp. And once you put it inside here, you can nick or cut this O-ring, and the O-ring is what's going to seal the tubing to the fitting. So if we have a nick in that, it could leak, it may not. You might get lucky, it might leak in 6 months' time. So the deburrer, once I look for that.
And this is actually something for anybody that's maybe done a little bit of household plumbing. You might be familiar with a little bit of deburring if you've worked with any kind of your copper piping, but the concept applies here too, right? Essentially, we just want to reduce having essentially that sharp edge, right? We're just cleaning up that edge right there to make sure it's a little bit softer and clean. It also can be advantageous to make sure that we don't want any of that particulate, right? We don't want any of that kind of dust or any of that item kind of getting back into the loop. So ideally, deburr it, clean it up with a little bit of a towel, and then you can go and you're good to go. So not super complicated, and those deburring tools also very inexpensive. You can pick them up at your local you can pick them up at your local home improvement store for like a couple bucks. They're not very expensive.
All right, so what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to do an example bend. So for this build, we are going to do, these are our 2 CP ports. So we're going to just do, we need a 90 bend coming out of the tubing out of these 2 straight to the CPU. So I've roughly lined this up with my eye. So what we would normally use is we'll just use these and cut these down to length. But what we need to do, we don't need to do any measuring at all. We just know that these both need to be 190 and 190. So I can just go ahead and bend this. As long as you have enough, like you're not going to do a bend where you have this much length left because you're not going to get it. So I'm going to bend this roughly in the middle. So you would have enough length to go this way and then back down. So then we can just cut it later on. So this is just standard.
And just one thing also is that it's always more forgiving to go longer, right, than you think than to go shorter, because of course you can't add in material, but you can always take away. So if you find that you've made actually your tube length too long, it's quite easier to be able to go in, like I say, you could take the hacksaw and you could just go ahead and trim that down a bit. But think about it from the other end. If you made that run too short, you've just essentially wasted that. And now you're stuck and you're going to have to go all over again.
These ones from EK, so you get 6 in this box. And I think that would, this length here would probably be enough for, I would say, most builds out there, unless you're going with some ginormous case.
Yeah, you would have to go with this. You'd have to go with a really complex loop to use all that. So they give you more than enough than essentially to give you essentially room to essentially make mistakes, right? So you're entirely okay. You can go ahead and try it a few times. But yeah, my kind of recommendation is, again, is try to go a little bit shorter. And this is also where there can be a little bit more of an advantage with soft tubing. With soft tubing, you're generally going to have the tube and you're literally just going to have a pipe cutter and literally just, you can actually do also a little bit more of an easy formed connection, because you can literally take the tube, make your kind of alignment, see how that aligns up, and you exactly know where to make your cut. So you can just cut and you can kind of actually do the measurements more in that real time, where here you're going to do a little bit kind of more spot check and then go back in and check and see if actually that worked out.
So speaking about cutters, how you said, when you're doing your soft tube, this can just cut standard soft tube. It just like wrenches down and then it cuts it. This, I won't do it because it's going to shatter. This cannot do acrylic because it's kind of like if I go, so that just completely destroyed the end. So these type of tools where the acrylic tubing needs like a rigid cutting action. So it needs like a blade, a saw to actually spin around and cut it. Whereas another type of tubing, which is called PETG, people would think it's acrylic, but it's a more softer, a more pliable, and you can actually use this.
You can cut.
You can actually just go straight through and it'll give it a nice clean cut. Same with something like this. This is the same thing. You normally just go like,
again, very common, and if you've done any plumbing, you can see, and then you just turn
this one can't do acrylic either, because it's not, once again, it's not like the cutting blade. So normally you just do this, you'd spin it around, tighten it, spin it around, tighten it, but I can start to feel that crack, so I'll back that off. So you'd use this on PETG, and this one you can also use on the more fancy
like
brass tubing. So it's, EK has like the brass, it's like the satin, it looks like the fittings, it's also nickel, different type of brass tubing, and that gives it a more elegant feel. And that one, surprisingly, that is metal. You can put it in this, you spin it around a few times, and it just snaps right in half.
Off. And still there, though, you still want to use a deburr tool.
With the brass tubing, I find that these don't really do enough. I normally use a little file and just run it around the sides, because those are pretty
they're pretty
they get pretty sharp, and being brass, it's metal, it is much harder to do.
Yeah, it could also probably depend on the quality too of the deburr tool, because the metal can vary in terms of how actually good it is at actually doing that. But yeah, that's a good inside tip where, again, very low cost to get yourself a couple of little files, and you can do it that way too. Really easy.
To bend tubing, you need basically 3 parts. You need a heat gun or some form of heat. I've always used a heat gun. I'm not sure if you can do it over an open fire or something. It might take a while. You have your tubing, and then you have your silicon insert. If you don't have this, you go and bend it. It's just going to literally just fold on itself, and then you're going to get a kink. you have to be mindful that the silicon insert has to literally be exactly or a fraction smaller than the inner diameter of your hard tube. So I believe this is 14 mil outer. That does not matter. The outer diameter only matters with your fittings. The inner diameter is what matters with this silicon insert. So this is 10 millimeter inner diameter, and this is 10 millimeter silicon tubing. So EK sells this. They normally sell it in the pack with this, and then they sell it with their little saw as well. So you get everything.
You get everything you need.
But if you're going to do like different tubing thicknesses, you normally need to have a silicon insert for both of the sizes.
Yep.
But what I'm going to do now, so when it comes to the bending, it's really not too bad because we're just sticking to standard 90. If we were doing a 45, different type of bends, you can get mandrels. I don't have any on me. They're like the guides. You might have seen those. You normally screw them down and you can bend your tube around the guides, but I don't normally like them. We're doing a 40. We're doing a 90-degree angle. This probably isn't the best, but I'm going to show you how you can just do it, lay it down here, and we can just bend to 90. We're not going to use the box to bend it around. We're just going to use this as a template. Normally, I use a corner of a table or just like a glass side panel. Yep. We can just sit it down here, and we can just bend it around, and then I'll just look over the top until we get a nice 90-degree. So what I'll do is...
So and again, it's probably going to take you a couple of tries, right? You know, again, the thing is you get enough within that kit from EK that you can go about it a couple of times to ultimately find out within that.
And with the differences in tubing between acrylic is a bit harder to get it done right. It's more subjective to temperatures. If it's a bit too hot, it's going to bubble. PETG is much easier to bend. I don't think it looks as good in the end. It's not as clean. I think acrylic is much more glass-like, whereas PETG doesn't give you that.
The transparency is it's closest to something like glass. So if you really want that high level of kind of sharp vibrancy that you can get, especially if you really kind of want it to pop, I would agree. Yeah, the kind of the opacity that you have with PETG, it tends to be a little bit kind of more murky. It will still look pretty similarly as far as quote unquote being clear.
Once you put coolant in, it's not really too much difference. And also, you'll be surprised that room temperature will also affect quite a lot. If you're doing this out in the shed in winter, you'll be bending this tube for a long time. I've had sometimes where you literally can't beat heating this up with the outside temperature.
Yep. So again, these are all that balancing act, as we talked about, the difference between going from literally the simplicity of something, right, like an AIO solution, to then kind of that middle of the road where soft tubing, again, will get you the same performance, the same acoustics, easier kind of installation, easier maintenance, and then, you know, the highest end, I'd say, side of the spectrum, right? If you really want to go for that aesthetic or specialized kind of look and feel, you can go the hard tubing route. But again, if you're approaching water cooling, like for me, when I first got into it, I got into water cooling specifically because I wanted better thermal dissipation performance. So I wanted lower temps, and I also wanted to even control the acoustics of my systems more because I wanted to be able to run what's called a fixed fan profile. So I didn't want my fans actually going up and down. I just wanted to keep them fixed at a certain RPM and allow my system to work in that perspective. You can do all that with a soft tube setup, and then you could also transition. The other kind of cool part to that too is that it makes a great kind of foundation where you can transition a soft tube-based water-cooled setup to a hard cool fairly easily, but your fittings are going to be different. Your fittings between hardline setups, between soft tubing are going to be different. And fittings can actually be one of the most expensive parts of a water-cooled build. It can be quite easy to literally spend, you know, probably at least I'd say probably $125 to $150 is probably nominally what you'd spend for a normal kind of enthusiast build. But definitely you can, I'm sure, Stuart, if you had to ballpark it, what's the most cost you've seen, or a better one, how many fittings do you think you have in that singularity build over there?
A lot. Probably $500 worth of fittings.
Yeah, and again, that's these fittings right here. And again, the material can vary considerably, right? You can have all kinds of different types of materials. You can have different types of colors. You know, there's a lot of variance when it comes into that.
So this is pretty, you can see now it's pretty like, basically it looks like soft tubing.
Yep.
It is a bit cold in here. I don't know how hot that heat gun was at, but that did take a while. So what I'll do now is I will transfer this over here. I line up this edge, and now I just bend it around. So what I'm doing is looking down from the top. So I'm using the top edge of the motherboard box, then this side of the motherboard box. You'll see how square your motherboard boxes are. Yeah. I could have done it on the edge of the table, but it's got a bit of a a lip on it. So now we just got to wait.
Yep.
Normally, if I'm in a hurry at home, I'd have like a bowl of water. It kind of goes hard relatively quickly, but it can still move. So what I'll do is I'll wait like a minute and then I just quickly dunk it in some water.
And that's just that stiffen it up, right? Essentially, you're helping to change that chemical reaction state that's occurred, right? And you're helping to lock it essentially into place, helping to form its memory, right? So pretty straightforward. You can see not too super complicated as far as the process that you've gone through as far as heating it up. Keep in mind, as Stuart noted, though, your ambient temperature and the material you're working with are both factors in terms of influencing how you're going to be approaching the build and the length of time that it can take you. Of course, the colder it gets, the more difficult it's going to be, right? So all things you have to keep in mind.
And then that's basically it. Exactly the same. I will pull this out in a sec, but if I pull that out, it might...
Yeah. So I usually I find that after I've done that, I get sweaty hands quite commonly. So usually after that, I just let it sit for a bit. I might have a cup of drink, take my dogs out really quick, and then I'll kind of come back to it. So in terms of, again, remember totality from our loop-wise, if we recover, we're only going to be actually integrating the CPU within the loop. And we made that kind of conscious decision again, because of course here that Tough Gaming card already looks really nice within that white shroud with that white backplate. And really actually the CPU is where we're going to get actually the most advantage, because the reality is this card's going to easily be probably under a gaming load, probably running in maybe the mid 50s, right? So the reality of needing to liquid cool it, it's not so much, but being able to throw liquid cooling, and then keep in mind this motherboard has a really cool feature called AIOC, which there's actually a little chip that's on the motherboard that can look at the CPU and the cooling solution that we're working with and define an overclock for us. So it actually can know the difference between, let's say, this cooler, a tower heatsink, and then this really cool high-performance liquid-cooled loop that we're putting in here with, of course, the EK block, our RAD, and everything else, and helps us to actually define a really, really nice overclock. And you don't actually need to know anything. It will define what's called the voltage frequency curve for you. It will go ahead and actually also give you flexibility that if you want it to be a little bit more aggressive or a little bit less aggressive, there's something that we call the optimism slider. And you can actually just go like up or down a little bit. So if you want to be more aggressive, you can make it more aggressive. If you want to make it more conservative, you can. You can even do something that's called temperature-based overclocking, which is quite an interesting way to approach overclocking. But the way you could think about it is you could say, I want to set the CPU to not overclock anymore once it hits an 80-degree target. If you wanted to do that, essentially, it will give you the maximum overclock based off of that target temperature, which you can define. Now, we don't predefine that because actually you would be potentially losing performance. If you set too artificially low of a temp, you're capping your CPU frequency. So ideally, you actually want to make sure that you have enough kind of thermal headroom, especially with the way that new CPU architecture is designed. You want to kind of give it enough headroom so that it can ramp up more aggressively. And in this situation, especially under a gaming workload, keep in mind, I can tell you with like a 1300K or 1400K, even overclocked to 6.1, 6.2 gigahertz with the 360 millimeter IO under gaming workloads, you're probably looking at temperatures between about your mid 60s to probably about very low 70 degrees. So very reasonable already in thermal temperatures. So this, of course, would even be able to provide us better thermals, maybe even a little bit more headroom in terms of the frequency. So why don't you let me know in the chat, are you running your box overclocked? Let's see here if we've got any questions right here. How
are we going on time?
I don't know what we set for their time. How are we looking at them? 1:30. 1:30? Yeah, so you got about 25 minutes there.
Easy.
All right, easy. Well, Stuart's a pro. He's only done this, I think, just once or twice.
All right, so now we've got the distro in. I showed you the tube bending. So as you can see now, these two runs, you can really do it however you want. I just looked at how this distro is meant to be run. So basically, you have your bend from the tubing come out of this way, and then you have the 290. So technically, you could do another bend in the tubing. So we just don't have time. So you could use any of these 90-degree fittings. So these are the EK Torque 90. So basically, it just does a bend for you. We could literally come out of here with a bend, then come back in here with a bend. But to get that distance between here and here exactly right, because if you're a little bit off here, that's going to be skewed or that's going to be skewed. So for us, we can just do one bend. We have a heap of tubing. I can just keep on, if I mess one up, I can just use that as a template and say, oh, well, I was a few mil short.
Sure,
But
yeah,
if we were
exactly.
bending 2 bends in this, another one down this way, and we mess it up, we'd have to start all again.
Okay.
So you can use the fittings to go this way. We could even use the right angles to go this way, and then the bend in the tubing to go that way. But I think because this is taller, we can utilize it this way, because I prefer to have more tubing than fittings. Because if we were to have fittings on this one with the 90, we'd have to bring it all the way up here to put the bend in, because you can't really put these into the end fittings really close in, and it just looks weird. You want to have a bit of distance after,
yeah, a little bit of visual
the,
breathing room. Yeah. And Stuart made a good point there that you kind of went over really quickly, but it's actually a valid point. We're saying having more tubing and less fittings. And that ultimately, from my perspective, I actually follow a similar kind of logic. And at least for me, I don't know if you feel that way, but it's about points of failure. Because one thing, even within, again, soft tubing or hard tubing, your compression fittings, right, generally, they can actually expand or contract a little bit over time. So sometimes some people don't realize this, but you can get your whole loop primed and set up. But you might actually want to check on it. I usually tell people follow a logic of check it essentially in the immediate 24 hours, then check it 3 days, and then check it 7 days. If it hasn't changed at all in 7 days, it's not going to happen. But don't forget to check it maybe after about 6 months, because sometimes they can open up just a little bit. And of course, if your tubing was to open up too much, right, your fitting was open up too much, that connection, you could actually have a leak, right? So that's just something to be mindful of, right? So you can imagine, of course, if you have a lot more fittings, you have more points essentially where you could have that expansion, contraction, right? You can have essentially more variability where, of course, with the tube, there's pretty much no fault in it, right? So it's just going to pass through those fluids from wherever the in or the out is that you're connecting into, whether it's going to be your block or whether it's going to be your distro. And I think somebody was asking, what size is the case again? This is a full, I would say technically it's classified, we classify this as a full-size chassis, but I'd say it's on the more compact size of a full size. So this is a full size. You can accommodate here traditional size, of course, ATX-based boards. You can put smaller size boards in there, but most people, you wouldn't probably put like a micro ATX or mini ITX board into something of this size here.
We are using, as I said earlier, this is 14 mil outer diameter. So now we're using, of course, 14 millimeters of the EK torque. And you might be wondering what these little gold, as I said before, we were doing all white for the build, but I wanted to add a little bit of bling. So EK do...
Oh, the little inserts, yeah.
Not really inserts, but they're the rings that go over the thread.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's,
so
yes.
I thought of just adding a little aesthetic ring. If I was doing this build for somewhere like an event, I would maybe add some gold inlay somewhere on like the GPU or somewhere else, just to add that nice aesthetic. But that's the little gold rings, and they simply just...
And the cool concept here, if you've never heard of it, this actually, even if you look up it kind of in clothing, there's actually something that's called color blocking. So there's a point to sometimes adding in a contrast color. Sometimes adding in a contrast color inherently amplifies the other color, right? So there's a logic in sometimes putting something that you think just because, well, shouldn't I just make everything white? But sometimes that can actually give you more of a flat perspective when you're looking at everything. So oddly enough, if you went in and you put in a little bit of black, or you put in gold, or you put in another color, you're actually creating that contrast for you. Your brain literally starts to think it's more white than it actually really is, because you can really, your brain is sensing two different colors as opposed to trying to find one consistent color. So that is a tenet that actually I really agree with, is that that's a nice little subtle detail that it's not going to be too crazy and still gives you the granularity and flexibility that if you add in the RGB color, you're still not going to have like this color that's going to be working super against you. But again, just helps to break up a little bit of that monotony of having it all be that same shade.
So I might actually get lucky on this build because, as I said earlier, distro plates are designed for certain cases. Obviously, they don't know what motherboard and GPU you're going to use. If we were water cooling GPUs, the terminal can be this way, the terminal could be, depending on the thickness of the PCB or the width, that could be further in or out. But for us, with the CPU block, it could be higher or lower, or even the ports could be spaced differently than the two spacings on here. So I think it's going to look, I could probably measure it, but I didn't, but it's going to look pretty close. But if it wasn't going to work, EK do have these, I'm trying to find another one. So an offset fitting. So what this is, as you can see,
offsets are nice.
It screws in,
Yeah.
and then we have a full 360-degree radius to allow this. So if this port was going to be up here, we could run this in and we could drop it down a bit. So that would essentially lower the port, and then it would line it up.
And sometimes those offset fittings, those can just absolutely save your life.
And once it's in the back there, it's not going to look so bad. Like it would be a little bit different if you had it like on the 90 over here sticking out. You would kind of lose the nice visual effect of the block. But if you put it on the back here, it's not going to be sort of sticking right out in your face. And they do 3 sizes of those, which is good. I think it's like a 7, a 14, and a 28 or something. So.
And also for block size, one thing that some people do wonder about, and it is important to keep in mind, EK is a great partner in this respect. They actually make full, pretty much comprehensive block support for us. So on our 40 series card stick, for instance, both for RG Strix and for Tough Gaming, you can get a actually block for it. And that actually even includes, we just released not that long ago for our 4090, we had a lot of people that had a chassis and it was too small for the standard 4090. So we actually came out with a new card called the Tough Gaming OG, which actually used a more compact, cooler design. And they've also even released a water block for that model.
I didn't even know they did that, but yeah, they now have a block for it.
So that is a cool thing, is that you do actually have to keep that in mind. If you do want to water cool, you can't just necessarily pick any graphics card that you want, because the graphics card actually has to have a block design for it. ASUS actually right now, independent of what you would sometimes refer to as like your Founders Edition model, actually has more water block support than any other graphics card manufacturer. So the great thing about that is that gives you that flexibility. If I know if I'm going to buy that ASUS 4070 card or that 4080 card, I can get a block for it. Where if you're actually buying it from potentially another company, you can't guarantee that you can actually get a block for it. And that does actually require us to do a lot of work, because we actually have to provide all the design schematics and guidelines and work with that actually company so that they can develop the block support for that. And that actually also even happens on the motherboard side. So there are going to be motherboards like our RG Maximus series, take for instance, or our Crosshair series, where they make something called a monoblock. The monoblock actually will cover not just the CPU, but it actually covers what's called the VRM. So the VRM is where you see all those heat sinks. The heat sinks that are going to be here, they would actually replace that, because it'll cool those components as well. So it gives even a kind of a more kind of full coverage water block kind of look. And similarly for that, ASUS has more monoblock support than any other company. And EK is a great partner in that regard, where you can get monoblocks for our board. So again, if you're kind of going into water cooling and you want choice and flexibility, EK1, great partner to be able to go ahead and work with in that respect. Then of course your ASUS boards and your ASUS cards give you that flexibility to have a lot of choice to pick what's going to work well for you.
So when it comes to measuring this tubing,
I do really like that. I do like the ring.
The ring, nice. Obviously, we need to come out of here into here. So getting the depth of this is going to be a little bit harder. Sometimes if you're going between 2 places, you can visually just line it up, but we can't push it further to line up where we're going to mark it. So I've literally just started off with a longer length, and then I'm just hacking little bits off as I go down. And I've got this I've got this length that comes out. Just let me get that
and that's
out.
Again where I was telling you guys that always better to go longer. You have more.
So I've got this
away,
out,
right?
this length here, the width. So if I line this up where it's going to go in there, I can see now that looks nice and straight. It's not sticking out like this. It's not on an angle. Now all I'm going to do is just measure it where it's going to go in. And in terms of like how far does it go into a fitting, because no brands give you an indicator. You can measure yourself, but once you do this for a while, you just get the knack of it. You just know. Normally for these ones, it goes a little bit higher than where this little ripple is on the edge. And we're only talking about millimeters here, so it's not like it's a big chunk. That as long as you line up your tubing when you're going to cut it. So say it comes to like here, you will just line up so about halfway where that ring is, just mark it, and then that's going to do the job.
Yep. But that is an important note to note. It's a little bit tricky in some situations because it can vary between essentially different fittings that you just have to account for essentially that insert spacing, right?
Yeah.
What is going to be that depth for that insert spacing to make sure that you're actually fully seating it in there so that you don't have any issues, right?
And because we know these two are exactly the same, so literally these two are coming out, they're going to come out the same height, they're going to come out the same length. So once I get this top one absolutely perfect, I can then just trace around this one. So I can put it on another bit of tube. I can mark it here. I can cut that exactly the same as this. And because these are both exactly symmetrical, I'll have 2 bits exactly the same.
Yeah. So interesting. So Michael gives us some feedback. He says that he goes, wouldn't you maybe use a caliper for measurement? I actually used to, I think in my very first time I used one, but I actually found that it's kind of one of those things that, because a caliper, you kind of have to really align it really precisely to make sure you're being consistent with it. And here I find that it's a little bit easier and quicker to do it by feel than trying to readjust the caliper every single time to make sure that I'm kind of getting it lined up.
Yeah.
But you know, if maybe it's something that you're using very consistently, you're really comfortable with, then for sure you could use a caliper, right? But there could also be kind of anything. I think sometimes when you're using like a ruler or a caliper or something like that too, depending on the way that you make your measurement, you could also sometimes be a little bit less forgiving or more forgiving. So it can also sometimes still cause you a problem too. So ultimately, there's more than one way to do it. Whatever works best for you, you can definitely go that route, right? It's coming there. It's coming there. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. We're getting there. We're getting there. So while Stu wraps that up, I'm going to show something here in a box. My motherboard box go there.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's all good. So one interesting thing, and I'd love to know in the chat, or if anybody here had it happen to them, but one of the cool things that we did for our refresh series for these Z790 series of boards, and I don't know if it's actually going to be in here. Actually, I think somebody took it out. So
It's over under that.
Oh, okay. The antenna. Oh, well, actually, that was not what I was going to show. I was actually going to show the antenna, but I can't show that. Ah, there we go. So let me know in the chat if you ever had the pain point of screwing in the antenna, or did you forget to screw in the antenna on your motherboard? So motherboards have now for the last few years, and actually, I mean, we've been putting Wi-Fi on boards for more than a decade, but it's become definitely more common. But you used to have what's called a threaded SMA antenna design, which meant that you kind of had to take this antenna and you would screw it in. And actually, a lot of users sometimes would forget to fully screw in the antenna, and then they would report back and go, hey, my Bluetooth isn't working right, my Wi-Fi isn't working reliably. And part of that could actually just be that there was a poor signal connection. They were not actually making sure to fully screw it in. So our team decided to actually kind of reinvent the wheel. We decided to reapproach that connection mechanism. And so the cool thing that we did for this generation is we have a brand new design that we call the Q antenna, which is actually a push fit design. So now the thing is, all I need to do is just take my antenna and just snap it into place. That's it. So it's a really simple, easy design. And actually, this also provides a superior form of electrical contact. So the actual signal performance is actually even better as well. So not only is it easier to connect, but also easier to disconnect. Because imagine maybe you want to move your system, maybe something happens. If I want to be able to remove it, it's just that simple to be able to pull it out. Versus with a threaded design, I would have had to sit there and untwist it. And also sometimes, if anybody's known it, when you do twist it, sometimes you can actually twist these two together and it becomes a little bit annoying. So a nice little subtle thing. And of course, that aligns with a lot of the new motherboards also now featuring Wi-Fi 7. So you get that ultra fast speed, which if you haven't tried out Wi-Fi 7, because you probably haven't, because it's right now pretty much brand new to the market, it's pretty crazy how fast it is. So with Wi-Fi 6E, we finally entered into the era of really seeing faster than gigabit Ethernet connectivity. So that meant actually seeing 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 1.5 gigabit speeds, which that's pretty crazy. Thinking that, yeah, 500 megabits faster than a gigabit Ethernet cable. But with Wi-Fi 7, we're seeing speeds that, you know, maybe you've got your gaming PC here, you've got your BE96 Wi-Fi 7 router, you know, 10 feet away from you. You could literally be seeing speeds between 2.5 to as much as 5 gigabits in terms of actually throughput. That's pretty crazy. So 5 times a gigabit Ethernet cable wirelessly is pretty crazy. So pretty cool. How are we looking there, Stuart?
So that's kind of what I was saying before. So as you can see, I didn't quite get lucky. So the port spacing on these two coming out is slightly wider than these two coming out. So these come out nice here, and then they need to spread out a little bit. So technically you could just leave it like that.
Yep.
But if you're looking from this point of view, you can see they're not parallel. These two are being joined, forced together. So what I'm going to try and do is use one of those offset fittings.
Okay.
So what I can do is I can adjust this center little module up and down, so I can favor one of these to get that exactly right.
Yeah, that's nice. They give you that little bit of that play,
yeah,
right?
Then I'll use one of these to get the other one that picks up that sag.
Now, the other thing too that you would keep in mind is, like Stuart says, that you might notice it maybe more from the front, but generally with most split chamber chassis, also like the GT502, it's actually one of the reasons why I still like actually what it would refer to as a more traditional chassis as well, because it has a strong facial front ID. So usually you're going to have like your fans, or you're going to have some type of ID design in the front of the chassis. This chassis, it's going to look best to the side. It's actually not going to look best from front on, because if you kind of think about it from front on, if I was just to kind of place it to you like here, you're going to see it's going to look weird. You're not going to see really all the components. So it's really been designed to kind of look at it from that side profile. But like a traditional chassis, sometimes when I'm looking at it straight on, I can kind of get a sense of the ID design, how it looks. So just something to also keep in mind. That's the reason why different chassis have different looks and feels, and they can complement kind of what you're looking for. So it's also, Stuart is finishing up there. One of the cool things is I'd love to know in the chat, how many of you ever actually read the manual inside your motherboard box? So of course, I like that. Okay, we got 2 people that actually did. That's great because we do work hard on them. But the convention amongst a lot of YouTube is generally just to throw it, chuck it away, don't look at it. But one of the cool things that we actually did is for this generation, we revised it. We pretty much took out all of the, let's say, more technical items that you might not necessarily commonly need access to. And we made those available to you still online. You can still download the full version. But we made a revised, what we call just QSG, or the Quick Start Guide. And one of the cool things that I really love that we did is we have now this color-coded map and visual of all the connectors on the board. And so when you open it up, the manual isn't really the manual anymore. What the manual is trying to do is give you kind of all the insights that common builders actually need when they're building their system. So it'll tell you all your physical connections. How do you install the memory? What's the graphics card? What's the slot for, right? All those kind of key items. So definitely, if any of you have gotten a new board and you get to take a look at the new Quick Start Guide, we'd love to see your review. Send us over your feedback, your thought process. Let us know if we're headed in the right direction, or maybe you want to tweak it further and you'd like to see something different. But I was really happy about doing that update for this generation, because I do think ultimately it's more useful for most users when they're first building their system than the traditional manual. And also let us know if your team stickers. Stickers tend to be really, really popular with our motherboards. And so we've kind of almost become notoriously famous that there will be even people that sell these in the aftermarket, that they go online, they take their stickers and they sell them. And we get people that collect them every generation. We also have actually really nice quality stickers. They're not cheap stickers. But it's one of those things that we evaluate, like what we're putting inside the box. So let us know if you like this. Because there's cool stuff that we do include a lot of times with our purchase of our product. Stuart right here on one of our systems, he got one of our white graphics cards. And one of the cool accessories that we actually included with the white graphics card was this actually cool ring. It was a ring, but Stuart actually took the ring and he machined it, he cut it, and he actually put it and he integrated it in one of his actually cool builds.
Just turned it into the power button.
Yeah, he turned it into the power button. So he was actually able to take something we included in there, kind of pick it a little bit more. But just again, showing you kind of how we play around with stuff that we include within the system. Love your guys' feedback on, is that stuff that you like to see? Like, and what would you like to see be included within a product, right? So PGPCs tells us, I still read the manual. Davina goes, I read the manual, and Michael goes, yeah, definitely read the manual all the time, right?
Just a little bit more.
Davina goes, you end up seeing the stickers in the weirdest places. Yeah, well, actually, that's kind of one of the ways that we know that RFG has become super popular, is that we see them in all kinds of places. There we go, deburrowing. Some more deburrowing. Going in. Looking pretty good there.
So now you can see with
Yeah.
All right, so now you can see with that offset fitting I put down the bottom, it's kind of diagonally that way, so it's pushed that port literally from the little bit down below up on that angle. So I did it to make this one a little bit shorter because it has gone on an angle, but now we do have those perfectly straight, and more or less they're still perfectly straight. And we can fine tune them a bit once we put the collars on, because the collar will actually then, it has an O-ring inside the collar. So basically we go, the collar goes on, then the O-ring, and then we screw it down, and the collar doesn't really stop it from leaking. It just puts pressure onto the fitting, just, and it gives it a nice clamp. So I won't put them on yet. I normally do all the tubing, and then I put the collars on last. So what I have to do now is the last 2 bends will go from these 2 ports. Might be hard to see, but there's a port up here on the radiator and a port up here on the radiator. So we will go out of these, and there's 2 ports at the very top of the distro plate here and here. So we will use those 2. So probably this one will come down here, and I'll put a bend will go from these, and then this one will have to go into this one here. And if it's getting pretty tight, we may have to use fittings rather than a bend, because there's only so much you can trim down.
Yeah, it's super,
because these ones are quite, if you have a look, a 90 fitting is obviously, a 90 fitting is obviously going to give you a much like sharper radius. So it's basically a dead set 90, whereas this, you can only do, like, you could rebend this yourself. Like, I think the bend I did was a little bit tighter than this. It just depends. If you heat up a less area, you can get a much tighter bend.
You have a little bit more kind of
there's
spacing.
Only so much you can go before it starts going a bit wonky. But you can definitely do, especially on 12 millimeter thickness tubing, you can get much more tighter little bends. If you go with 16 mil, obviously the radius is going to be much more curved.
That's the same even for soft tubing, right? When you talk about actually how much you can bend, whether you're going to potentially kink the cable or you're not going to kink your cable, how tight you can go into something. Those are all kind of factors. So as Stuart kind of keeps that there, and we're getting pretty close to the end here, I want to give a little bit of a recap and totality of kind of what we've brought together here. So going from the chassis side, this is the Tough Gaming GT502. You actually got this guy on sale right now. So you guys can pick this one up right now. I think it's like 30 bucks off. So I think it might be like 120 or something, which is actually a great price for the chassis. We have it in white and we also have it in black. In terms of the board that we've got, we're using the ROG Strix Z790. Dash A is always going to be our white model that we're going to have for the ROG Strix series, the Gaming Wi-Fi 2. You can actually still get some other variants. You can still get the Dash 1 variant. This is just the newer model that comes with Wi-Fi 7 with some other cool upgrades in there. We also do have the Maximus Formula, which is also in white, and also my personal favorite, actually, our white lineup, the Prime series, which actually has a little bit of kind of a space-themed vibe going on. So hashtag Team Prime, big fan of the Prime series. PSU, we're using the ROG Loki. This is the SFXL version in white because it also comes with white cables. We do also have a Tough Gaming Gold power supply that also has a white variant. And then we also have an ROG Strix Aura Gold. All of those are all ATX 3.0 compatible. So you would be good to go if you want to be able to support pretty much any class of GPU, and they can all come in a white variant. So that is going to be the ROG Loki. And Loki also comes in white and black. Then we're using our brand new, just coming out right now, the 4070 Ti in white, as opposed to our standard one, which of course is in black. If you guys also haven't checked it out, check out our new GPU Tweak 3 utility. A really cool utility, actually works on any graphics card, doesn't matter, AMD or NVIDIA, as well as non-ASUS based graphics cards as well. On the water cooling side, we've got EK pretty much across the board. So we've got, I believe all of their stuff is all into the Quantum, right? It's all Quantum. Yeah. So this is going to be our Quantum Surface. This is going to be their Slim Series radiator, which I think, if anybody, again, we talked about this earlier in the stream, but for pretty much the vast majority of any type of build, you don't need to go thicker than this in terms of the dissipation performance. So this is going to get you covered for Intel or AMD. 360 is going to be able to cover that, and this would also be able to cover your CPU and your GPU, so you'd be good to go. And you can see it comes in that beautiful white option as well. Then on the block side, that's also going to be an EK Quantum block, right, that we have in there.
Yep.
And then also the hardline kit is also a kit that is also available from EK as well. So that pretty much rounds out the majority of the hardware that we've got in there. And we've got some G-Skill DIMMs that I've gone ahead and popped in there that they do have a white variant. I do think, again, though, I actually kind of sometimes like what sometimes people call panda bills, or kind of the Stormtrooper bills, where if you go with a mix of black and white. So I could have seen equally still going with black DIMMs as opposed to white DIMMs. And one note for you that some people do ask, there are a lot of manufacturers, and we support them all in terms of the manufacturer memory. But if you do utilize Corsair memory, which is fully compatible with their system, they are not natively controlled. So you do actually have to run their supplemental software and then sync it with ours to be able to go ahead and sync everything up. Whereas with our friends over at G-Skill or Team Group or Kingston, Patriot, Thermaltake, all of them, they can actually be natively controlled. So there's no third-party piece that you have to add in. They just will pick up the memory and allow you to go ahead and synchronize them and control it right off the bat. Getting that in there, we're looking good. And distro, oh, and then I believe I did forget the fans, right? Yeah, those fans that we did go in there. Those are going to be our TF120. So again, you can get these in white and black. One of the cool things about the actual TF120, the 3-pack, is actually comes included with a controller. So if you happen to have maybe like an older system that might not have like an ARGB header on the motherboard, but you want to be able to have kind of ARGB devices, you want to be able to control and synchronize them, you can go ahead and do that, because this one actually comes with a controller and actually comes with a quite robust level of options. And one thing that sometimes some people are aware about, I see a lot of people when they look at fans, they look for information on static pressure and airflow. But one thing that you do want to keep in mind when you actually are evaluating fans is that when you talk about static pressure and airflow, those numbers that they give you, they're only valid at 100% of the fan's essentially operation. So in some ways, that value isn't really representative of what you think it's going to be. So in some ways, it's a little bit kind of like you're chasing a number, but it's not really a number that matters to you, because most of the time, you're never going to run a fan at 100%. You actually really want to know what the performance of the fan is going to be closer, what I refer to as the sweet spot. So generally going to be somewhere in the range of probably about 600 to about 1400 RPM. So that's probably where your fan's going to operate. And the performance there can actually be quite different than the supposed max performance number at 100%. So a little bit of a pro insight tip. Another one is going to be the bearing quality. So this part right here where you see the fan blades, you don't see this, but essentially on the inside here, there's bearings that of course allows the fans to of course be a fan. And there can actually be quite a varying degree of quality for those fan bearings. Now these bearings are quite high end. They're an advanced actually fluid dynamic actually bearing. And the performance that we have here in terms of the longevity is quite good. Generally, you would only see this type of bearing in a fan that's probably about 2, maybe almost 3 times more expensive. There is also another benefit of having a better quality bearing. There are bearings that, depending on the axis of the fan, it can actually have a higher likelihood of failure over time. So when you mount a fan, you can either go kind of think about it like mounting like this, or you can mount it like this. Those are 2 different axes that you're mounting the fan in, and the bearing actually will have a different level of operation depending on its axis. And so higher quality bearings actually will pretty much have the same performance in either axis. And that's sometimes some users don't realize that. They can kind of put a fan in there and then it dies after like a year and a half, and the other fan's still working. They wonder, well, what's the difference? And you didn't realize that actually you're kind of hurting the fan a little bit by running in one axis versus another axis. And usually that will be kind of broken down to you. If you look at the fan information, it should tell you the bearing, and then it'll tell you something like MTBF. So that means mean time between failure. So it's kind of like the vendor trying to tell you, hey, after X this amount of hours, the fan's going to stop working. So just a little bit of some pro insight there, tips kind of for you on some things that you can kind of keep in mind for a fan. Okay. And for reference, these fans right here, 250,000 hours. A lot of the times the fans in the same price range right here might give you 80,000 hours. So it's kind of showing you the bearing quality in this fan is quite a bit nicer than actually what you would generally see in a quote unquote comparable fan. But if you really actually looked at the bearing quality, you would find that it's actually quite a bit of a lower quality bearing. Okay. So does it, Michael goes, so does it show on a performance curve? There's actually, unless the manufacturer specifically measures the performance for you and shows you the performance on a fan curve at that other kind of that reduced RPM range, you don't know that value. So that's kind of where sometimes people have to fill in the gaps in times of the community, or maybe you find a review, maybe you're checking something out, maybe they can give you those insights as far as what the performance is at kind of that RPM range. But the main thing you just want to keep in mind, where I don't want to say it's a deceptive factor, but it's just a value that isn't necessarily as telling as you might think it is, that if you buy this fan and it's giving you the stated pressure and it's giving you the stated airflow, if it's only at 100%, but you're not running the fan at 100%, you're not really getting what you think you're getting. So just a little bit more to the totality of what you have to keep in mind. So Davina is going, I love the Wi-Fi 7, but I'm also excited about Thunderbolt 5 and 10 gigabit Ethernet. So yeah, one of the cool things definitely on Wi-Fi 7 is pretty much all the routers all at least have 10 gigabit. It's almost kind of like an expectation, because at that speed, you need also 10 gigabit connectivity to really be able to ensure kind of the best kind of complementary experience. Also from a what's called WAN side, so your input for when you're coming in for your ISP service, one of the things that we're seeing from a lot of the companies is that they are now increasing their ISP service to offer multi-gigabit speeds. So just wondering, show of hands here, how many people have 1 gigabit or higher Wi-Fi. Oh, wow, man, people are flexing in here. We got multi-gig people in here. Okay, and how many people have less than 1 gig internet? Stuart's got less than 1 gig, and then we got somebody else in there. I think probably for most of the people in the chat, they're going to come back and they're probably going to be in that sub 1 gig. The cool thing is, though, that all the big telco companies, ISP companies, over the last about year and a half, and definitely over the next 5 years, they've committed to doing really, really massive rollout of multi-gig ISP service. So 2.5, 5 gig, and even 10 G connectivity. So I think we're kind of going to really see ISP service speeds really kind of ratchet up over the next few years. And definitely your router is going to need to be able to facilitate that. It's going to have that connection. So that's pretty exciting to kind of tie in. So the 10G point to Davina, that is definitely something that we're mindful of, and why we spec boards with 10G, why we spec the routers with 10G. And if anything, we're actually getting some people that are actually asking us for even faster. There's people that are telling us they want 25, they want 40G, there's even 100G. But then you're starting to get really, really expensive for some of those adding controllers, those costs, those cables. Because even moving from 1 gigabit to 10 gigabit, there's a higher cost between the switches, the routers, the cables, and everything that kind of comes along with it. So how are we looking there, Stuart?
I got the short run done.
Okay.
I wouldn't say it's entirely pretty, but it works. It was very tight.
So while you've just finished that last part up there, what is your thoughts on one thing that we didn't note there, as far as you were kind of completing out the overall kind of the loop, the configuration, is what sometimes people refer to as a drain port, or essentially a point to help you kind of bleed the system. Now, it can be kind of tricky because sometimes even with one of those, you still might have to kind of, flex or tilt your system to ultimately kind of fully, drain it out. But what is your thought? Should that be something that people are accounting for when they're going through kind of designing their loop?
Just depends on the build. This one's not too bad because normally distro plates have a dedicated area for a drain port. So obviously you want to drain the bulk of your coolant. You're not going to get all of your coolant out, because if you've got a rad sitting upright, what happened to that other radiator here? So if you have a radiator in the front of a case like this,
Yep.
you have a reservoir. If you drain the coolant out of your reservoir, your coolant's going to still stay in the radiator.
Yep.
Unless all your rads are upside down, it just will never happen. So I sometimes don't really use them because of an aesthetic reason. I normally just,
because it's a visual point.
Yeah, so I can normally just break a bit of tubing at the back, undo it, and then have it in and out, clean it that way. But this distro plate has a port. One of these ports here, you could just undo this one, as these both aren't being used in this build. I can actually do it now. So I can, obviously you're going to want your drain port at the lowest point possible. I think, does that go through to the back? No.
Yeah, and it depends also on the components you fix. So like in my system at home, even for the hardline system that I had, I actually ended up doing what I said. I had one at the lowest point, and I just actually took a piece of soft tubing, connected that there, and then of course I cut it off with, of course, a sealed fitting. And then from there, I can open it up,
Yeah, so I could technically just add one there. And then what this is just an EK stop fitting. You would put the your soft tubing on there, and then you just pull it. That's it. Drain your system, and that's it.
And you're good to go. Yeah, and like I said, you probably don't need to worry about that most of the time. That's really only a requirement for when you have to account for maintenance, or if you're maybe changing the coolant, or maybe you're adding in a part or something that you're going to need essentially flexibility to be able to have access to the system without any coolant in place.
So I'm just trimming this one down to mark it here.
There we go. Almost there. And again, this is where you can see, like we talked about, the difference between, again, that kind of hard line, soft line, where you just have to have a little bit kind of more precise kind of consistency in terms of your measurements. And again, this is also, I think, the advantage of where we talked about that here, we kind of made a little bit more of a simple loop to just give us not so much that we have to tackle, but you're still, especially with that distro plate being integrated in there, we have the flexibility that later you could always add in the graphics card if you wanted to. Let's see, any quick questions that we might have here? So Sean's says, it's been a while since I built a water-cooled system. I want to take a shot at a 14900K and a 4090 system build one day with hardline water. I mean, well, definitely, I mean, that's pretty much about the fastest you can get, right? A 14900K with a 4090. So definitely, I mean, that would be a perfect set of hardware to be able to go with a hardline water-cooled build. Again, you don't have to. You could easily handle a 1400K with a good AIO, but if you want that killer look, and of course you want that outstanding thermal performance, the custom water-cooled system is going to be great. What is the specs on this one? So this build right here is going to be, we kind of wanted to hit the sweet spot. We didn't want to go too crazy in terms of kind of the price or the budget. We wanted to kind of model what it says, what would still be kind of a system that would still merit and make sense to still water cool, give us kind of a pathway, but not be super crazy expensive. So this is a Z790 space system. We got a 4070 Ti in terms of the graphics card. And then in terms of the CPU, I think we put in here, it's like a 13700K or 14700K, something like that in terms of the CPU class. It doesn't really matter because this board, you could run, again, any CPU you want, 12 gen, 13 gen, 14 gen, any one of them in there. Memory, we're running 6000 MT memory that's in there. And again, the board, you could easily support more than that. And I talked a little bit earlier in the stream about kind of how you can account for higher speeds memory if you're running for 850 watt power supply, GT5R2 chassis. All the water cooling hardware, except for the distribution plate here, is from our friends over at EK. So EK radiator, EK fitting, EK block for the CPU, and then also the hardline kit we're also using over from EK as well. And then, like I said, the chassis, the GT502, and then our fans are our TF120 fans, which we have also in white. All right. Okay. Very, very cool. And I think once you get a little bit of that, we can kind of give them a little bit of a shot to kind of see.
Yeah, I'll get that.
They can kind of get a sense of where they're going there. And if anybody else has in the chat any questions, feel free to go ahead and drop them in there, and I'll do my best to go ahead and give you guys any insight I can. Or maybe I can show something kind of cool here while Stuart's going here. We'll jump into a little bit of something different. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. So something also kind of cool that we just launched literally just last week, just on Friday, is this new guy right here. So this kind of could be kind of pretty cool to pair up with your brand new system. So you might be kind of going, well, what is that, JJ? Is it just a piece of glass? No, this is actually our ROG Moonstone. So this is the latest addition to our gaming surfaces. So we've had quite a number of surfaces. We have the sheath, we have the scabbard, we have the hone, and we have also the Baltius. So we have textile. So textile is going to be some type of kind of textile weave. The Baltius is, of course, your kind of your hard plastic kind of traditional surface. That one also has RGB lighting. And now we have the Moonstone, which comes in white and it comes in black. It also has this really beautiful coating on there, which not only gives it a little bit of kind of a softness to it, but also helps to minimize actually sound. But if you're a big FPS gamer and you really love that ultra smooth responsiveness, and you have something like an ultra lightweight mouse like our Harp, our Keras, our Gladius, and you really want that really quick ability to kind of track. Also, the easiest thing to clean, because textile surfaces can be more challenging over time to be able to clean, then check out something like the Moonstone. We just launched it. You can pick it up on the ASUS store. You'll be seeing it pop up on other sites in the not too distant future in terms of availability. But we'd love to see people's thoughts and feedback also. And on the base, you can see this really nice, of course, padded base design, which gives you really good adherence. So when it stays down, you don't have to worry about this kind of moving around. But this is the RG Moonstone. I thought I'd show this off because I know there's been some people that have been pretty excited about checking this out. So pretty cool. Let me know. What do you think? Are you using right now? Are you using a hard surface or are you using a soft surface for your mouse? What about you, Stuart? What are you using?
I think I'm 100% soft. I've never used or preferred hard surfaces before, so
okay.
Just I don't know. They just it just glides too easily. I need some bit of friction, but it just has to.
Yeah, it also depends a bit, I think, on the game that you play, right? So there's some games where you want kind of what's called kind of like control or kind of stopping power. Then there's other kind of situations where you really want really smooth kind of tracking consistency.
Yeah.
Depends. Like for me, I'm a really varied gamer, so I play everything from action RPG to, of course, the FPS to racing, right, to platformers. I'm going to do a little bit of everything. So I think for probably me, I would probably edge also to, I think, like a textile-based pad, just because it gives me kind of that balance of being able to play the widest range. Yeah. But I think for a lot of gamers that might be in maybe that more FPS crowd, they can definitely see the vibe of something like the Moonstone. And then unquestionably, the only thing that's ever come that close to cleaning that easily is we had a really cool pad that we no longer made available. And for those of you that are ROG fans, let me know if you had it, the ROG Whetstone. It was actually a silicone mouse pad. I absolutely loved it. It was one of my favorite because it was the easiest thing to clean. Like literally I could just wipe it clean, you know, but it still had kind of the softness and warmth that you get from a textile, but it's so much easier to clean. So actually I was a really big fan. I was a little bit bummed out when we ended up discontinuing it. And I'm still pushing our team to try to see if we can make a version 2 of the Whetstone. So actually, this is a really cool thing. So why don't you let them know? What are you doing?
No, I was going to sneak and do this quickly. I was going to check it.
You're going to check it?
I just wanted to make sure, but no, it did not leak.
Okay.
So EK, other brands, EK, I think were the first to do this. It's basically just a pump. So if I were to now fill the system up without any testing, like we've been cutting tube, putting it in fittings, like anything could have happened. Like most of the time, I don't have any issues. It's normally fine. But if one of these O-rings got nicked, you don't want to fill up your whole system and it starts leaking. And if we had a leak in here somewhere, it would have to pull out the whole thing. So what this is basically like a bicycle pump that's been adapted into a standard port. So any port you open up, you can just screw this in, you can seal it. And then there are some gauges. Now you have to bear in mind, I see this a lot. People tend to over bar, over PSI, over pressure their loops. You don't need to go crazy into the red. Your water pressure is never going to be anywhere as crazy as what this does with air. You've just got to stay within the green. I always stay borderline the gray and the green. Gray is the first line. The green is the second one, especially distro plates. Now, distro plates can take a lower air pressure than anything else in your case.
Yeah, because of just they're forming the way they're designed.
Yeah, the way they're done, there's a lot of areas that are close to the edge, whereas if you have a round cylinder, nothing beats the strength of something that's round. Something that's completely round, it's very, very hard to make that explode under pressure. Whereas something like a distro plate, all manufacturers are making different. They might have O-rings that are very close to the edge that have seals and stuff. So if you crank this up to the red, you're likely to crack something. So, and these companies can't design stuff they're designed for water. And now that we have this air pressure tester coming out, the only way to do it is that have to try and have a hard limiter to stop you from doing it, which you can't because you can just keep on pumping.
You can just keep pumping.
So what you do is you just put this in a port. I'll put it in the back one. I'm trying to put it in a port that obviously you want a spare port. I don't want to like undo something and put it in because then you're obviously not going to close the loop again. You're going to have an open port and then you don't want to have to dismantle stuff. And then once you take this out, put it back in because then how do you know what you just put back in is not going to leak? So you want to do something that's very simple like this one port at the back, just take out one spare stop fitting. So all I know is that the only point of failure could be this last little fitting because I haven't tested it, but I've never had that happen with a standard stop fitting. So what you do is that's in there now, and now I can just keep pumping. Now I will just go into the green. So what I normally do is, I'm very cheap and quick with this. I normally just lie it for about 10, 15 seconds, and if it doesn't move, but you have to remember, even movement, if I tap this glass, this little gauge will start
You'll see a little bit of play,
So you just got to stay very still and look, and I can see that is not moving at all. Some people like leave it overnight, they leave it for a day, but like normally it may go down a bit if you leave it for a day or two because there's naturally going to be movement and pressure release in your system. But I can see now that it's not moving. Like if you're doing your first water-cooled loop, this probably isn't really needed. The common mistake is forgetting something like a stop fitting. If you've got a GPU, there's normally the terminal has 2 stop fittings at the top.
Yeah, and they forget to apply that.
If you forget that, another thing you can do is just run a bit of soft tubing. So pretend this is a bit of soft tubing. You can just blow into it, and you will know straight away if you have forgotten a stop fitting because it'll just keep blowing. You're probably not going to detect a slow leak. Like if it's very, very minute, blowing into some tubing won't pick that up. This is where this picks it up. So if you're just going to do a one-off build, it may not be vital, but it's sort of just peace in mind. Pick this up if you do want it, and you can just leave this for 5-10 minutes. But if you leave this over like a day, and it does go down, this doesn't really determine the longevity of a build.
Correct.
Something can still go wrong in the long time. This will
points of failure.
This is only when you've got it built, the very first initial time you're filling it, you know it's not going to leak. That doesn't say something freaky could happen tomorrow. and it could have had nothing to do with the leak testing.
Exactly. It's just one of those things to add in to help you give you a little bit of a sanity check and make sure that that's kind of accounted for. But I think for the most part, that pretty much means that we're at the end here. We've pretty much gotten everything pretty much gone together. We've given you kind of the full breakdown of how it would all come together. Of course, you got the cable management. Like I said, it being a split chamber chassis for the most part, we don't have to really worry about it.
We probably don't have time to fill this now, do we?
I think we're a little too tight. Maybe
that's fine.
Maybe at the end.
I'll fill it. I can fill it later, and saying the guys here can check it out. But one more thing I did want to mention. Normally, when I would fill this system, you can't run these pumps dry. So what I normally like to do, it is hard for most people. So for someone, you're not going to have a spare PSU to run this pump, because if you're building your first system, you're not going to buy a second power supply. So normally what I would do is I would unplug the GPU, unplug the 24 pin, and some power supplies come with that little, I don't think the technical term is jumper, but I would jump it. So just your peripherals are running. So if you do get a drastic leak or something, your motherboard's not running, your CPU's not running, your GPU's not running, and then it's literally just the pump that's running. And then you can fill your loop, because you can't have this running the whole time. In the filling process, you normally need to turn your pump on for about 5 seconds. It'll drain this out. Then you stop it, you fill it up again. You can't let this just keep running, because it'll start gurgling. Like when they say you can't run them dry, if it runs dry for a few seconds, 5 seconds, it's fine. It's not like it's instantly going to die. You just can't run them for like 24 hours completely dry, because it needs the coolant to lubricate them. That's not every pump, but for me, the good practice is just remember that these pumps cannot be run dry. But that's pretty much it there. I think that did come out pretty good overall. That bend up in that very far corner up here is a little bit tight. I couldn't drop this distro any lower, so it is on a little bit of an angle. I probably would have normally used fittings, but to get fittings into 2 fixed locations, you need to spin one of the rotary points, and it is very finicky. But I did get this other bend coming out of the radiator. This one up here did come out really nice. And then we have the two here from the CPU came out nice, and we can do some slight adjustments to get them exactly perfect.
And I think the only other thing that to kind of just wrap it out here, guys, and thank you guys for just checking out and kind of giving us this first part of what we're covering here in terms of the PCDIY day, is I don't think we talked about it when we talked about installing the rad, but I know this comes up as a common point. What is your thoughts on flushing a rad when you first get your rad?
I was going to mention that, but it is hard because it's hard for people to flush.
And just for reference, so people, again, what we're talking about here is a radiator. When it is produced, sometimes there can be sometimes a little bit of particulate and a settlement from the production process. And so flushing a rad is essentially running some fluid through there so that you can kind of get out any of the particulate or debris that might be in there.
For someone starting water cooling, how do you go about that? How do you simply, like for me at home, I have like a laundry sink that I've adapted the sink to a standard G-quarter thread. So I permanently have a bit of soft tube coming through that. And then I can just run it straight in. And I normally run all my rads for about 10 minutes on hot water. I run them through, let them go, and then I drain them for a few days. I just sit them upside down and just let them drain and dry. That's how I do it. But for a beginner getting into water cooling, they're not going to have that setup. Like you could pour some distilled water in it and just go like this. That would probably be the best bet. Just pour some distilled water in it, do like this. You can hear it going up and down.
A little bit of basic, maybe sometimes a little bit of dish soap. You don't, definitely not too much because you don't want anything to settle in there.
I don't normally use anything. I even just use normal water, depending on where you live in the world. Water
pH,
has different grades. You can use distilled water.
Distilled water is definitely a good
Turn
option.
it upside down and then do that a few times and then just let it drain out. And that's it. You're normally good to go.
And the main thing, all you're just trying to reduce the risk of there is that if there happens to be, and definitely this has improved significantly over the last years, so it's not really, I think, as much of an issue as it used to be. But you essentially just want to kind of remove any sediment that might be in there because you don't want that floating around your loop. If you think about that, you don't want that potentially getting in there because if you kind of took a look at your block or your other thing, you'll see all these little mini channels, these little micro channels. You don't want that particulate settling into those channels. So that wraps up our first part here of our stream here in terms of our build. So thank you guys so much. Stuart, it's been fantastic being able to have you guys again for build. You guys can check him out on your YouTube channel.
GGF Events.
GGF Events. You'll see
Google
some of the
anything,
best
GGF
water cool
Events.
builds out there, bar none. If you're looking for inspiration, it's a fantastic place to check it out. So you guys can check it out there. Let us know your comments. What do you think about the build? I thought it turned out pretty cool.
I'll fill this up and we'll get some posts, like social posts of this done. We'll set the lighting because that's probably going to take just as long to do the build, like set it, configure it, get everything looking, getting the right shade of white. That's if we go white, we might go blue. We can do whatever we want. So I'll play around with that and we'll get some photos and
we can go whatever we want.
Get it done.
All right, guys. Well, guys, make sure to keep it tuned. We got more stuff coming to you in the not too distant future. So thank you.
Thank you.
I see us. Howdy,
Hello.
hey.
Hey, Hipyo Tech, what's going on?
Howdy, hey. Not much. Are you ready to build a keyboard?
You know what? We talked about it at LTX a couple months ago, and I have not done it. So you're going to be the first one to show me how to build a custom keyboard. I'm excited. And you are the pro. Well, let's just be clear. I've never done it myself. You are the pro. So
it's a bit of a stretch. I would say you're in good hands, but you're in hands.
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah.
And today I'm basically going to show you guys kind of why you build custom keyboards, how you build custom keyboards, maybe like what's good about them. Is it scary? Will the keyboard blow up when I build it? You know, that type of fun stuff. I've got a bare bones keyboard here, which if you're starting building a keyboard at home, a lot of you might start with a bare bones board. And we have switches, which we'll talk about.
In a nice little canister too.
Yeah, they don't come in the canister.
Oh, they don't?
Yeah, no, that was just for fancy
Oh,
flair.
okay.
We've got keycaps, which we'll also talk about. And wait, I forgot the tape.
Oh, yeah, go get the tape.
One moment.
Once again, I will say, Adam, PC World here, and I have built many PCs over the course of years. I actually tried to count one time, and then I lost count because I'm not good at math. Yeah, this is my first time looking at a custom keyboard be built, and maybe I'll even get to touch a little bit.
So what do you think the tape is for?
Because I talk a lot, and you're just going to stick your mouth.
Yeah, so every time you ask a question.
A stupid question, specifically.
No. The tape is actually how we're going to make the keyboard sound better. And I'll be talking about that later. It'll make a lot of sense at some point. So we're running on a bit of a time crunch here. We have 1 hour to build a keyboard.
A little less.
For reference, normally when I build a keyboard, I take a whole evening just to make it like a fun thing.
Like you get some brandy, you know, you put on your robe, a little cigar, you know.
Of course.
Okay, yeah.
So here we have the ROG ASUS, and this doesn't normally come bare bones, but I fully disassembled it so that we'd have it as a bare bones keyboard. Sorry.
Oh, this is the one with little screen on it.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So here we have it.
Oh.
This keyboard has no switches in it, no keycaps on it. And
empty.
you're probably wondering, then that's not a keyboard, right? Like this is not a.
No, it's not getting me anywhere.
I'm not pressing anything. So we have to build this. How do you think we build it?
I think we put the switches in and then the caps on, and we're good.
Yeah. Except.
Wait. It says it's already lubed, so we don't got to lube, right?
No. So normally you would lube switches, and actually that's where this keyboard is really interesting. In the box, we've got this right here. Can you pull that out for me?
Oh yeah.
Perfect. I'm just going to throw everything on the floor. Sorry, floor.
Yeah. No, please.
Now, if we open this up, if you're brand new to keyboards, this keyboard might be interesting to you because it comes with maybe strong fingers from rock climbing. Activate. There we go. A lube station.
Oh wow, that little paintbrush.
Yeah.
A little keycap puller thing.
For a gaming keyboard, this is actually really interesting because you've got a brush. You're probably thinking, why do you need a brush for a keyboard? Like, am I going to MS Paint in Valorant or something? No, because it also comes with lube.
Oh, you don't have to buy your own lube.
You don't have to buy your own lube with this keyboard. This is Switch lubricant, Crytox 205 grade 0, sealed for your protection so you don't lick it because that would be bad. Essentially, in keyboards, if you're brand new to keyboards, we lube switches so that they feel better. They sound better. Better's a bit subjective, right? But you probably don't want to press something that feels really scratchy.
Can you over lube?
Yes.
Can you under lube?
Yes.
So it has to be the right amount of lube.
Just right. And the keyboard catchphrase is less is more.
Okay.
So this is a lube station. If you were to lube your switches.
Well,
however,
just to be clear, you're saying when you buy this off the shelf, it doesn't come like this? Or
no,
does it?
this will come fully built.
Oh,
similar to this.
So already built, but it will have the station in it.
Yes.
So that's if you want to switch something out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this is the ASUS fully built. This is what it sounds like.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
Pretty decent, right? Now, we'll make it sound better by swapping out the keycaps, by putting tape on it. Normally we'd lube it. However, we have these, which are the snow switches, which come factory lubed like pretty well, actually. Like a lot of factory lube switches in the past 5 years have like sucked, honestly. But these are pretty good.
It's like dice. You just roll.
Exactly.
Oh, sweet.
And now, we need to put these in the keyboard.
Oh, okay.
So
Wait, real quick. So if we were to lube these, how would we lube it?
we would lube these by fully taking them apart using a switch opener.
Taking this apart.
Yeah. Which there's a switch opener somewhere in here. Yeah, right here. My fingers aren't strong enough.
There you go.
This is a switch opener. You put the switch on the switch opener, and then it pops open. You can lube each piece individually. It's a little bit tedious, but it is definitely worth it if you're running switches that aren't factory lubed well.
Is that Zen kind of thing you're talking about? You
It
make
really
it
is Zen.
evening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you've watched like moss trimming videos or like Zen garden type of stuff. It's a similar experience.
Okay.
Except your hands get covered in lube.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to be putting these in the keyboard while we talk about keyboards and custom keyboards.
Well, and so I don't know a lot about keyboards
Yeah.
or switches, but I can tell these are linear.
These are linear switches. There's linear, tactile, clicky, question mark. The question mark switches kind of fit in between. Yep, you've got it. So the pin's bottom side down, easy peasy.
Kind of only one way to put it in, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like the thing with keyboards is it's super duper subjective. So like a lot of people might say like clicky switches suck, right?
I'm a clicky guy.
And exactly right here to my right is a clicky guy. Personally, I think clicky switches are not like, I would never use them, right? If I brought them into an office, I might accidentally get fired or something like that. But if you were to bring keyboards into an office, this brings me to the question mark switch, which is silent switches. Silent switches are probably the #1 question I ever get asked about when I start telling people about keyboards.
Yeah. How do you make a custom keyboard that's super quiet?
Well, because a lot of people assume that mechanical keyboards are the clicky Cherry MX Blue. You press the switch, it goes click, 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 click.
Yeah.
You're having like flashbacks. It's just not
I think
good.
of old IBM
Yeah.
PCs.
You think of that one guy in Discord that hasn't discovered crisp yet. Like, it's just bad. But no, keyboards actually can be a very big spectrum of sound. So like this is going to be like a mid-range sound, right? Like it's going to make noise, but it's not going to be clicky.
Okay.
It's not going to be loud. It's not going to be aggressive. You're not going to like wake up your significant other if you're playing games at 4 a.m., something like that. Like, well, maybe you'll wake them up, but then they'll hear it and they'll think it's nice. So, you know. So this is your mid-range. Silent switches are something I get asked about a lot. Those are switches that have dampening built into them so that they actually make no noise.
At the bottom of the actuation?
Generally, sometimes it's on the stem, sometimes it's on the bottom.
Oh, okay.
But either way, it makes it so the switch doesn't make a noise. Those are quickly becoming some of the most popular switches, which these are not silent switches, but these are just linear.
I just realized these are ASUS switches.
These are, yeah.
I'm sorry, which kind?
These are the snow switches.
Snow, okay.
Yeah. So the ASUS typically was shipping with the red switches.
Yeah, the red, okay.
However,
linear red.
I heard through the grapevine they will be shipping with these soon.
Oh. Wait, so what are the difference between this and the reds? Do you know?
So the difference between these and the reds, I mean, they're totally different like construction. So these have a box stem, which basically means they're more dust proof. However, they're also different because internally they are much more lubed, so they feel much more smooth. They're much less cringe, as I say. But yeah, they end up thawkier. You hear the word thawk thrown around a lot in the keyboard community. It's contentious whether or not it's a good buzzword, but I like it.
I mean, it's very descriptive.
I see lots of howdy hays in the chat.
Hello,
so,
hello, welcome.
I'll hit you guys with an extra howdy hey for tuning in. This keyboard build will be pretty interesting. So like the majority of it will actually be pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost done, right?
The switches are almost in, right?
Look, I could actually, if we plug this in, I could theoretically type.
Yeah, as long as we didn't bend any pins. You could theoretically
I think I might have. I feel like one of these I kind of...
The fun thing about this board being wireless is you can check out the Epic Gamer RGB.
Oh, nice.
And if you hate Epic Gamer RGB, look, you can turn it off. So the switches are all on.
That was
the keyboard's
easy.
Basically built. That's super easy, right? That brings us to our next point, which is keycaps. Now, keycaps come in a ton of different profiles. They come in a ton of different shapes. There's flat keycaps. There's keycaps that look like little mountains. This is a mid-range style of keycap, and it's my own personal shill. This is Hipyo Caps Jungle, which is my keycap set that you can buy.
Not only is it a cool color scheme, you have special printing of actual plants.
Yes.
I know my wife is going to look at those and be like, wow, okay, I need a keyboard that has plants on it.
So a fun fact about me is I own like 250 houseplants, and you're probably thinking like, why does this tech nerd have 250 plants? I like plants too. I have 4 poison dart frogs.
Nice.
I have a massive vivarium, a crazy collection of plants. So yeah, I'm a little bit quirky. I'm not like your other tech gamers.
Oh, I dig it.
Okay, so we put on our spacebar. That's our base.
Which
with
actually
a
had
spacebar.
two switches on it.
No, just one switch. Those are
is it just
stabilizers.
one? Oh, those are stabilizers.
Yeah. Stabilizers are what make it so your big keys don't sound super rattly and don't flop around.
Oh, okay.
So you typically lube the stabilizers. These come factory lubed, and I'd say they're like good enough. You can take the lube that comes in the box and fine tune them later by getting lube on a brush and basically just shoving it in there. Don't take that out of context, please. And now we're going to put our keycaps on.
They're really pretty.
Are you familiar with the layout of a keyboard?
Generally.
Generally.
Yeah. Usually
Okay.
I'm a 10 key kind of guy. So, and I understand these aren't 10 key. I don't know what these are, like some sort of
Now
extra
there's 2 ways
keys
to
on the
do
side.
this. The smart
okay.
way is you find the layout of the keyboard.
Yeah.
And then you put the keycaps on using a reference. The not so smart way is you just hope that you do it right. And then you realize later that you accidentally put the J key in the wrong row and you keep typing your emails wrong. We're going to do it the smart way. We have a reference keyboard here.
Okay. If
As you
you
can see,
insist.
We've got the QWERTY op, as I call it. This is a typical QWERTY keyboard. This isn't like a strange layout. And we're just going to take the keycaps and we're going to put them on. And that's going to be our simple thing.
Okay, here we go. And wait, there's no end on here.
There's no end on here.
These are
so
are extras. Oh,
this
okay.
is a full keycap kit, and a lot of you at home,
this is full.
when
okay.
buying keycaps, like you're probably going to wonder, do they fit my keyboard? Oftentimes there'll be a big layout that shows like what keyboards this supports. This keycap set, for example, is like 159 keys because I had to consider the most common keyboard layouts that people own and include keys to support those layouts.
Oh, okay.
So like this is a 75% keyboard.
Really?
Because it gets rid of the numpad.
Yeah.
However, it keeps the
but-
F-row and it keeps your arrow keys. So it keeps the things that are important to some people and gets rid of the things that are important to others.
I'm a 10 key guy. I need 10 key, but
Yeah, some people really like their numpad and they just can't go without it.
Also, this looks like a shorter
Yes,
shift key than
that
usual.
is a shorter shift key. That's a good spot. So there should be a shorter shift key somewhere in here.
I think this is it.
Nope, it's
Nope.
this.
Oh, it's that one.
Yeah, so this is a 175U shift key, which is really common in 75% keyboards. The reason why, they cut the full-size right shift so they can fit the arrow keys in. Just a bit more space efficient. Some people really like that layout. Personally, 75% is my favorite layout.
Also, the enter and the backspace have stabilizers as well, huh?
Yes, they do have stabilizers as well.
Wait, this shift did not have stabilizers. This one does.
No, yeah, because it's just a bit smaller.
Yeah.
So this is, wait, your backspace. That is,
Oh,
just press hard.
there we go.
There
Okay.
you go.
Had to press it a little bit more.
Yep, you got it. Perfect. So how did you first learn about keyboards?
When I used
What got you into it?
what got me into custom keyboards or just keyboards in general?
Well, so I heard through the grapevine that you just bought an 8-bit Do keyboard.
yes,
Which is like the
and
crazy
I'm
retro
sorry, I
keyboards.
gotta correct you. It's 8-bit Do.
8-bit Do.
I've asked the
So
PR
sorry.
people many times. They
Please
have
forgive
told me that it's that. But yeah, so that has Gator on white.
Okay.
No, I think so. I don't remember, but it's different. I'm usually in the past. I've always used cherries.
Those are
I've been
clicky
I've been
switches.
a cherry blue. The only other exception is a Razor purple.
Okay.
The optomechanical switches. I liked the sound of that.
So you've been around.
I mean, but see, I just buy what I see on the shelf. I've
Yeah.
never built. That's
Gotcha.
the difference. Is that I'm like, oh, okay. Well, even if I built one, is it going to be anything better than what I could just buy off the shelf? So, but that 8-bit Do one, I do like,
Yeah.
and I do like how clacky it is. It definitely sounds different than a normal cherry switch, and I can appreciate that.
Yeah. I'd like show of hands. Who owns a custom keyboard in the audience? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, Actually, that's a lot more than I was expecting. That's like almost half.
Did you all build it yourself? Or did-
Yeah. Keep your hand up if you built it. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Nice.
That's pretty good.
I mean, that's better than me.
That's
So-
actually like significantly more than I was expecting. The keyboard hobby has grown a ton.
I heard it's the hot new thing.
It is the hot new thing. Like,
You're in on the ground floor.
yeah, well, it's gotten quite big. It's gotten quite popular. Do you have my like number keys over there?
Yes.
Maybe.
Well,
1, 2, 3. Oh wait,
these
was
could be
using-
10 key.
I made them.
Oh.
Oopsie. So these are your 10 key numbers that I was putting on instead of my.
Well, I think you should have been looking at the reference here.
Yeah. So the funny thing about this keycap set is I actually shipped it in a treasure chest. That's why these are like super weirdly shaped keycap trays, because it fit in like a treasure chest box. Just because I thought it would be funny. Joke's on me though.
Wait, you
because-
don't have the box here though?
No, I don't have the treasure chest.
Okay. That sounds fun though.
I flew out from Seattle and I packed everything in a tiny backpack. So yeah, for my one night trip. Okay, this is perfect.
Well, real quick, where can you buy this?
You
this
can
limited
buy
edition?
this keycap set from Goblin Tech Keys
Oh,
right
okay.
now, $59.99. It's
59. That's it.
$59.99.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel so. I on the custom keyboard journey, I've only got to the point where I bought the keycaps that I like.
Oh,
That's
yeah?
all I have. I
How
have
much were
keycaps.
those keycaps?
I don't remember. Over 100, I think.
Yeah.
But they're like redacted. So it's,
Oh, those are
yeah.
cool.
So
Those
it's
are
like
really
some of the letters are out, like crossed out. And
One of
stuff,
my
so.
favorite parts of the keyboard hobby is like how creative some of the people in the hobby are with their keycap set designs. Because a lot of the designs, they aren't run by just like your average big company. They're ran by creators. So like it's very tight knit feeling. It's very cozy.
You get like limited edition. I have a friend who's
Super
really deep into it, and he's like, "Oh man, I check out this drop over here. It's like 4 caps for like $300." And I'm
Well,
like,
yeah.
I'm okay."
Yeah, like a lot of the times when a keycap set runs, like it runs once.
Yeah.
So that's it. For this, it's actually, I'm running it as a like recurring stock, which is pretty great.
Okay.
And it ships within like 2 weeks, which is not bad considering they're like made on demand.
They're made on demand
They're
too.
made on
Dang.
demand.
Okay.
I was like, I fought hard for that. You know what? I've got my little Hippo novelty. I'll chuck him on here.
Nice.
Oops.
I do want to ask, so of the people who have built their own, like what keycaps, if you want to shout out, you don't have to, but what kind of keycaps do you have on yours? I get
GMK. How many people have GMK? Okay, quite a few. GMK is like the luxury keycap, which is what you have, right? With redacted.
Is it?
Yeah, it should be. If it isn't, then you bought clones.
Whoops, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Wait,
But-
so why is GMK luxury? It's just quality.
Quality, they have very strict quality control,
Oh.
which also results in their price being really expensive. They're made in Germany. Oops, I dropped my F6. They're made in Germany. They're double shot ABS. So these are die sub PBT, which lets you get really creative with the designs that you put on there. Like I have a multicolored novelty, which you can never get with GMK.
Ooh. Well, I do real quick. You say the kind of plastic. I remember when I learned, wait, why are my keycaps getting shiny?
Yeah.
And then I learned the difference between ABS and
Yep.
PBT.
Yeah.
But if those are the more expensive ones, why are those ABS?
So that's a great question. That is such a great question that I
just
can't.
a question. I just like to throw the questions
I
out there.
can't legally answer that
Oh, okay,
question.
okay.
Because
But
of-
typically PBT is better, right?
no, it's totally
No?
subjective.
Oh.
Yeah. So like PBT tends to sound deeper. It tends to sound thockier. However,
Thok.
you can have die sub PBT, which is the PBT that does sound deeper, or you can have double shot PBT, which sounds clackier and brighter.
Oh, that's
So
what I
there's like even within the same plastic group, there's a spectrum.
Oh, okay.
And that's where like the keyboard hobby can get really confusing for some people because they're like all of these buzzwords and nothing makes any sense whatsoever.
Oh, wait. This page up is
Yes.
higher than this page down.
You've got the wrong profile.
What the?
You've got the wrong
Oh,
profile.
because you include both.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you pick out the right one?
Oh, wait.
The best of
I
them all.
got the right delete. Yeah, I think so.
Maybe. I've got my function key picked out. And we're almost done actually with the keyboard build. which is pretty impressive.
Oh, so and instead of using these escape, you have your special little.
Yeah, exactly. These are novelty keycaps, which like I have a ton of different novelty keycaps.
Wait,
with
is
this
that
set.
is that a hippo?
That is my little Hipyo logo.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like I've got like Monstera novelties, which you can't see because it's really far away. But imagine this is a Monstera, like the plant, and it looks really cool.
Yeah, I like it. Wait,
yeah.
and wait, but where would you swap those out? Because you can't.
So
put them
these are
anywhere.
different row profiles as well. So you can fit these like on the side, like bop, 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 if that makes sense. All right, we need our control.
Well, yeah, and wait, what is this one? Insert.
Right here, a top row insert. I mean, how about instead of a top row insert, we do a plant novelty?
Let's do it.
Let's do a Spirit of Sanctity. Boom.
Oh,
that's one of the
that
most
looks a little
expensive-
higher, though.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be, actually.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's...
Wait,
see
so
how
does that
it's
mean that
popped up?
delete? Is that the wrong delete
The
then?
delete looks like you actually did the okay delete profile.
Oh, yeah, because there's more of a drop off than I expected.
Is there? I mean, it could be.
Yeah, because it feels this one.
Yeah, it's tough to say. This is the keyboard build part where it gets like, you look at it like 30 times.
Well,
and
but
you're
also
like,
depends. I mean, maybe somebody
Is
likes
this
the
right?
difference in the heights.
yeah, exactly. And then I have a super key for those that use Linux or those that use Windows.
Mhm.
Super just encapsulates all of that. Nice little alt key.
Wait, so it doesn't have a little cape on it, like a super key?
No Superman.
Okay.
No, I thought that would be kind of silly. I'm a little bit silly, but I'm not that silly.
Not that silly. Okay.
I have some silly standards. Okay. Hey, that actually... There's no ticking.
I don't know what that means, but
So with stabilizers, you'll have ticking sometimes.
wait, look, these arrow keys are different.
Yes. I think that's my fault. Because this is a prototype set. Oh, no, there it is. I'm blind.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was missing a key.
Oh.
Yeah, whoever ends up winning this keyboard.
Oh yes,
because-
we should have said
should
this
say
is a
that.
raffle for everyone here in the audience.
Yes.
Sorry, online people, going to raffle this off. So stick around to the end. You get this. Maybe you'll even sign it for him, huh?
If you want, I guess.
If you want, yeah. You don't
Yeah.
have to. No pressure.
Actually, what if we do pressure them into getting it signed? That'd be kind of
Yeah.
silly. So we need caps lock. We need
Wait, so what do you do with all these extra caps? Because we got a lot of extra caps here.
anything really. Like you don't have to do anything with them.
Oh wait, there's a.
Am I missing caps lock somewhere? This is where it turns into a scavenger hunt.
Yeah.
Caps lock. Caps lock. This is my caps lock. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boom.
Because
Down,
shift is up.
yeah.
caps
Shift
lock
is up,
down.
Caps lock down. Boom. And then tilde. And then we're stinking.
Well, I'm still missing this page up.
Oh.
The right size page. Oh, here it is. Okay.
There we go.
It was the shorter page up that
And
we
then
needed.
we're missing one alt, which is here. Boom. And building a keyboard is that simple.
Wait, so how many sets of keycaps do you have personally
I have.
that you're willing to admit?
So I did a thing where I cleaned out my closet earlier this year. I had 350 keyboards, and I had over 100 keycap sets, over 200 sets of switches. But this is like my job. Like I am a keyboard collector first, but then also a keyboard content creator second. So then I collect keyboards. The ones that are cool enough, I put on display throughout my house. The ones that are like cool enough that I
Wait,
don't have
you
room
mean like
for.
actually like hang it up on a
Oh, yeah,
shelf or
straight up.
something? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Oh yeah, I guess we should show the keyboard.
Oh
this
yeah,
is-
yeah.
This is what the keyboard looks like now. So this is aesthetically finished. However, it's not sonically finished. So like, it sounds pretty good now.
Yeah. Wait,
Do you sense a difference between these two? I know it's a bit of a loud room, but
this one feels a little more like clackier on the high end. Like it's got a little crisp.
you see how this
Yeah, I
one
feel
sounds
like
a bit
this.
deeper?
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
because it's got the like die-sub PBT keycaps rather
Oh,
than the
so
double shot.
yeah, because the only difference between what kind of?
Same switches.
Oh, same switches.
but
So
these are
literally the
double
only
shot,
thing that's
these are
different.
die-sub.
Okay.
So that's your difference. And like,
Wow.
it's there.
Yeah,
There's
no,
a difference there, just changing the keycaps. Like there's something significant going on here, but we're not done because we still have 30 minutes
Yeah.
to.
Wait, so is this going to void the warranty if you're going to pop off the back?
That I don't know.
Oh, we should ask.
I just assume that it does.
Yeah. We'll get an actual answer from ASUS if it voids the warranty. Hopefully it doesn't, because I mean the idea is that you want to go in there and customize it yourself, right?
Yeah, exactly. Let's see if I picked the right hex tool first try. Nope. Darn it. All right,
And then
second time.
is lubing. I mean, I would assume because they include this, that lubing the switches do not void the warranty.
I honestly don't know about that. Like, so in all my days of building keyboards, like a lot of brands don't care that you've opened up their keyboard and modded it. Like a couple brands come to mind, but I won't name drop them. But yeah, I feel like if you buy a custom keyboard, generally they're super accepting of modding. Okay, I found it.
There we go.
There we go. I'm going to use my electric screwdriver. It's not a wow stick, so I can say wow, but
Wow.
not quite.
Wow.
I can go, wow. Almost Owen Wilson moment. Speaking of Owen Wilson,
Yeah.
Loki, so good.
Loki.
You see the new Loki season?
Oh, I thought you were talking about an hot ASUS product, the Loki. What was it? The power supply, I think.
No, I was talking about the
No,
new.
I haven't.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Not
that
as
Owen Wilson.
Yep.
He carries that whole show for real.
Interesting.
Although I also love Owen Wilson. This is Owen Wilson's side topic. Just like the way that he says "wow,"
Wow.
like wow,
You just know it. Yeah.
it's so good.
It's iconic.
Like,
Wait, so real quick, because I do want to get back. So the people who have keycaps, how many sets of keyboards do you have? You said earlier, so is it above 3, 2, 3, 5, 6?
whoa,
Okay, that you're willing to admit. 7.
Let's
7
go.
keyboards. Actual fully built keyboards. Yeah. Wow, okay. Do you have more keycaps than keyboards? Anybody? Yeah. 13 sets. Okay, yeah.
Let's go.
I guess I need to catch up then. Yeah. I just have 1 keycap set.
You know, you could have 14 sets.
Yeah. Wait, but people can't buy this here. They got to go on.
They got to go online.
Okay.
Goblin Tech Keys.
I just want to see the treasure chest.
The treasure chest is pretty sick. I did a short on it. Okay, so we've got the top off. Boom.
Oh,
Now,
this is actually it's like a metal.
a little bit.
That's serious.
Then we've got this bit. We're gonna do this a little bit carefully.
And watch out for that ribbon cable.
Yep, we gotta undo 1 connector cable. Bada bing, bada boom. There's your PCB. Now you're probably wondering, Hipyo, what are you doing with the PCB? You're wondering that, right?
Yeah. What are you doing with that?
We're gonna tape it up. Now you're probably thinking this is insane. Why would you tape up your PCB? That could be a fire hazard. That could be blah 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 blah. It'll make it sound better.
Wait, so is this special keyboard tape or is this painter tape?
No,
it looks like painter
this is
tape.
straight up blue painter's tape. Yeah.
Is it? Do you think, Dan? If do you mind passing the? So we have some gaff tape. I'm a video professional.
Oh,
so
yeah.
always bring gaff tape. I am curious to see if we, because this is pretty heavy.
Oh. Ooh.
Right? I wonder what that would do.
Ooh, yeah. You want to try it?
Can you do like half and half, or is it like?
That might be a bit.
Actually, I guess I don't know. First, just show me what you do. I don't.
So essentially, this might be too sticky.
Too sticky?
Yeah, because it'd be tough to take it off if you ever want to take it off. However, I might get some of this for a future experiment.
I know. Yeah. Because I mean,
fun.
I have loads of gaff tape. So.
But no, essentially the tape mod is really simple. You take some tape, you put it on the back of your PCB. I wish I had scissors here, but I'll just tear it. And you do that like 3 layers basically.
Wait, 3 layers on top of each other?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's essentially acting as like a low pass filter. It's cutting out a lot of the sounds that like might be considered a bit unpleasant in your keyboard.
Like the clackiness?
Yeah, a bit of the clackiness, although it's like, it can make it a bit poppier too, which is kind of nice, which is a little bit on the higher sound profile side, whatever. Yeah, without scissors, this is a bit.
Wait, but also there's a pad. This seems like a soft pad.
Oh yeah,
underneath.
so like keyboards ship with foam nowadays.
Wait, so if you want it to be louder, do you just take the pad out?
Yeah, you totally could. You totally could.
I like loud keyboards.
Technically, like the foam doesn't necessarily make it quieter.
Is it more of a how much it depresses?
This is the foam that comes in this thing.
It's actually nice and cool to the touch, a little squishy.
Yeah, it's nice and squishy. It's covering up your battery and more silicone. Actually, there's a whole silicone layer in here,
Oh, okay.
or some kind of rubber. I don't know if it's specifically silicone, but yeah. So, anyways, we do that, and then we do. You want to try putting on a layer of tape,
Let's do it.
and then just go to here, actually, so you don't cover the connector.
Oh, okay. Like that?
Yeah. That should work. As long as it turns on.
So how many layers? How many layers have you done?
I've done one
Before.
layer so far.
No.
You
Before,
mean-
like in an experiment. I'm sure you experiment. How many layers have you tried?
I've done a keyboard build that was like all tape. So instead of foam, it was just layers of tape. And like, it honestly didn't make that much big of a difference past like 4 layers of tape.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah. Like it just kind of like, it's got diminishing returns. Like
Wait,
it does what
But
it
that's
needs to
one
do.
layer, so we're gonna do another one, or?
Yeah, we're gonna do one more. These gaskets keep popping off, so I just gotta make sure I put them on right.
Oh, this one popped off too.
Yeah, we'll check that before we
Okay.
do the final thing. More layers of tape. Oh, now tape mods are like my favorite mod to do, but I also do weird stuff. Like I put kinetic sand in keyboards. I put Play-Doh in keyboards. Like it might be a little bit unhinged, but it's honestly pretty fun. So like I like the more unhinged yet fun mods where like there's a small chance you're gonna break your keyboard, but
Wait, so what about this can break it?
this probably won't break.
Oh, okay. But you're saying this
Yeah,
could maybe?
there's like a very small chance that when you have your PCB out, you can static shock it.
Oh,
So I
kind of like when
recommend
you build
being-
a computer.
Yeah,
Okay.
similar to when you build a computer. So I recommend you're either grounded if you're in a place with a lot of static shocks, like run a humidifier or something.
So don't build a keyboard on your birthday with a lot of balloons around.
Exactly. Don't rub your hair on a balloon.
Pro
and
tip.
then that would be quite troublesome, I reckon. Grab some water.
Wait, so not only does somebody get to win this in an auction, it's been custom taped by me and you. It's got the custom
Custom
caps,
modded.
custom tapes. That's 3 layers if I counted correctly.
Yeah. And we just need one like buffer layer down here.
Okay.
And then it should be basically good. And this is like, when I try and tell people about this mod, I'm like, you can make your keyboard sound better for $3. Because the roll of tape's a couple bucks. And then this takes what? We've done this whole entire build in an hour, which is pretty good.
Well, I mean, we will have a little time. I actually kind of want to see you lube a switch
Yeah, I can show
after
you
we
how to
put
lube a
this
switch.
together,
Easy peasy.
just for reference. Wait, what happens if you overlube it? I'm sorry.
If you overlube a switch, it just
Does it
won't
mean you just hit it and it just boom? It goes fast. Like you just barely have to touch it and it just actuates.
No, so like lube is very globby.
Uh-huh.
So like when you overlube a switch, you're essentially just creating a glob in there.
Oh.
So it presses down. It's like slushy. It's bad. You don't want to overlube because then that gets rid of the whole point. Because you lube a switch so it feels smoother, and if you overlube, then it doesn't feel smooth. It feels glob.
And are you saying there's nobody that likes that?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, it's a tool, right? A keyboard is still a tool. So if you make it so you can't use the tool, it's not a very good tool.
Okay.
Anyways, this is 3 layers of tape on the whole entire back of the PCB. Thank you so much. Super, super, super easy mod. Nothing crazy going on here. Now we just need to put it back.
Yeah, don't hurt that ribbon cable. That's super important.
You know, I accidentally have hurt quite a few of these. I'm not going to lie to you. I think this is the right way to put it in, but I'll double check in just a second. Oh, wait.
Let me get this on. Oh,
Oh, it's okay. We'll put those on in a second.
oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
They're falling everywhere.
They are falling everywhere. So this goes in like this way, blue side up. Slot that in.
Also, I will say the
So
weight of this
fidgety.
is actually pretty substantial.
That's because of the silicone layer. Yeah. So it's a plastic keyboard, essentially.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like I would do some damage. I'm not going to hit you, but if I did hit you with this, it would do some damage.
I have certain keyboards that I call like my baseball bats.
Yeah.
Because if somebody broke into your house,
You just grab a keyboard.
You
They're like,
grab
what are
a
you going to do with
keyboard.
that? And you're like,
I
test
have
me.
keyboards that weigh like 20 pounds. So they are essentially a baseball bat.
Also, you showed me at LTX the world's hardest to type on keyboard.
Yes, the 1500 gram spring keyboard. Gasket,
this one fell
gasket.
here, yeah.
All right, put this gasket on. Bada bing, bada boom. And that, my friends, oh, this one isn't actually on. So we're gonna put this right here. Boop. Just like
And
that.
at this point, before you put it back on, what you're going to test it and just see how it feels?
Yeah, no, so I'm actually gonna just switch the power on and make sure that power's on. So it powers on. You can see this pairing. Therefore, let's switch it to this mode, test the RGB.
Ooh.
It works. We didn't break it. Yay!
Yay.
I say that dramatically, but it's pretty hard to break. So we've been talking about gaskets this whole entire time. Some of you might be wondering what those are. These are little like rubber bits that are on the actual assembly of the keyboard that makes it so when you type, there's like a little bit of flex. Some boards have more flex than others. This one, the gaskets are mostly just there to like dampen vibrations. Like it doesn't give you a lot of flex.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard because the actual tabletop is flexing a little bit, but
Yeah, like there's a little bit. I have some boards that are built with like leaf spring gaskets where when you type on them, they're like trampolines. Yeah.
oh wait, like they actively push back
Yeah.
after you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like crazy actually. Okay, so we just need to screw this back in. You want to grab the screwdriver and a screw?
Yeah, we'll get it started.
I'll hold it for you.
It's called teamwork.
Teamwork.
And hopefully, I do want to get JJ back over here to
Oh yeah.
answer that question.
Oh yeah. I'll put him on the spot.
Yeah.
Put him right on the spot. Still going. No jump cuts, Sag. I'm sorry.
Are you known for your jump cuts?
I have a lot of jump cuts.
Oh, okay. Well, here is the complete opposite.
The
When you go live, there's no jump cuts.
so like in my videos, we've got Hipyo Tech Magic, where like normally instead of showing this, I would just and then it'd be done.
and then be done.
I'm sorry. Unfortunately, you get to watch me screw in a keyboard, but at least you get my slightly witty banter.
No, this is the fun part. I mean, you wanted to go down an Owen Wilson rabbit hole, and I stopped you. So,
I could go back any day now.
well, we'll see what kind of time we have.
The champion Owen Wilson. Okay, screwing this back in.
A couple more left. This is the fun part.
This is the fun part. I mean, the whole thing is the fun part. It's like building Lego, which, funny enough, I don't enjoy building Lego, but
Really?
I enjoy building keyboards.
Oh, I love Lego. See,
It's weird. Don't
I
think
love
about it
building.
too hard.
I love building PCs, but have yet to dig into this. This is literally
is-
the closest I've gotten to building a keyboard.
I feel like this is much less stressful than building a PC. Like building a PC, the whole entire time I'm doing it, I'm like, am I gonna accidentally break everything? And then my $1,000 build is just gone. But
Which could happen.
which could definitely happen with the keyboard, but it turns on.
Hey, there we
so
go.
That's good.
Nice.
The fun part about custom keycap sets like this is, let's say I like didn't like the spacebar being brown. I have 2 different other color options for the spacebar, so I could just replace it with green, or I could replace it with like a soft minty
Ooh, mint.
green.
Options.
Or maybe I don't like these keys. I can replace them with like novelty keycaps that like fit my vibe and my theme, and that's like the fun of keyboard DIY. You know, PCDIY, keyboard DIY, roll credits or something like that.
I like it.
Yeah, you get to customize them. They get to fit your vibes. Some people have crazy keyboards. Like there's
Define crazy.
there's like a subset of the keyboard hobby that has like artisan keycaps, which are like handmade art stuff. We'll get Tiny Makes Things on later. She does a lot of that. But like each individual key is like works of art. It's insane.
I've seen like the resin ones,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
There's resin ones, there's clay ones, there's metal engraved ones. These are just plastic, but they work.
Still cool.
They work really well. But that's the keyboard build.
Yeah, with the little time we have left, show me how to lube.
Well, hold on, because
What?
we haven't listened to how it sounds.
Oh, we haven't listened. Put on your listening ears, everybody.
Wait, should I put this in?
Sorry,
wrong?
my wife's a teacher, so.
You're listening.
Yeah.
I feel like I don't know how to put a screwdriver in its container,
That's okay.
but that's fine. I'm gonna set this on the ground,
It's a cool container.
right on the ground. All right, so we've got this one. Ooh.
Wait,
Yeah, put the mic.
we're
up
gonna.
to it.
Sorry, we're gonna get real close with it.
This
Dan.
sounds significantly poppier now. Ready?
Yeah.
Versus.
Yeah, can you tell?
Do you hear any difference? I hear a difference.
Joe, all right, so do you like A? Do you like this one? Or do you like this one? What do you think? Yeah, this
Fuck.
one? Okay,
Yeah.
Team Thok here.
So like, you might be saying like there's not that big of a difference, but literally all we did was swap the keycaps and put tape on the keyboard. If you were to swap the switches or swap the case for like a different fully aluminum case, or like maybe change the foams that you had in there, remove the foam, put different foams in there, those would all change the sound by a little bit, which can add up to a crazy difference.
Maybe gaffer tape.
You could try gaffer tape. I mean, my personal favorite nowadays is like tape mod plus kill mat, which is like an automotive dampening mat.
Okay.
Because you put the automotive dampening mat in the case and you like roll it out, and it's like, it makes it super, super just sonically perfect. Or wood. Wooden keyboards are genuinely sick. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, okay, and then the other part, we don't have it here, but the what's with the whole cable thing that has like the curl?
That's purely aesthetics.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just thought maybe it was like a monster cable where you get the gold plated
In
fittings.
fact, for some custom keyboards, custom cables can actually be worse because some of the custom cables aren't made to carry enough signal for like RGB.
Oh.
Some custom cables are perfect.
Okay.
But yeah, there are some issues in the past with keyboards that were too power demanding, and then people have their fancy coiled cables, and then their RGB wouldn't turn on, and they're like, it's broken. And it's like, no, it's just the cable, your fancy cable.
Maybe you should sell a fancy cable.
I thought about that, except I don't like coiled cables.
Oh.
So like, it'd be a bit silly.
So not on the coil cable? Yeah, okay. Any coil cable lovers?
Coiled cable employers? Okay, they exist. I mean, like, I see it, but it's just not for me.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. I'm going to figure this out later. Let's lube the switch really, really quick.
Yeah.
So this is going to be kind of hard to show. But essentially,
this is just for me. I'm being jealous here.
Hipyo Tech patented switch lubing speed run.
Speed run.
Speed run.
All right, so you have to this is the red. This isn't the white.
Yeah, so this is the red, which is actually a better example of lubing it because these are not as factory lubed as the whites.
Oh, okay.
So they kind of need it. There's two different types of switches. There's a kale style of switch, which is a clamshell, and there's a cherry style of switch, which is this one. So this is a clamshell style of switch. So we have to use this type of switch opener to open it. We're going to put the switch on it, and then we're going to press down. Boom. So the switch.
Oh, look at that.
Switch just popped open.
Doing, doing.
Boom, boom. You've got your stem. This is going to be hard to see on camera, but bear with me. Spring. You've got your bottom housing and your top housing. Now, as far as like lubing switches goes, nowadays, I just ignore the top and bottom housing. I set those to the side because this guy, your stem is like your bread and butter and your spring. These are what you really need to lube.
Okay.
So you take your switch lube, and you can do everything with Krytox 205 grade 0, which is like, to oversimplify it, like the standard lube, there's a ton of different types of lubes of like different consistencies. Like there's thinner lubes, there's thicker lubes. This is like a mid style of lube.
Doesn't smell like anything.
Doesn't smell like, what does it taste like? Don't taste it. Please don't taste it. I've accidentally like gotten Krytox on my hand and then eaten like
accidentally
eaten lunch or stuff before, and I'm probably gonna die.
Has anyone tried the lube? No.
I don't recommend you eat lube.
You've tried lube. All right.
Did it taste good?
No. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Just tasted it. Put your tongue on it.
Whoa!
Maybe swirled around a little bit. No,
okay. So, anyways, you get a light layer of lube on your brush. Like you don't want the lube to be visible. Then you take your stem and you just brush.
Oh, the sides?
The points of contact.
Oh,
so in the
okay.
switch, these sides of your stem are going to be what's making the most contact. So you just brush all of these, and then you can kind of go a little bit crazy with it.
But not too crazy.
Not too crazy. Well, that's why you get a light layer on your brush so that you don't over lube. But you can get lube everywhere. It doesn't matter that much.
Oh, and here's JJ. We do have a question for you, JJ.
Yeah,
we wrap up here. We were wondering, does it void the warranty to take the back off and did the tape mod that we did?
No, actually, yeah. So we kind of designed the ASUS to try to be flexible, right? You know, that if you wanted to go in, maybe remove some of those layers of some of the material in there, right? And maybe change up the acoustics, you can do that. So we're actually pretty flexible. The only thing you always want to keep in mind is that if you kind of nick a board or a component, that you can damage that, right? When the team does assess that from a warranty perspective, we would consider that. So we always kind of preface that we're actually okay. It's the same thing with like water cooling your graphics card. It doesn't void your warranty if you water cool your card. But if you damage your card in the process of water cooling, we can't cover that.
Fair enough.
So it's just a balancing act. You know, just take your time, be sensible about how you approach your mods or your customization. But if it's all done with safety and care in mind, you should be good.
Awesome, thank you. Straight from
if you didn't hear what he said, essentially, taking apart your keyboard does not void your warranty. However, if you were to break it in the process, then it would. That's about right?
Correct.
Cool.
All right, cool.
I like it.
So I got a light layer of lube on the bottom of my spring, like a glob, and then I brushed the spring with lube as well.
How do you know which side's the bottom?
It doesn't matter for this type of spring. Some types of springs have like progressive. Don't worry about that right now. We're just we're working on some basic stuff. Now that we've got that done, we want the switch or stem legs to face the copper contacts. Boom.
Okay.
There we go, like that. And then you put the top housing generally with the logo side facing the contacts and the LED side facing the opening, like so. We pop that on, and then we've got a lubed switch. Now I want you to compare it. Tell me the difference between these two switches.
Is it going to make a sound difference, or is it just
It'll make a sound and a feel difference because we lube the spring especially. And it's substantial.
Okay, I'm gonna try to see if people can hear this. This is the unlubed switch. This is the lube switch. That's much quieter.
It's much quieter. Like with this one, like much quieter. And what that translates to when it's in your keyboard is it's gonna sound a bit deeper. It's just gonna feel a lot better. Like feeling these side by side. Like this one feels scratchier.
Yeah, it does.
This one feels a lot smoother.
It sounds more plasticky.
This one has a bit of ping to it. Or this one has a lot of ping to it.
Yeah.
So that's why you loop switches. You don't have to loop switches nowadays. And if you need more info on keyboards, then you can check me out on YouTube at Hipyo Tech. I make a ton of beginner guides. I make a ton of budget keyboard guides. I'm like a weird entry point into the hobby where like you can watch my videos and then like be like, wow, I really like those guys' videos. And then 3 months later, get into super high-end luxury custom keyboards and be like, nah, Hipyo's like a beginner. I don't like that guy.
Man, I was into him at the beginning, but
so like I can be your gateway. That's fine. I don't need to be anything else.
Yeah. Well, speaking of PC builds, that's kind of the same way over on PC World. We're more entry level to mid level, and you can go down the rabbit hole somewhere else. So I can appreciate that.
But I still feel Holy Panda sound test from time to time. Those of you that know what's up, like the three of you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for walking me through this journey. So my goal is for next time we meet, because I'm sure we'll meet at some event like this again,
of course,
is to have built my own watching Hipyo Tech videos over on YouTube.
Yeah, I want you to bring it to the next event that we're both at.
I can't promise that, but...
And they're going to be like, why'd you bring your keyboard? And you'll be like...
just so Hipyo Tech can sign it.
Yeah, it's for Hipyo Tech. So for those of you that are here in the audience, we will be giving this keyboard away. For those of you online, so sorry.
Go over to buy the keycaps.
Oh yeah, you can go over to Goblin Tech Keys to buy Hipyo Caps Jungle, which is my keycap set that I put on this board. Lovely plant-themed keycap set, $59.99 for 159 keys.
That's like 5 cups of coffee or keycaps.
Or half of a GMK set. That's how I think about it.
Okay, yeah.
Or like 1/10 of a GMK set if you're buying aftermarket stuff, because some of those sets have gotten up to like $600.
Whew.
Yeah. Anyways.
Okay.
I am really happy with how this turned out. Actually, this is really quite a substantial difference between just these like.
Yeah. And if you're here, you should come up and try it out too.
We'll let people try these out, and then I think we're going to take an 8-minute break.
Yeah, we're going to wrap it up. Next segment, you are going to be with
Tiny Makes Things.
Tiny Makes Things to do something.
Speaking of custom keyboards, we're going to get into some tea. Probably not, but like
like tea, like sipping tea.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah,
awesome.
boba
Cool.
tea.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll see you in the next one segment.
Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. My mic's on? Okay, perfect. I'm here, Hipyo Tech again, but now I have Tiny Makes Things. Would you like to introduce yourself, or should I do it?
Oh, sure, I can do it. Hi, I'm Tiny Makes Things. I go by Tiny, and I'm an artist and keycap maker. I make keycaps and, yeah.
Have you ever seen Corby before? World famous Corby?
I actually have it here.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you show Corby?
Yeah.
So, like,
Am I allowed to?
yeah, Tiny Makes Things is like keycap viral is the best way to describe it. Like super, super amazing artisan keycaps. Earlier in the last segment when I was talking about artisan keycaps, like look at this. Can we take it out?
Oh yeah, we can. Yeah.
These are all Corbies, not Kirby's. All right? That is legally distinct somehow.
Some of them are
Oh my God.
only some of them, but not
Magnetic mouths?
Yeah. I don't know if people can see them.
Look at this. Can I just show this off? Or are they gonna fall out?
They might.
Corbies.
Yeah.
So you might see this and be like, why would somebody make this?
Yeah, a lot of people. So I bring this to conventions or fairs, and so I think the people who haven't seen it are just like, how do you type on this? And I'm always like, well, you don't like, I don't think anybody actually types on something like this. It's very not practical at all. And they're like, what do you know? How do you know what the keycaps are? Like, how do you know what anything is? Also, doesn't it feel weird? Because it's just like mouths that are just open.
But they're fully functional.
Fully functional, yeah. It totally works if you wanted to.
Here's a question. How long does it take to make a Corby?
It's really hard to boil it down to one because whenever I'm making
batch.
one, it's not like I'm just physically making one. I make a kind of like a fleet of molds.
Sure.
So like a couple can be anywhere from 10 to 20. I would say it at least takes like a day, but it's like hours in chunks, but I'm not working the entire day. So I'll, do we call them shots. So like for the eyes and the feet, that's one separate shot.
Wow.
And you have to put it in a pressure pot and then wait like an hour or so, and then I take them out, and then I do the second shot, which is the pink body shot, and that's another, I don't know, 1 hour or 2 hours, and then I take them out, and then you have to sand them and finish them, and then that's like finished.
That's really cool. So like we're in the same hobby, but we're on different parts of the hobby.
Yeah.
But I'm most interested because you also started a shop, a keyboard shop. What made you start it?
I think like opportunity and just the fact that I had the ability to kind of open up the shop. So for those of you who might not know, I work with this group called SJ Made. They put on a lot of craft fairs and artist kind of events, and they have a space in downtown San Jose called Moment. And there's like four shops there, and they just had like an open spot, and they were like, if you want to apply. So I applied, and I know that I can't sell just my keycaps there because it's very niche. Like, people walking by, they're not just gonna like, oh, let me buy like a $50 keycap, like willy-nilly. So I was like, but I think it'd be really cool to see a physical mechanical keyboard store, since I don't think those exist a lot in the hobby. Yeah, I think it's really hard. I mean, it makes sense. All the vendors are usually online, online shipping and stuff like that. So I thought it'd be cool to at least do like a test run, because with the store, it was kind of like a flexible, like it could have been a pop-up for, a couple months if I wanted to, if it didn't work out kind of thing. So I was like, oh, kind of low risk. It is working out. So that's kind of like, we just kind of did it, and, we're kind of seeing how it is. And I think it's going, the space is pretty small, but I think for what it is right now, I think we do a good job of like having enough stuff. It's just like we're kind of limited by the space that we have and the space that we have at the warehouse.
No, I think that's so cool, because like literally the number one problem I always have is somebody gets into custom keyboards or wants to get into custom keyboards,
right?
And they're like, but I can't try one.
Exactly.
I went down to Best Buy. They don't have any custom keyboards there.
Yeah.
What do I do?
Exactly. And I used to tell people like, oh, you can go to a meetup. Like that's like maybe one of the easiest or most accessible things that you can go to, and then you can try out all the different switches, different kinds of keyboards, but then those don't happen all the time. It's like once a year in the Bay Area. And like some of you might be wondering, what is a meetup or a keyboard meetup? Literally, now you guys got to bear with me on this one. Keyboard meetups are where keyboard enthusiasts bring their keyboards to a place to meet with other keyboard enthusiasts. Why not? Right? Like, so I go and I bring this keyboard and I set it on a table and I get a little name tag and I write what's in the keyboard, and everyone else can walk around and like
try out my keyboard, and they can be like, whoa, you got that keyboard? What was that like? And it's basically just like, it's an instant icebreaker. Like it's a way to make friends that all share similar interests.
And a great way to learn about it too.
Yeah,
if you don't.
and also a great way to learn about it. Because like I actually just went to a meetup in Seattle that was, I think we had like 80 people there, and we were only supposed to have 50, which was really cool. The brewery was like, we'll give you guys an extra table. It's fine. But there were a ton of people there that had never built a keyboard before. They had never tried a keyboard before. And they just wanted to walk around and try a bunch of custom keyboards.
Right.
Yeah. And then they left like super stoked.
No, all my experiences going to meetups have been super like fulfilling. Like you go there, you meet people, you check out all their cool builds. Sometimes people build really interesting things that you've never seen before. Like I think I've seen like a cat, like literally their own acrylic cat-shaped keyboard. People make entire cases out of concrete. Like I saw one that was just a block of concrete with like a keyboard in it. Things like I would never like be able to see otherwise, maybe online, but not in person. And it's really cool to just be able to chat with people about you could walk up to anybody and be like, let's talk.
That's the most interesting thing. I think like there's some memes out there. Like the keyboard community online is like a tiger, and then the keyboard community in person is like a house cat. Like the keyboard community online, like we'll get heated about things. We'll be like, oh, this really annoys me. I don't like this. But then in person, like everybody's so friendly.
Right.
It's so interesting.
Just you can just talk to anybody, and and people are really nice and like offer to do things for you, trade you things. Like I feel like that's my experience with the community.
No, literally, like I watched like an exchange where people are like offering to like loop switches for each other, and I was like, this is so cool. You're dedicating like 3 hours to this person that you like just met.
And I feel like even the smaller discords that we have, like people get really close and will go and fly out to meetups to meet up with your friends and the people that you meet up online. I feel like the keyboard community itself has a really strong presence online, and then it translates to in person when we have these events.
Oh, I feel like it's really similar to like the custom PC community too, and like other enthusiast communities where like you share that interest. You're a little bit quirky because of it, but that means you like have an instant in to like make more friends.
Exactly. There's so much. There's common ground that you just already exists and established, and you can always like riff off of that. Yeah.
So here's a question: did you get into custom keyboards because of gaming?
Yes, actually.
Interesting. Okay.
I actually did build my first PC maybe back in college. And I remember looking at keyboards back then. That was like way before the hobby kind of exploded, I would say, in the past couple of years. The most entry-level keyboard back then was the Cooler Master Rapid Fire. And that was like there was no boards cheaper than that. It was like $80 to $100, and that's like the minimum that you would have to pay. And I was like, I don't want to pay that much for a keyboard. I'm just going to buy a $15 one and like call it a day. And then that was, I think, my first exposure, because I think I remember looking it up. And then I didn't even actually buy a mechanical keyboard then.
Oh, interesting.
And it wasn't until way later, and I tell this kind of a lot when people ask me how I got into keyboards, that I had a crush on this guy, and I knew that he was into keyboards, mechanical keyboards, and I used it as like an excuse to talk to him. I was like, hey, I'm kind of interested in keyboards. And I don't know if I really was. I just kind of used that as an excuse. And then he's like, oh yeah, let me tell you about all this stuff. We started talking. And then I really actually got into went on the subreddit. I saw back then, I think the first board that I saw was this, it was SA Pulse, and that was like the original run of it with Mito. Mito. And I was like, that looks, it was on some wooden base, and I was like, that's amazing. That was like the first kind of like impression that I got about mechanical. And then
like,
I think
keyboards can look different. Keyboards don't have to be boring rectangles.
I was like, I didn't know they could look like that. And that's how, and then I think I ended up getting the Rapid Fire and like a ducky or something like that. But that was, and I think those only existed, like there was in small amounts, and the other, like, I would say like gaming, there were mechanical keyboards. It just wasn't as like custom as it is now. And I think it's changed a lot in the last few years, where we are now seeing like
budget custom.
That are different. So like, not just full size boards anymore. When they started getting smaller, I was like, oh my gosh, they're learning.
It took so long. For all these, like, because gaming brands, they're like, people want as many keys as possible. They're shoving rows on every side. They're shoving bonus rows up here. They're like, you want a row of keycaps? You get a row of keycaps. And it took forever to convince them, like, hey, what if the keyboards are smaller?
More ergonomic.
What if they were smaller?
What
and
if
now
you
we've
had-
got 60% keyboards.
Mhm.
We've got 75% keyboards, like
The
mainstream.
screens. Yeah, I think it's been really cool seeing kind of
Yeah.
the I would say custom and gaming kind of have more
Yeah.
overlap and seeing that. Is
The
that how
evolution.
is that also how you got into
I got in because of gaming. So I had a full-size Corsair, case something or rather. It's got the little rolly knob. That's the one thing custom keyboards need. They don't have the rolly knobs. They've got the side
Oh,
knobs.
the side knobs, but not the
But,
it's
like,
easier to
What's up with that? I don't get that. Anyways, as I was saying, I had a huge Corsair keyboard. I got super into Valorant. I was sweating it out. I hit platinum. Crazy, right?
Amazing.
Insane. It's not that insane. Anyways, I kept slamming my hand into my numpad because I started lowering my sensitivity bit by bit to get it to where it was like, okay, I can flick across my. Anyways, I started getting bruises on the side of my hand
That's so
because I
intense.
was flicking into my mouth or into my keyboard so hard.
Yeah.
And I was like, I need a smaller keyboard.
Mhm.
Like, this is a problem. This is a genuine problem.
Mhm.
So then I looked up okay, smaller keyboard, and you get the typical something TKLs, somebody's making something. And I was like, these I don't know about these. What if they look like this? But what if I want it to look like this? And what if maybe it has this? And it sent me down a death spiral of keyboard research.
Yeah.
Where I ended up okay, I need a 75% keyboard. I needed to do this. I want the switches to feel like this. And I just got full custom into it. And then I got it, and I was disappointed.
In your board that you got.
I was disappointed in my first keyboard. The reason why, it sounded super hollow, super pingy.
Yeah.
It was one of the original Idobao keyboards. And I was like, this sucks. I just spent $180 on this keyboard, plus stuff for keycaps, plus stuff for switches.
Plus the hours that you spent researching.
Yep, the hours researching, the hours building. I was disappointed. So then I was like, okay, what can I do? I joined the Idobao Discord, which was pretty small at the time. And these guys are like, wait, if you take the foam that came in the packaging and you put it in the keyboard, it'll sound better. And I was like, why would you do that? So then I do that and I film it because I'm like, all right, I need proof for this. And I do that. That's my first YouTube video.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I was modding my keyboard that I had buyer's remorse on. And then afterwards, it sounded better. And I was like, shoot. Because it started something very dangerous in me that was oh no, I saw actual results from what I did. And I'm a nerd. I play RuneScape for I have 172 days of playtime in RuneScape. If I see slight benefit to whatever I'm doing, I'm all in. Now I'm all in.
Yeah, doesn't it kind of, do you ever wonder where these mods not came from? Because obviously people just tried them out, but there's these weird so tape mod is a popular mod. Someone was just let me just use whatever painter's tape and just slap it on the back of the PCB. Hopefully that's gonna mute the sound, and then it's a thing now. It's a very, very common thing.
Yeah.
Or the Band-Aid mod. Someone's let me cut up Band-Aids and just stick them on my board to make the stabilizer sound better, and that's just a thing now. I just who are these people who are just let me just throw things into my board and if it works then I'm gonna post about it.
I love it because it's that board tinkering that makes DIY hobbies so fun.
It's very creative for me. It's also it's things that you have foam, that you have your tape and Band-Aids, right? Things that are oh, let me just grab it from my medicine closet from my packaging. It's just things that everyone has, and it just makes the world of a difference.
The craziest one I ever did was kinetic sand, where it actually worked really well. Kinetic sand, where it's the sand that flows like a liquid.
It's kind of weird, stringy. When
you can cut it. Crazy stuff. But I stuffed it in a keyboard. And it actually worked so incredibly well. And I was like, I need to tell the world about this. Yeah.
Does sand come out of your board if you're
No, because it's kinetic sand. It sticks together as a clump. So it's a perfect solution. Probably not perfect. Probably don't try it at home, but it's cool.
It works.
Those little mods make everything so fun. But then how did you get into the art side of it? What made you make your first TikTok?
I think by that time I was already making keycaps, and I was
okay, for fun or
for fun. Well, I think I had already started doing it as a business, making keycaps, doing commissions. And I think because I was I already kind of spend the time making it, I might as well film it and then throw it on the internet.
Huh.
Like, who knows? And for me, yeah, it was a way of like documenting kind of like the keycaps that I was doing. But I think I had done a little bit of content on like I streamed a lot more back then, but it was just hard because like streaming takes up a lot of time.
Streaming is hard.
It's you have to be like on all the time, like the entire time that you're streaming. And then if you want any like long lasting content, you have to edit that. And that's like a lot of extra work after the fact. Like the stream itself might not be work in it because it's live. So you just like, you do your thing and you're done. But people don't watch like VODs unless you're like a big streamer, I suppose. Yeah. So if you want to like, if I'm making a keycap and I'm like, oh, watch this 4-hour video that I spent like making it, but I'm also talking to people and it's like, no one's going to go. No one's going to do that. So I'm like, okay, let me cut it down to like 15 seconds. Right. So I think it started out with that, like kind of a way of documenting, the stuff that I did and just like posting it. And that's just kind of how, and I think the format of it works really well because people don't like watching really, really long videos where it's like kind of not pointless, but just takes a long time.
Yeah.
But I think for art and things kind of artistic and creative, people like the short stuff and you like to see like the progress of it, but you only want to see like 15 seconds of it. So yeah, I was like, let me make it easier for people to kind of digest the stuff that I do.
Oh, that's awesome. And now the Corbies.
Yeah, no, now they exist like this, and people are. I think people have been waiting on the space bar for a very long time. I kind of just like not forgot, but like I feel like once I do the space bar, it's gonna be like over.
It's finished.
I actually do have more plans for it, but I was like, and it's harder to make because I have to make like it's just not like the other caps. It's a little bit more complicated, although it's not like hard, a lot harder. And I'm just kind of like. I'm like, do I put a magnet in the entire thing or just one part of it? Do I put 3 separate magnets?
It's gonna
like,
make it heavier.
How do I, I think there's just I'm waiting for it to be like kind of the right time to do it. But yeah, it's been like seeing this entire thing kind of come together. Sometimes people are like, this is so like.
It's stellar.
To see in person. Yeah, I get a lot of people who are like, I've seen this online. And
yeah.
like,
are you one of them TikTokers?
Yeah. Like, I think I've seen this on TikTok. And people said it so much that I made a sign that says "as seen on TikTok."
That's smart.
Like, put it there. So people will be like, "Oh yeah, this is the one that I've seen."
Yeah.
Because I think I don't assume that there are other people who are doing this.
No.
Exact same thing.
No,
like, at least with.
I've seen a new trend is like painting the keycaps.
I think that was actually an old trend.
Is that old?
Yeah. That's actually kind of where maybe I saw people painting their caps like. And I was like, I could just make a new cap instead of like people. Yeah. I think people were painting like their laptop caps, like the flat, like chiclet ones. And I was like, I could do one better. Like I could just make the entire keycap like out of, I actually brought it, but it's in the car. The food keyboard, that's the one that I started on TikTok. I know I should have brought it here. It's sitting in my car. But I made every single one of them. It took like an entire year, I guess.
Yeah, that was a crazy journey.
But yeah, it was just kind of fun to throw that on the internet, and people, and all of the suggestions, or most of them, came from people just suggesting things, and a lot of them are really creative, and you get a lot of creative ideas from people who comment things. I'm sure you probably have that same experience when people comment things, and you're like, oh, I could do that. It's like not just I don't take creative like the credit for all the stuff that happened because a lot of it was suggested by people online who are like
somebody tells you make a sandwich.
Yeah, make a sandwich or like
a burger.
No, it's really. I think. Have you gotten any really interesting or cool comments that people like? Oh, do this and you did it. And
the best suggestion I had actually was pretty recent, and it was moldable erasers. Moldable erasers. You
like
get
artists.
Yeah,
like the artists use like the squishy ones.
Anyways, you can use them like clay and fill your keyboard with them, and it actually works as like a very good keyboard dampening material. Because you can squish them as flat as you want. So if your keyboard has like not a lot of space, you can squish them in there. Yeah. And I was like, this is silly. They're smelly erasers. And I tried it recently. And like it made a $20 board from AliExpress sound like a $150 keyboard. Yeah. Just because it made it so dense. Like it made it sound like an aluminum foil board.
Interesting. Did you try it with other squishy elements like clay or Play-Doh or?
I have tried Play-Doh in the past. That was really bad because the Play-Doh dries up. And then you get a board that rattles when you shake it around.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
A little keyboard instrument.
I also didn't realize that Play-Doh dried out.
Yeah.
I guess that would be the same for clay, huh? Clay does.
Some clay does dry out, but moldable erasers don't dry out. They're like permanently kind of moist.
Like a putty kind of.
Yeah, but like a putty. So they work really well. Those are my weird keyboard
Weird
mod
keyboard
ideas.
mods, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else. Let's see. We've got your keyboard journey.
Mhm.
We've got your shop journey. Maybe like what's next for Tiny Makes Things?
It's a good question. I don't think I feel like I've thought about it a lot. And I think over my time of doing content, it's kind of changed because I went from like streaming to doing like videos. And in the past year, I've just been really busy with the store. Quite honestly, it's been a lot of like logistic and things that I don't find myself particularly good at, like managing and like having to like keep up with like our inventory, like just like stock management. And I think like more or less the store is a little bit more stabilized now, but I think there's still a lot we want to do with like the space and how we want to explore like what it could look like to have it more community focused and like event driven, like to have events and things maybe at a store that has a bigger space. And so part of it is kind of exploring that and seeing where that leads me. And then I don't know, for content, it's kind of like in limbo right now because I haven't really figured out, like, I think sometimes as a creator, I'm sure you feel like, oh, I'm stuck, or I'm just like, I don't have anything exciting or new to post about, or there's a lot of things that I just haven't tried. I don't want to, it takes a lot of energy to like go and do something. I think right now I'm just kind of like, let me focus on the things that are currently at hand, which is like the store, and then kind of figure out the stuff later.
No, it's really cool. That's like you're finding what you want to hone in on, and you're honing in on it.
Yeah. I think it's a lot like being flexible and kind of figuring things out because the industry changes a lot, and I think we're seeing kind of a slowdown, at least in my opinion, about the hobby and how things go. Yeah.
See, I see it as like a shift, not a slowdown, because I've actually seen the hobby grow more than ever in the last year. Like as far as people being engaged with keyboards and like people really caring about how their keyboard sounds, how their keyboard feels or looks or whatever. But it's like, it's less consumer focused. Like it's less, I'm going to buy 7 keycap sets because they might disappear tomorrow.
Right. Like less of a sscarcity mindset.
Yeah. There's way less FOMO, which is great. That's what I've been screaming for. I literally did like a GMK diss track song.
Yeah.
Which apparently a bunch of vendors blacklisted me because of it. Because like I made them lose out on a bunch of money.
Oh.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, so that's an interesting one. But no, like I see it as the hobby has more people in it than ever. So I think there's so much potential for keyboards. It just needs to be shifted and readjusted. Like away from luxury, like the luxury aspect of the hobby should still exist.
Yeah.
It needs to exist because that's like the bespoke, super custom, super fun aspect of it. But not everybody has like $500 to spend on a keyboard.
Yeah.
Period. Like that's
that's just
3 years ago. For some reason, everybody did.
I think people were bored at home.
People were really bored at home. They were like,
or like
actually,
itching to kind of do something.
Can't go to Disneyland, Greg, so I'm buying a keyboard. And that's kind of how it went.
Yeah.
Which like was really cool because now everybody's got like their crazy custom keyboards. But there's a lot of people that never even knew keyboards existed.
Yeah, no, I think there still is plenty of growth in that space, but I think it's considerably slowed down a lot.
Yeah.
I think like people were really like just slamming on the accelerator for like, let me just jump deep into the hobby, get all these key sets, buy all these keyboards. And then I think with like seeing a lot of, I would say like vendors pull out of the space either by exit scamming or just by like being like, hey, we don't have any more, we're closing down shop. Like officially exiting versus like being
I think like
scammy about it. But
the keyboard hobby had like its infinite money glitch phase.
Right. During it was just like
which
people were just pouring money into it.
It's kind of where like AI is like a buzzword now that people are using for like infinite money glitch type of thing. And like now that the like grifters are kind of getting out of the hobby, it's like it's settling. The people that really care have stuck around. And there's a lot more of a good solid core to it, which I think is really cool. Like the fact that you could just go out and buy a keyboard that like 3 years ago you would have had to have waited a year and a half for is crazy. Yeah.
I do think like seeing and actually a lot of people experiencing the exit scams have put a lot of, I think, pressure onto like, okay, nobody wants to join these 2-year-long group buys and then end up being scammed out of their money for
Yeah.
it. And a lot of people are unwilling to put their money there anymore, which is very, very understandable.
Very
and like,
valid.
I think we were crazy to be like, yeah, let's just throw money.
Yeah.
2 years later, we'll get our key sets. No big. Like
Yeah.
that's crazy to a lot of people. And I think like for us, it was like normal. And you
Yeah.
would just like convince all these new people who are in the hobby, like, is this like, I just wait 2 years
Yeah,
for this?
this
And
is
you're like,
normal.
that's normal. Like 2 years, try waiting like 4 years for some of these sets. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's just like, it was like unsustainable to begin with. And I think like the fact that we're shifting more to, I would say, a more like dependable way of like getting keyboards and key sets. And I think it forces manufacturers and vendors to kind of find ways that they don't have to hold on to people's monies for 2 years or like wait many, many months like and years for manufacturers to make their keycaps. So I think it has like put us in a better position, even though I would say like, yeah, the people who got scammed, not in a better position. But yeah, I think like it's kind of a learning lesson for the entire hobby. And yeah, I've lost quite a bit of money in those scams.
I'm so
I mean,
sorry.
like
It's speaking of lost, we've actually lost the amount of time that we have left for this. But thank you so much for everybody for tuning in. It's been awesome. Thank you for having me, Hipyo Tech. Thank you for having Tiny Makes Things.
Yeah.
Any final words?
Nope. Oh, come visit the shop if you're ever in downtown San Jose. It's called the Tiny Keyboard Shop.
Visit the Tiny Keyboard Shop. Check out Hipyo Cap's Jungle, my keycap set, or us on social media. See you guys later.
Hi, everybody. It's JJ back again here for PCDIY Day. So we're going to be ending things out with just a little bit of kind of discussion regarding, I think, some of the cool things to keep in mind that maybe end of the year is coming up, right? Maybe you're looking to maybe get yourself a little something, maybe get something a little for something else. You know, the perennial kind of question comes about is what's the right thing to get for somebody? And of course, budget is always going to be a big part of that, right? And so I thought, hey, you know, let me go ahead and come up with a couple of different products that I think might be kind of interesting to keep in mind, you know, at different price points, everything from, I think, you know, maybe sub $25, you know, to, of course, maybe something pretty cool. Maybe you're looking for a 49-inch QD OLED gaming monitor. Well, we're also going to have that one on there, and that one's actually even on sale right now. So I thought, hey, why not go ahead and bring two fantastic people to go ahead and maybe give their insights, their perspective as well, talk about some cool things that we can think about. And of course, for anybody that's got any questions about any of these products or anything in general that we've talked about today, or maybe something that we haven't talked about, feel free to go ahead and drop it in the chat too, and we can go ahead and give you guys our perspective and our feedback as well. So I think first and foremost, what are you guys hoping for? If you guys could get your gift for this holiday season, right? What would be the one that you would love to be able to go ahead and unbox for yourself?
I think every girl deserves a white 4090 this year for Christmas. Boyfriends, take that note down. You already know
pressure.
What to get. No pressure though. No
Why
pressure.
4090, right? Is it a plus that it also comes with that ring inside the box, right?
Oh,
It
that's
does.
that's a good trick.
It does
come with a ring.
It does come with a ring inside the box.
I love my gaming handhelds, so an ROG Ally, Z1 Extreme.
ROG Ally. And we just pushed out that super big update, which just actually added a lot of really cool features, including the new gyro controls on it, which is actually pretty sweet. Yeah, I think that's a good one. For me, what would I want to upgrade? I think. No, I just got myself a couple of upgrades. I just got myself a couple of upgrades. I don't know. I'm one of those people that I do get the reward in giving people more something than I get something. So I think for me, I would be more excited about seeing somebody super surprised about me getting them something that they're excited about. Yeah. So I think with that, let's go ahead and first jump into the first part of kind of the bracket that I broke down, which was $25 and under, which might be a little bit surprising because I think some people might be like, what do you have that be under $25? And actually, one of them was actually really cool. So in our first build that we actually just finished off with Stuart, we actually showed off those TF1 gaming fans. So we actually have those fans actually on sale right now, both the white and the black ones. So a single fan will cost you right now $13. That's actually $6 off, which is a pretty nice savings if you consider it's $20. And then the 3-pack is actually going to be $43. Which actually I think is a pretty nice savings. So a little bit more than, of course, the $25 budget, but I think that's a great option as far as just maybe you're looking to brighten up your system, get a little bit more airflow. Maybe, you know, you got a pre-existing build, you want to be able to add some fans in there. I think it's a nice option. And because there's no controllers, everything just plugs straight into the motherboard. You don't have to worry about anything kind of aftermarket or supplemental software that you have to install because it's all going to be powered by the motherboard. So it does work with any motherboard, not just an ASUS board. What do you guys think as far as like fans? Do you think are you kind of one of those people that you see the merit in adding the fan for the performance side or more for the aesthetic side, or kind of it's equal or?
I like how he gave the mic to me. I'm the type of person that will fill up every slot with fans for the aesthetic. Either fans or an LCD screen.
Right. So if it's an empty space, it's a space that's
fans,
not used, right?
yeah.
We got to put it in there, right?
How about you?
I'm a little bit more on the performance side, being able to have more fans and more airflow to be able to kind of maybe cap the possible performance that I get out of it. So, you know, I like to control the tuning curves too. So keep it silent, keep it cool, but also get that maximum performance and stability. So.
I definitely would agree with that. And actually, for those of you that aren't necessarily interested in the whole maybe aesthetics or kind of let's say the ARGB kind of craze that has been around for the last few years, we do have our XF120 ROG Strix fans. So these are actually really, really performance fans. One of the few fans on the market that have a maglev bearing. So we talked a little bit about bearings. These are pretty much the highest performing bearings that you can get. If you talk about like normal fans, those fans are going to be about 80,000 hours. Those tough gaming fans are 250,000 hours. Maglev bearing is going to be over 400,000 hours. It is also, like I said, immune to, it doesn't matter where you position it, whether you position it horizontally or vertically. Most people don't realize that actually a fan can have a different lifespan depending on whether you mount it vertically or horizontally. So it doesn't care about that. And that one's also on sale you can get it for $14. And normally that's a $30 fan. So it's very similar to kind of like a premium like Noctua fan, which are pretty pricey. But here you could actually save yourself some money. So if you're looking to maybe upgrade the aesthetics or upgrade the cooling performance, either or, we're going to have you covered. Another one is GPU support. So You know, now you're getting these bigger graphics cards. Sometimes you might need a little bit more support for your graphics card. We do have the cool ROG Herculex, which I don't know if you've seen that guy. It's actually, wish I had a demo of it right here, but the Herculex actually has an adjustable knob on it, which actually allows you to increase the height, and it has a full RGB display on it. So it's pretty sweet. That guy we also are going to have on sale for $10, so $30 off. And I think the last one that I've got kind of under that $50 price band is, are you Team Camp buying your pre-built SSD externally or making your own SSD?
I used to buy just off the shelf, and then I discovered building your own is the way to go. So yeah, I just build my own now.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh my gosh, embarrassing, but I still lug around my files on like a hard drive.
On a hard drive? So wait, not an
need-
SSD, an HD. So what you're saying is, JJ, we totally have to send you,
Yes.
okay, one of these. Okay. Yeah, well, that's the great thing. We actually have this really cool little enclosure that we call the Tough Gaming A1. We also have an ROG version, and it's actually not with the drive installed. It's an M.2 enclosure. You just open it up, put in whatever drive you want. So terabyte, 2 terabytes, 4 terabytes, 8 terabytes, whatever you want, make your own drive. But one of the really cool things of why I like that is it's a bit more flexible over time compared to a integrated solution. Because if you buy a drive, it could be really nice, but the problem is either when you fill it up, you're stuck, right? There's no way to open it up and you're stuck with that capacity. So you end up kind of carrying 2 or 3 or 4 drives versus where I could have just swapped that out and maybe gone to a bigger drive, right? And that A1 is actually also even IP certified. So even if you dunked it in water, if you actually ran it over, we got some pretty crazy videos. I've seen people that literally have like thrown it off of like their house. It's fine. It definitely meets the moniker of tough gaming. So I think that's a pretty cool little accessory that we've got there. So moving into the next bracket, let's go into, I think, into the $100 kind of price band and maybe some of the little items that we've got right here. So one of these ones is, did you guys know that we actually had true wireless earbuds?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wait, this is cool.
Yeah, so these are actually ROG Cetra True Wireless. We came out these a little bit ago, and actually a lot of people have really been big fans of these. They actually have a little RGB case, $99, but they actually are on sale right now, so you can save $20. They have actually a low latency mode, because traditionally for Bluetooth, you wouldn't use Bluetooth for gaming, right? But that's actually one of the cool things. It being ROG, we want to make sure that it's still competent for gamers, and has quick charging via USB-C, and you can get it in white or in black. So either which way, a great little addition if you're just looking for a nice set of earbuds that actually sound good. They do sound good. They've got that low latency mode, nice quick charge case, black and white. I think it's a great addition to be able to consider.
Yeah, this is a really good stocking stuffer.
Yep, just pop it in there, and I think you're good to go. How many are you? Adam, I assume that you're probably an over-ear kind of guy as opposed to an in-ear?
I'm an over-ear, also open back.
Open back, yes, they're serious. Hey, I'm with you. I'm a planar magnetic open back guy too.
But so these got sent out with the ROG Ally review units. So I did get a chance to try these. And yeah, for gaming, because you always worry about that latency. Yeah, it definitely, especially paired with the Ally, I didn't have any problems with it. So
there you go. See some real world hands-on feedback. It was evident there. And hey, you got those RGB vibes too, right?
Makes it go faster.
Yeah, exactly. Makes it go faster, right? So one that actually I threw in here that actually I thought was kind of cool too is our Prime AP201 chassis. That's our micro ATX chassis. That one's on sale for $20 off right now. We have a white and a black version. The thing I really love about that chassis is that it feels like a big chassis, but it's really compact, and it doesn't have any of the kind of pain points that you have like in a smaller type of chassis where it only got riser cables or you can't fit in a certain cooler or a certain graphics card. I mean, that thing can fit in.
Full-size power supply, right?
Full-size power supply. You could fit a 4090, a 360 millimeter AIO. You can get it in white, you can get it in black. And again, for that price point, I think it's hard to beat. And we also have a tempered glass version. That one's not on sale, but even that, it's still only $100. I think it's a great option that if you're looking for something cool, compact, looks nice, has lots of airflow, I think it's a really nice chassis.
There's a lot of room in the back too for cable management. I built in the tempered glass one recently, and I really liked it because you can fit in a whole 360 millimeter.
Can they check that out on YouTube, TikTok?
Yes, it's up on both YouTube and TikTok, I think.
Yeah, so
Hipyo Tech.
Check that out. I think it's a really great option. Again, if you're looking for like wanting to go maybe more compact, but like I said, not sacrifice on airflow, not have to worry about weird risen cables, do stuff like that. You can pretty much fit in any hardware you see except for the motherboard. The motherboard has to be either micro or mini ITX, but otherwise much easier. And I know you're a mini ITX aficionado.
Oh yeah,
But compared to building in something like, let's say like a Terra or something like that, this is pretty much a pain-free experience.
Well, and I feel like micro ATX is a nice sweet spot, especially if you don't have to worry about a lot of PCI capture cards, things like that. Like being able to get a nice desktop system with good performance, but also a lot of room to work in, like that micro ATX form factor, I feel is having like a renaissance. So.
Yeah, and I think you nailed it too, right? Having that micro ATX just gives you a little bit more flexibility. If you wanted to add something like a capture card, right? You wanted maybe add a discrete card. You want to do something, just have that extra buffer space, which you wouldn't traditionally have on a mini board, right? We're pretty much, once you put in that graphics card, that's it. That's going to be the end of the show, right? So speaking of coolers, there, of course, we've got our higher end Ryu 3. Now that one's definitely going to be over our price point, but we do have our Strix LC2 cooler, which is actually on sale. The 240 model is actually going to be $45 off right now. It's only $100, essentially $105 for our LC2 model. So I think that's going to be a great option. If maybe, you know, you've been looking to upgrade your cooler, maybe you want to lay the foundation for a build that you can transition into. So of course this will work with older builds, but it readily supports current AM5 and also current Intel-based platforms. So it's something that could roll with you to a new build. You wanted to upgrade, looks cool, looks nice, gives you some good cooling performance. And we do have the ARGB versions available. So we essentially have that one in non-RGB, ARGB variants, and also the 280. And if your chassis can fit the 280, oddly enough, we're selling you the 240 at the same price as the 280. So it's no price premium. So literally for $120, you could get the 240 or the 280. You just need to make sure that your chassis supports, of course, a 280 millimeter radiator, because not all chassis support them, right? But I think that is going to be a nice upgrade to consider there. So I think now we start to get into a little bit of that higher bracket. So we're going to get into some of the cooler pieces of hardware that we might have here on display. But before I jump into that, one of the ones that I want to see what your guys' thoughts are, and I think this first time that maybe you saw it from both of you, that's only $100 and we just literally launched it, is going to be our new Moonstone gaming surface. So this is one of those things, I think it's a cool upgrade that doesn't have anything to do with your build, but it can do with your setup, right? So traditionally, most people, right, and love to see your guys' thoughts in the chat, right, is do you have, what's the gaming surface do you have? Do you have textile? So something essentially that's like a textile weave, or do you have a hard surface? And what about people here in that are checking us out locally? Can I get a raise of hands? Raise your right hand, or just raise your hand right now if you've got a soft gaming mouse pad. Okay, so that looks like the majority. All right. Now raise your hand if you have a hard gaming mouse pad. So that those are those FPS players right there. They want those quick, sudden, snappy movements, and that's definitely what you're going to get here with the Moonstone. The crazy thing about this is a full Brasilia tempered glass with a soft coating finish. So really, really nice. Of course, really easy to clean, but quite different than over on your side, Adam, where we have something like the Hone XL, which is of course going to be a traditional textile weave to base surface. So I'd love to get your thoughts on what do you think about it? Where are you? Are you at soft or are you at hard? What are you thinking?
I mean, I'm more traditionally on the soft matte side, but also I really like this color.
Yeah.
Like that's definitely my jam. So.
Yeah, that one specifically, that little, of course, teal is specific to that version, which is an Abe Lamp collab, because that is, of course, their kind of color that we've aligned there. But we do also have the Hone in a standard kind of black variant. What about for you?
Traditionally, I just always have like normally a pink desk mat covering my whole desk, but this feels so much smoother. I might have to give it a try.
Give it a try. Okay.
Maybe this will get me out of bronze.
There you go. There we go. Maybe it'll get you out of bronze. So you can go ahead and pick this one up right now. We do have the RG Moonstone again. And the other thing is that if you feel it feels really stable, because that whole backing on there, if we do show that off, it's pretty crazy.
Like rubber? Or?
Yeah, it has actually, it has an anti-slip rubber base right there. So you don't have to worry about this moving around or anything like that. And you can get it in black. So if you want to go black, you can get it in black. And if you want to get it in white, you can get it in white. So that is going to be the RG Moonstone. And that comes in at $100. Okay. So I like that little ASMR, right? Yeah. So going into our next bracket here, maybe a couple of chassis, and we got some PSUs that we've got here. So our GT502 chassis, which is the one that we featured in our earlier build right now, that's going to be $30 off, so $140 for that chassis. I think that's a great price point for that chassis. So if you're interested in that GT502, you can get it for $30 off. Our GT501, which is a more traditional tower chassis, which actually I'd love to get your thoughts on this. chamber chassis have become definitely the trend, especially if you saw, all the success that Leanne Lee had with, of course, the 011, and then, of course, what we've done, and many other companies, whether it's NCXT, Fantex, so many companies also have this split chamber. I do like, though, a chassis that has an actual ID design. And one of the things I find that you have with a split chamber that you don't have with a traditional chassis is that split chamber looks best always from the side. If I look at that chassis head on, it doesn't really have an identity, because what you're seeing is just kind of like, I'm just seeing this rectangle, and I'm seeing a weird visual of the hardware, because what you're seeing is like a side profile of the hardware. So you would never want to look like at an 011 or even a kind of GT502. It might look okay. That's the reason why we have a little bit of the design pattern, but you wouldn't want to look at it head on. You really want to look at it sideways, because that's the whole point. Whereas if I look at a traditional chassis, it has like a front aesthetic. It might have even the fans, but that in itself is a kind of feature. It's part of the design that feels a little bit more defined, more clear, right? That's definitely evident if anybody's seen something like our Helios or the Hyperion, right? You look at that, or even something like a Fractal Torrent, or you look at, they have an identity right from the front, right? So what do you think? How do you interpret that?
Yeah, I think I'm more on that side, not only because of the aesthetics, but also the airflow, like that front to
Focused
back
airflow.
yeah, is more my jam. But you're probably on a different side, right?
Yeah, I definitely like the split chamber a lot more, especially because like when I'm sitting at my desk, I'm never looking at the front. Like
Right,
you're
you're looking
almost
at it from
always
that side
looking at
profile.
it diagonal, and I just think it looks a lot better. And like for me, I like to showcase the components. So the case that kind of like steps back and like lets the other things shine is definitely more my preference. And because you can load it up with all the RGB and fans, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, but that's also the pressure too, right? Because it's weird. Because like if
Yeah.
you take something like a GT502 or an 011, and let's say you only put fans, maybe you mount your AIO, and then maybe you have some side fans, but you didn't put anything on the bottom, it'll feel weird, right?
Yeah.
Because it'll feel kind of empty. Where if you took a traditional chassis, it might not feel that way. It actually can feel complete, right?
Yeah,
So that's kind of like you almost can spend more in that type of build because you need to have it look balanced, right? So it is an interesting kind of consideration that you have to account for, right? So yeah, that we have the GT501, which is also $45 off for $135. We've got our ROG Strict Series power supply, 850 watt, which is white. Also comes with white cables, which is pretty rare. Sometimes they get weird. Oddly enough, you get a white power supply and it can come with black cables. But ours is also white cables. That one's $45 off, so for $145. And then getting into some of the other AIOs, the ROG Strix LC 360 ARGB White Edition is also $35 off for $155. The Thor 850 watts you can also get for $90 off. So if you want some flex, you want those individually sleeved cables, because that's one of the cool things is the Thor comes with individually sleeved cables, comes with that ARGB lighting, that wattage display, plus it comes with, often not counted, a 20% coupon from our friends at Cable Mods.
Oh,
if
really?
you've ever spent money on buying custom cables, you know they are not cheap.
Yeah.
So literally 20% off of a set of cables is actually a pretty nice set of savings, because you can easily actually spend like $100+ in getting a custom set of cables. So 20% off is actually a pretty nice savings.
Well, question for you. What do you do when you get a custom set of cables? What do you do with the stock ones? Do you keep them or do you toss them?
Actually, that's actually a really great question. I always keep them. I don't ever toss them. And part of the reason why is it's pretty rare, especially from a great company like Cable Mods, where they're doing good quality attention to detail and quality control. But occasionally you can have like what's called pin fitment issues, where the pin can come out from the sleeving, right?
Oh.
And so sometimes maybe from just bending or from cable routing or from doing something, I always just like having that fallback that if I needed to, I got a cable that I can swap back into, right? So I just keep it there as like a sanity check, right? I think anybody in the PCDIY community kind of knows you're better off probably having that little box of stuff that's extra.
I have like
Troubleshooting.
closets full of
Yes,
extra
the
stuff.
troubleshooting. But I'm sure as both of you guys, as kind of reviewers looking at product, right, you also eventually end up with that situation where I've got too many, right? Like you got to start calling friends over. Hey, do you need
Like,
do you
do you
need
want
something?
this?
Can I get something to you? Right? Yeah. So let us know. Let's find out from a little bit wavelength from our PCDIY community here. How many of you have your spare parts box or spare bin or something, or the closet where you've got extra hardware that's accumulated over the years? As a whole, yeah, we can see about at least 50%. So that's a sign usually of an enthusiast, right? Is that they keep those. Oh, here's a not related to holiday, and I want to see a response from the chat. Do you keep your boxes or do you not keep your boxes? The age-old question. Now, ASUS, I think we're in a unique position because we make pretty nice boxes. So I tend to see that a lot of the ROG users, they keep a lot of their boxes because they really like it. We do a really nice job with them. So I could get why some of the people go, that box wasn't a really big deal, so I'm not going to keep it. But I know for a lot of ROG users, they do keep their boxes. So Adam?
It's a price thing for me.
Yes.
Like if it's over a certain threshold, yes, I'll keep the box. But also a distance in time. If like I'm a year in, I'm like, okay, I still don't need this box. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm also, it's hard. It's hard.
I think there are certain things where I'll always keep the box. Like I might be moving around a lot, so I'll always keep monitor boxes. And then like for
That's
the
actually
PC,
a good one in case you also need to ship it too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because it has like the foam or the inserts, right? And that's kind of hard to package, right?
Exactly. And that's the same thing for like the cases, because sometimes like if I need to transport the PC, I'll just put it in the case box.
And it's going to be protected. Yep.
And then GPU boxes I'll keep in case I have to like ship the GPU separately. But everything else I'm like a serial box hoarder, but I'm trying to
You're trying to bring that down.
to like toss the rest.
Trying to break it down and try to go in there.
Yeah.
So let's see here again, survey of the crowd. How many of you keep your boxes? Raise the hands. Yeah, we got some box hoarders. Okay. But that's the norm. In the community, let's see right here. Yeah. So Robert Price tells us, I have 3 shelves of stuff, right? Those are definitely the fans that start to take room space and just start to put their boxes, right? All right. So going into the next bracket right here, let's go into a couple of, I think, cool little items that we have. So one of them, I think actually on your side, Adam, we've got the RG Falchion. Yeah, that's actually that guy right there.
Oh, yeah.
So we actually have 2 different versions of this one. So the Falchion comes in a wireless version and a wired version. Now this is the Ace version, so this one's wired. But the cool thing about it is you can get it in white and you can get it in black. It actually has improved stabs, so the stabs actually feel pretty nice on it. It has our RG NX switches in there, which are semi-lubed. This cool little actually cover case is pretty nice because since it's so compact, if you want to throw this in a bag or we get people, I don't know how many of you guys have it, but if you get pets or cats kind of climb onto something or step on, you can literally put that on there. You don't have to worry any dust, debris, or dander or anything along those lines. And I really love the dual USB-C connections. So depending on your setup, you can route the cable to either side of your setup. That's the reason why. That's the reason why we did it on both sides. And of course, if you go with the wireless version, it doesn't matter because you can, of course, just use the little USB adapter. And the wireless version has an integrated little storage bay right here, which is magnetic. So if you slot in the wireless adapter, you don't have to worry about losing it. The last really cool thing actually on this guy is, I don't know if we have the cable, and it'll be hard for you guys to see, but the Falchion has this cool little kind of trick where it has an integrated touch bar. So normally on a keyboard this small, you're kind of losing out on functionality, but we still give you the arrow keys, which is still quite nice. But this touch bar can be mapped to different things. So maybe if you want to use for volume or for like a media control or for even tapping it, you can do different functions. So it actually is illuminated. It can even be mapped to the battery under the wireless model. And the 2.4 gigahertz model actually, I think, is on promo right now. Let me actually see. But let me go ahead and double check right here. Let me bring that up.
Hold the mic up and do that.
Will it sound good? I don't know if it sounds good on
how it comes through, how come in vibration. But how do you feel? Just if you feel it, how do you like it?
Yeah, I like this.
Yes, and you
I
can
think
of course.
the touch bar is really cute.
It's a nice level of functionality, and again, you can get it in white if you wanted to get it in a white variant. Are you? What's your size keyboard that you're rocking? Are you rocking something that's compact at 65% and TKL or full size?
Full size for my desk setup is what I would like. Yeah.
Okay, and for you?
I think mine is 65%.
65%.
I still need the arrow keys, but I like having the small.
Yep, I have a little bit of matrix of both. So on my primary 100% daily driver, I have our ASUS, so I have a 75 essentially percent. But I also have our Claymore, and I really like the Claymore because I can essentially optimally remove the numpad or add the numpad when I want to. So I have the ability to essentially go to a 75%, or I can go to a full size. So I get the kind of the best of both worlds. And I know you checked out recently the Scope 296.
I really like the Scope 296. That's my work from home board because it actually has a number pad.
But you get that compressed format, so it doesn't feel anywhere near as large, right? But you still get your 10 key. So it's kind of a kind of best of almost both worlds, right? Where you can still get both. And for reference, again, the Falchion right now, on sale normally $150, again, for the wireless version, but right now $120. and then I believe $79.99 for the not for the wired version. So actually a really nice little add-on that you could consider there. Okay. Moving that on here, we've actually got one of actually my favorite headsets, which is our Delta series. So I'd love to know, we talked about, of course, TWS, but there are still some people that are diehard that use wired versus digital headsets. So wondering in the crowd here, I'm going to see if this is going to be similar to the community polling that we have. Are you using a digital pair of headphones? So digital would be using USB, okay? Using some form of USB connectivity, or wireless, because that's still also going to use USB, right? Or are you still using analog? So that means plugging it into like a 3.5 millimeter jack, or maybe you got really high-end headphones and they're going out to a DAC or something. So if you're on digital, so USB side, raise your hand. Oh, interesting. This is going to buck the trend. Okay, analog. So that means you still plug in. Oh, unexpected. I like the unexpected crowd here. Okay, okay. So you said you're still on the analog side, but that makes sense. You're running an open back headphones, higher impedance, so you probably also got like an outboard DAC or something.
Video
like
editing and all that stuff. So
yep. What about for you?
I like wireless because I get up a lot and like I'm moving around, so I don't.
Yeah, no, totally. So the cool things here with the ROG Delta series, so this is our flagship series, but we have quite a number of different models. We have wired models, which are right now on sale, like that would be the Delta Core. So you can get those coming down right now to $80. The standard Delta, though, I really love because it has an actually integrated USB-C. And we actually have an ESS Saber DAC and amp built into the headphone. The cool thing about that is your DAC quality or your audio quality can vary from device to device. So like your phone to like a Switch to like a laptop to a PC, they all have their own kind of quality variability. Having it built in here gives you that consistency that pretty much the audio experience is the same across all your devices. And having that native USB-C is great because that means, again, I can go from plugging it into my Switch to my laptop to my desktop to everything. Yeah, and it just plugs in there and you're good to go. And so that is a really nice option if you want a digital high quality headset. Some other cool things on the Delta is that we actually include 2 sets of removable pads. So one is a more isolated pad and one's an ultra kind of breathing pad. So for me, my head gets a little bit warmer. So I would want maybe the more breathing pad, but maybe if I'm somebody that is a little bit cooler and I want even more isolation where I can kind of bump up the bass a little bit more because the pads can affect that, you can swap those out. So that's a really cool value add. And the Delta S model, which is actually our full wireless version, is pretty sweet because it looks like this, but it has beamforming mics. So most of us, when we look at a gaming headset, it has like a boom mic, right? Boom mics can be pretty good, but the main disadvantage is directionality and positioning. So sometimes it can kind of get moved, it can get propped back and forth. So we actually integrated beamforming mics in here, so it doesn't matter where you move your head. It's pretty much always just gonna pick up your voice. So the Delta S wireless, you can check that one out, which is pretty sweet too. And it's dual mode, it's Bluetooth and USB-C. So if you want to switch between taking that wireless adapter and putting it on any device, you can do that. Or if you just want to quickly pair it with another device as well through Bluetooth, you can do that. So you can check out the ROG Delta series, and those are all on sale. The Delta S wireless is even $50 off right now. So pretty nice savings on it. So I'm definitely a fan of that. So moving into here, let's go into our next little bracket is kind of maybe talking a little bit about the Wi-Fi. So let's talk a little bit on our wireless here. So let's break it down. Okay, do we know what Wi-Fi versions we're running? Now I'm lucky enough, of course, I work for a company, I'm biased. I have Wi-Fi 6E, so thankfully I got the latest and greatest. Maybe I'm even running quad band Wi-Fi 6E, so I got about the top end of the spectrum. What are you running at home?
Wi-Fi 6E, but I'm upgrading to 7 soon.
Oh, upgrading to 7. Okay, hopefully that'll be an ASUS router. Oh, there we go. Wi-Fi 7. Okay, and what about you? What are you running?
Well, I just moved, so I don't actually have a router yet.
You haven't got it? Okay, so what you're saying is we got to get you one.
This comes in white, right?
It does come
I think
in
I'm
white.
getting the white one of this.
Okay, the GT6.
I did get fiber, so
Okay.
AT&T has fiber to my house, so I'm really excited for that.
You're going to get finally high speed. So I guess that's the other question is, what's your ISP? So I've got pretty standard right now. I have AT&T fiber, so I get one up, one down, right? So that's pretty nice. Not as fast as some of the people out there. What about you? You're going to
Same
one up, one down?
I have Sonic and I have 10 up, 10 down.
Oh, flexing. Yeah, that's the dream, right? That's, I think, what most people. All right, so raise a hands because this one gets a little bit tricky because there's so much variation. Just let me know, raise a hand. are you at least at 1 gigabit or better? Okay, so if you're at 1 gigabit or better, raise your hand. Oh, wow. Well, you know what? We're in the Bay Area, high-tech crowd. Okay. And so if you're, I'm not even going to say below 1 gigabit because that can be a lot. But if you're under 100 megabits, raise your hand. Oh, okay. Hey, I mean, that can still work pretty well, but that just shows you the range, right? But actually, that was pretty impressive. I didn't expect to see that many people with gig connections, right? But we're now, of course, entering into Wi-Fi 7. We do have a number of different solutions. So what I kind of mainly want to talk about was just kind of two things. One, we do have a number of routers. You can check them out. There's a lot of discussion regarding kind of mesh and traditional routers. And so one thing to kind of keep in mind that's kind of pretty cool with ASUS is that all of our ASUS routers are actually mesh routers as well. That means you can take another router and combine it together to make your own mesh network. So if you want even more coverage, you can. Now, one thing to do keep in mind is that, Adam, if I ask you, how does mesh work? Could you tell me in a really succinct, easy way? It's all good.
It extends the signal further.
Okay, and do you know the term that generally gets used for how you connect the two nodes together?
Like other than mesh? Like
Yeah.
Okay.
So, well, for those you might be kind of wondering, it's called a backhaul.
Oh.
You have what's called a backhaul connection. So if I have two of these guys together and they're talking together, they use what's called a backhaul. And when we talk about routers, there's usually a number of bands. So you have like dual band, tri-band, or quad band. So some people ask, well, what's the point of having so many bands? The way that mesh actually works is that it uses those bands as a backhaul. So think about it from the perspective that if I have a dual band router, I actually only have a single band router because one of those bands is lost so that the two routers can talk to each other. So in a tri-band router, you have the ability that you can go ahead and move over to essentially maintaining two bands. And with a quad band router, you can go ahead and, of course, keep 3 bands open, right? And so this one is just one of our new tri-band mesh networking units. The cool thing is no antennas. You can get in white or black. Really great option. Also has 2.5 gigabit WAN. So if you got higher than faster ISP service, that is going to get you covered there. So we're going to be wrapping up here in a little bit, guys. But I lastly want to go over some monitors because I think monitors are always kind of fun and interesting. And one of those things that really help to set off your build, your setup experience, right?
And,
so
and you don't want to lack, right? If you're talking about like a nice balanced build and a nice balanced setup, you can't forget about having a nice monitor.
For sure. And I think actually in a lot of ways, a little bit lighting there, but in a lot of ways, the monitor actually really defines what you should be building for, right? Like I think a lot of people, they go, I have this budget or I'm going to do this and this. And I actually ask them, well, what are you actually gaming at? What's your resolution? Because really that determines almost everything else. If you tell me you're gaming at 4K, or if you're telling me you're gaming at ultra high refresh rate 1080p, or you want to hit, 1440p at X, that's going to tell me what CPU, what GPU, everything else that kind of you need, right? So just as a recap here, what are you running as your primary monitor setup?
4K, dual 4K 60.
Dual 4K 60, what size?
27.
27s, okay.
Pro Art, actually.
Oh, I like that. Okay. And actually, I know a lot of people like 4K at a larger size, but actually I'm with Adam that I like 27 4K, and the reason being is the PPI. PPI is going to be really tight, so it's really sharp, which I'm a big fan of. What about you?
Right now, I have a 27-inch 1440, I think 165 hertz.
165, so that's like the sweet spot. That's like, good kind of just mid-range, higher refresh rate, good easy resolution, but you also get improved desktop productivity. That's what I think a lot of kind of people are in the gold standard now for like where they want to move into, right? I'm lucky enough, I've got a lot of monitor configurations. I'm right now really actually enjoying our 540 hertz 1080p. Ooh, that ultra buttery refresh rate has absolutely just been mind-boggling in terms of just feeling that. But yeah, my primary actually daily driver is actually I split between two 27 1440p's. I have a 27 1440p OLED or RG Swift OLED, but I only use that for gaming. Yeah. And then my other 27-inch 1440p is a 360 hertz Swift that I use for general daily driving. I also game on it sometimes, but I use it for everything. But I will only game on my OLED because, of course, I don't want to run that risk of the burn-in.
Burn-in, right? I think my next monitor, I definitely want an OLED. And then my current main monitor is supposed to be white, but only the back of it's white. Yeah. And so the front is still black.
Yeah. That's the tricky part. I know even from us, like when we're producing, like, it's like how much of the total thing can you try to make white, right? But yeah, in terms of monitors, definitely check out, actually, especially if you're part of our group, we have actually amazing posts for all of our kind of late kind of Black Friday cyber deals where we've got 1080p displays, 1440p displays, up to even big guys where we've got our ROG Swift 48-inch OLEDs on sale, I think $200 off. We've got our XG 43-inch for actually $600 off. I think it's $750 for that high refresh rate 43-inch display. And even the 49-inch super ultra wide QD OLED, which just came out, is $250 off. So a pretty awesome range. And again, a lot of different choice out there, whether you're kind of going into that high refresh rate, going into higher resolution. We're going to have kind of something that you can check out. And the last one, just kind of wrapping that up as we close things out here, it's also some portable displays. I'm a really big fan of actually having a portable monitor, and we have some really great options you can check out, including wireless, OLED, and touch. And for you guys, anybody have a portable monitor here?
I do one when I go to trade shows, like editing. So yeah.
Just how do you like having just that second display? Do you feel that it really is adding value for you?
I mean, for me, yeah, like it's a must when I'm working. Yeah.
For you?
Yeah, I definitely, because working off a laptop itself is just impossible. So I actually have the white ASUS, the one with the kickstand. I think so. Yeah, it's a high refresh rate one with speakers.
Yeah, those actually speakers are pretty decent for a little monitor, right? It's pretty cool. Yeah, so a big fan there. So overall, guys, that gives you just a little bit of foundation for some really cool kind of things to keep in mind. And again, if you're looking for some more options, make sure to go ahead and check out our socials. Make sure to go ahead and check out our PCDIY group, and check out PC World for great content on reviews, upcoming, deals. You guys cover, I mean, everything. And what's your guys' candidates for the weekly stream?
The Full Nerd, our weekly podcast, every Tuesday at 10:30 a.m. Pacific. So
yeah, and you guys pretty much cover about the latest and greatest, right? Every week, right?
Yeah.
Including ASUS.
Yeah. PCWorld.com, YouTube.com/PCWorld.
Check them out. And what about you? Where can they check you out in terms of social channels?
Oh, so my handle is PG Tech. It should be down below, and I'm on everything TikTok mostly, and then also YouTube for tutorials. I built like a boba PC and some other really cool ones. So check it out.
Very cool. And of course, you guys are checking us out right now in terms of ASUS Social. So hopefully, if you're not subscribed, subscribe and make sure to follow us and keep it tuned. So with that, we're going to be wrapping things out, and we've got some cool stuff that we're going to be exciting for people that are attending here for PCDIY Day. So if you guys were checking us on stream, thank you guys so much. Take care. Take it easy. Enjoy your Sunday. Bye-bye.